Good evening, and thanks so much for joining us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm Matthew Alvarez.
And I'm Bobby McNeely. It's really a joy to join you once again, Matthew. Nearly a month after that historic victory, President-elect Donald Trump, wow, it's been quite a few weeks to follow what's happening in the American culture and the Trump effect now that he's going to return to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue.
And we're only, about a month and so away from this huge moment in time. It's going to be great to see the inauguration right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. The reason why we're here live tonight, the New York Young Republican Club, they're having a gala tonight. They're in New York City.
One of the oldest and largest, greatest young Republican clubs out there in the country, and it always draws big names, as we will see tonight with just some speakers like the great Dan Scavino will be there, also Nigel Farage, leading the Reform Party, which has really unified something of a populist movement in the UK, and now a big surge trying to get Mr. Farage elected as the Prime Minister, and that would be so wonderful for our friends just across the pond.
Exactly. So the United Kingdom, they want common sense and they want freedom just like we are going to have through President Trump. So yeah, the Reform UK Party, great out there. And speaking of reform, the people here in our country, we voted for major government reform, haven't we?
There's no question about it. It was something really reflecting on these last few weeks, talking to people across the country around the Thanksgiving dinner table as well. There seems to be this sense of relief, a sense of, wow, this man, we knew his policies from 4 years ago, and that was the question. Were we better off than we were 4 years ago? That was a resounding no. And in all 7 swing states, we had 312 electoral votes going to President Trump. I also thought it was very interesting. Every state, the 31 states that President Trump won on November 5th into the early morning hours of November 6th, all had voter ID laws. Where Vice President Kamala Harris won, no voter ID laws, the 19 states and D.C. respectively, that went in her column.
All right, and tonight this event starts at 7 p.m., so we'll be going there live as soon as the speakers take the stage. Bobby, of course, saying Nigel Farage, Steve Bannon, Dan Scavino, Corey Lewandowski. So it'll be great to hear from these great patriots at 7 o'clock Eastern. Of course, it's 5:47 Eastern, so a lot to talk about, a lot to dive into. Of course, November 5th, last time you saw us here on Right Side, Bobby, myself, Christina Loren, and others on that huge win for President Trump. Well, now we're going to see that reformation process in America. So a lot of this broadcast brought to you by a number of great sponsors, including Birch Gold Group. All you have to do is open a gold IRA with Birch Gold Group and get free silver coins shipped directly to your home. So all you have to do is text Trump to 989898. You can get that ball rolling. And it's great stuff because these aren't pushy salesmen. This is a professional organization. People want gold, silver, and precious metals as a backup, and especially for their savings.
And again, what a great deal to get that free fight silver coin with any purchase. And we know that it impressed even President Trump, and he has one himself. So it's really quite a collector's item, especially if you like to grab those coins. But what can really save you in a hedge against inflation and everything that's up against the American people and this current economy? It is these precious metals that have stood the test of time.
Now, there's only a few days to go with the silver medal, the silver coin there. By December 20th, you simply convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA and precious metals, and Birch Gold will send you your free silver coins directly to your home. But again, that's only until December 20th. So it's a great addition to having gold, silver, and precious metals. So a great sponsor here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. So when President Trump, back I think it was April of 2023, that's when the lawfare really kicked off in New York City, and we had a lot of people out there to support him. It was the New York Young Republican Club that said, you know what, let's hold a rally in Manhattan. I mean, it's this crew. These guys are really staunch supporters of the president.
When other groups were turning their backs and saying President Trump was part of the past, the MAGA movement is dead, and this was really within some young Republican circles across the country, it was the great leadership on the part of the New York Young Republican Club, of course. They have outstanding leadership, and they stood stalwart with these principles to make America great again, and have been huge supporters of President Trump.
Exactly. So we're looking forward to that common sense leadership, the people's president, the common sense leader he is, right? So we're looking forward to seeing this happen. And President Trump the other day actually said on Truth Social, the golden age has already begun. You know, I was saying on a show last week, we're looking forward to the golden age coming up. Well, he's saying, well, you know what? The golden age has already started.
Well, and we see with Governor Trudeau coming down to Mar-a-Lago, and it was President Trump, again, using those policies, using those trade policies with tariffs for the Canadians, also for the Mexican government. And look, the migrant caravan that was coming up was stopped by the Mexican government in that moment. We have Prime Minister Trudeau came down to Mar-a-Lago to discuss with President Trump. So you already see that effect before he takes office.
Exactly. And then, of course, President Trump, the best troller out there when it comes to foreign policy, too, when he wants to joke around a little bit. Of course, on Truth Social recently, calling him Governor Trudeau and the great state of Canada. Always good to have some comedy within the truth, right?
He is, and it's something that we really watched towards the end of those rallies, that self-deprecating humor, or really to get a point across. And I think that was truly legendary when I was with Megan Kohler in Green Bay, Wisconsin, to watch him walk out in the garbage vest after he was in the garbage truck. And the response and communications team from Trump Force 47, really extraordinary. This truly was the best presidential campaign in recent memory in their response to so many different topics that came across the desk. And of course, he gave a full speech in that vest saying that, oh, my staff says I look nice and skinny. I think I'm going to wear this. So really, those rallies, and if you were so fortunate enough to attend, you could see the humor and the truth in comedy, because it always pushed forward agenda items. And then we had people going and voting in garbage bags and in vests to make their point across. And of course, it was not electioneering, it was free speech, because they weren't wearing an item on the campaign, but they were clearly making a point.
Exactly. So many highlights during the 2024 presidential campaign season. You saw Bobby out there. I was out there a few times. You saw a lot of the hosts covering this. And, you know, from the vests to, how about in October, was it late October, when President Trump returned to Butler, Pennsylvania? I mean, you were there for that, correct?
That was the return with Mr. Elon Musk. And what an emotional moment to honor Corey Campitor, of course, the hero firefighter who lost his life at the first Butler rally. But really, when that happened October 5th, and then each rally into the next, it almost seemed as if bravery came out of so many Americans, and even truly the celebrities that really mattered, because a lot of these celebrities like Brett Favre, they didn't take a paycheck to show up. They simply said, I'm here for my grandkids. I'm here for the future of this nation. And I'm actually uncomfortable talking about politics, but I'm standing here because I've gotten to know Donald Trump. I've gotten to know the people in the movement. And I care deeply about these policies that clearly work. And that's why we saw great people like him and Hulk Hogan, and really icons in America when you think about it. I take them any day over Harpo Studios and the millions more that Oprah made off of the Vice President Kamala Harris's campaign, who spent billions and now is in debt. If she was willing to do that with her own campaign, what would she have done with the purse strings of the United States of America?
100%. And also Dennis Quaid, to name a few. I mean, so many great people out there. Danica Patrick and others. Before we continue here, I just want to let you know, of course, at 7 p.m. is when the New York Young Republican Club Gala will start out there in New York City. So we'll be going there live to that shortly. Before we do, the wellness company, makecaregreatagain.com. I believe you get $45 off if you use the RSBN promo code. First of all, that's a great thing right there. And you get those kits with ivermectin, Z-Pak, hydroxychloroquine, and more. Especially right now, Bobby, with it being closer to winter time, always good to protect yourself.
Well, and that was something that we saw on the campaign trail. Just this time of year, people coughing and sneezing, and sometimes you're just in the wrong place at the wrong time. And these are great ways to make sure that if you get a bacterial infection or, God forbid, a serious virus, you can handle it immediately. And the best way to do that, of course, makecaregreatagain.com. Use that code RSBN, 15% off right there on your screen. And better safe than sorry. It's better to be prepared with everything going on, and sometimes with a CDC and a government that doesn't always tell us the truth about health.
I was reading something earlier that the CDC is talking about a quad pandemic or a quademic. They were saying RSV, a cold, flu, and COVID all expected to hit at once, maybe in the January months, that kind of thing. Well, we know all about the CDC, but we're glad that President Trump is going to be back in charge. But at the end of the day, no matter what comes our way, makecaregreatagain.com, RSBN promo code, $45 off for a case of great medications. Countdown to Inauguration Day. All right, let's go through it. So we've got 10 days until Christmas time, Hanukkah as well, among other celebrations. So 10 days until Christmas, 17 days until the New Year, 36 days until Inauguration Day. Can you believe it? Month and a half or a month and a few days, actually.
It cannot come soon enough. And of course, right before that, January 3rd, the 119th Congress sworn in a Republican majority, albeit narrow in the House, but the Senate, of course, 53 to 47. And what we're really seeing right now with that is major cabinet posts like Pete Hegseth for SecDef going in and meeting with these respective senators. And another great showcase of the conservative grassroots movement, especially with people like Charlie Kirk at Turning Point USA and others making phone calls to senators saying that you better support these great nominees. Otherwise, you might have a primary coming in the next couple of years. We had that conversation over with Senator Joni Ernst when she was somewhat on the fence over the Pete Hegseth nomination. She is now fully supporting Mr. Hegseth for that position. And really what we've seen with President Trump's cabinet picks is the embodiment of the mandate, receiving what he has, the message from the American people that this needs to be done, and putting people in place who might be outsiders but who have incredible experience at all of these different things. I mean, even Kash Patel, you think about him as FBI director would be incredible because he's read this intelligence. He's seen this in the last administration under President Trump, so he knows how to deal with all of the bad players at the agency, but also how to handle things to keep America safe and to make sure every agent feels heard and cared for in and at the FBI.
Exactly. So the Senate confirmation process for presidential appointees, historically, of course, the Senate has confirmed most presidential nominations made during that presidential transition process. But in rare instances, there has been a vote to confirm a major appointment actually failed on the Senate floor. So we'll be following, of course, those Senate appointments as they do happen here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. To your point, let's dive into some of the cabinet and administrative picks. All right, so let's start off with the FBI director, the appointee, Kash Patel. Quite the resume that he has out there. Served in the first Trump administration, of course. The chief of staff for the DOD, deputy director of national intelligence, and the list goes on. How about the chief investigator for Russia? I mean, on and on and on.
Right.
And a guy that's going to get the job done at the FBI.
And one of the most important things, he was there when President Trump authorized National Guard troops on January 6th. Well, it was actually on January 4th in the Oval Office. Kash Patel was with him and witnessed this. That authorization had to be approved by the Speaker of the House, that was then Nancy Pelosi, and Mayor Muriel Bowser of Washington, D.C., because we have a federalist system. We don't have a king. We do not have a monarch. So there had to be cooperation between the branches of government and with the local municipality in Washington, D.C. Both of those ladies denied that protection. And then we had this narrative that it was President Trump supporters who went in and stormed the Capitol and made it look like these people caused this chaos, when we actually have footage, and Tucker Carlson covered this so well, of sometimes doors being open or security guards simply letting people in. And some of these folks have not had due process and a trial as a result of the events that day. President Trump has pledged to pardon these good people. And in America, you're supposed to have a quick and speedy trial regardless. You are innocent before any presumption of guilt. Sadly, Liz Cheney tried to change that with the J6 committee. We had Benny Thompson, who tried to remove Secret Service protection for former presidents. That was namely going after President Trump. So Kash Patel was there for that. He knows the truth, and when we interviewed him back in Las Vegas, he again shared that with us, and that is simply the truth. It's not an ideological thing, it's what actually happened, but of course we don't have a corporate media that likes to present these facts to you at times. So that's why we're here at Right Side Broadcasting.
Exactly. So conservative media going to bat for truth and freedom. So an interview that I'm about to do is with John Strand. He was a nonviolent defender in J6. You know, that'll be coming up on a show later in the week. And also Dr. Ben Carson will join us too. And they're both talking about President Trump and the fact that they're so glad that he's going to pardon a huge number of J6ers. So a number of things that President Trump's going to take care of on day one. He says that's one of them, including the whole border situation, which we'll tackle in just a bit. So,
and a number of these things have presidential powers where you can use the executive pen and paper and, of course, pick up the phone, as President Obama used to say. But day one, that border can be sealed. You can move the military on that as commander-in-chief. President Trump, I expect, will sign a multitude of orders on day one to secure that border. And we're seeing what's happening at the end with this lame duck administration with Joe Biden. They're actually selling pieces of the wall off that either have been constructed or, again, laying on the ground in Arizona, California, and Texas, respectively. The state government of Texas actually trying to purchase some of that wall back, and in some cases has been successful. So Governor Abbott, I'm sure, as he seeks re-election in very short, a year and a half from now in 2026, this has been his key issue serving as governor of Texas.
You know, on January 20th at noon, Eastern time, when President Trump puts his hand on the Bible and says the oath of office, I can guarantee that, you know what, maybe during his speech, the wall's going to start getting built back up.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like the news is going to be like, their heads are going to spin.
Well, and you look at this too, because you've had a lot of elected officials like the governor of Colorado, or even my home state of Illinois, Governor J.B. Pritzker, Mayor Brandon Johnson in Chicago, saying we will protect our so-called residents. Well, Tom Homan was very clear of Section 8, it's 1324 U.S. Code 8, that really you cannot harbor an illegal alien. If you do, it's a felony, and it's at least 1 year behind bars. And Tom Homan has been very clear as borders are. Do not get in our path because you will go to jail. I am not afraid to handcuff you. And really some of these elected officials potentially creating a constitutional crisis and potentially a violent situation, which you don't want to happen between law enforcement, God forbid state police,
right,
and say ICE and even Border Patrol, or even other details that might go to apprehend these dangerous criminals. And that's been very clear on Tom Homan's part. They're going after the multiple offenders who have very large rap sheets.
Exactly. And we'll be getting more into the cabinet and administrative picks in just a minute. Another sponsor we'd like to thank here at Right Side Broadcasting Network is Preborn Ministries. This Christmas, as we celebrate the gift of life, you have an opportunity to share that same gift with a mother and her baby. So imagine a young woman facing an unplanned pregnancy, feeling alone and unsure of what to do. She's searching online for hope, and that's where Preborn Ministries steps in. So you see some of that information right there on your screen. All you have to do is go to preborn.com/RSBN. For just $28, you can sponsor an ultrasound. And did you know, of course, you probably heard this before, did you know that when a woman sees her baby on an ultrasound, she is twice as likely to choose life? And it's, my wife and I just had a baby. She's 2.5 months old. It's our first baby. She's beautiful. You know what I mean? It's such a blessing. And it's great to be with all of you and a group of people here that support life.
It really is the most important thing, and that's why we're out here, because why does anything really else, what else matters if innocent life is not protected at the end of the day?
Exactly. So there's the website right there, preborn.com/RSBN, a wonderful and beautiful sponsor here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Before we dive into some more of the cabinet picks, as you see on the left side of your screen, New York, New York. And Bobby, you were there for the huge Madison Square Garden event with Elon
remarkable.
and Hulk Hogan and President Trump and everybody just watching that coverage. I mean, millions of people, I believe, watched that replay as well. I mean, it was a lot of people, and pretty cool to be there, huh?
Oh, it was extraordinary. And, really being in the hustle and bustle of New York City, such an iconic American city that I think about, our ancestors, and coming from Italian and Irish heritage for the most part, a sliver of Norwegian as well. They came in through Ellis Island. And to see that beautiful Statue of Liberty and the iconic tall buildings of really an urban landscape that is just rivals nothing else in this world. It's really the premier city. To see it showcased and the New York and New Jersey residents excited for President Trump, it was really a special moment. It was really, if you can make it in New York, you can make it anywhere, just as Frank Sinatra talked about. And President Trump has showed that with his career, whether it be in business, also serving in civics with fixing the ice rink, the Woolman ice rink, and taking on City Hall in so many different ways when he was a young entrepreneur. And now, of course, what we've seen as the 45th and soon to be 47th president of the United States. But, you know, the glitz and glam of New York, you have the maitre d's there. It's the French dining that is, of course, so remarkable in that city. Some of the best and the brightest in fashion and in the culinary world and in the arts. Again, coming to New York City to make it really in the world. And how good will it be when Operation Aurora goes through so that these cities can be safe again and enjoyed again and really honored again and showcased?
Exactly. So as you see there in New York City, you know, you're talking about Frank Sinatra. You know, of course, the best is yet to come, a great song. President Trump has said that too, and I believe that for our country. And we're really, let's just be straight up excited about the fact that President Trump has won, but for freedom, for truth, for the Constitution. So in New York City, you see that honored guest speakers include Steve Bannon, Nigel Farage, Dan Scavino, Corey Lewandowski. That's at the New York Young Republican Club Gala that's going to be there starting at 7 o'clock. So we've got a little bit of time until then. So thank you so much for joining us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Before we dive back into some more of the cabinet picks, we were talking about Charlie Kirk before. Talk about TPUSA in the sense of AmFest 2024 is right around the corner, Bobby.
That is the premier event for young Americans to really celebrate the victories not only of this election cycle, but how you can get on the ground, whether it be your city council, your school boards, the partnerships with great organizations like Run Gen Z. In many states, you could actually get on the ballot rather easily. Iowa's a good example. I believe you have to be 18 or 19 to be a state representative, and you only need 50 signatures to get on the ballot. Many don't know that. So why not jump in and go after civics to serve your community? And when you think about it, we look at our founding fathers as these almost, very, very old men. Some of the signers were 18 years old. Some of these men were actually, in today's terms, rather young, but they stood up to really tyrants and created the freest nation that the world has ever known. And this is a great organization. I'm a bit biased having worked for Turning Point USA, but it's a great way to learn how to activate on the ground. And don't worry, if you're not a high school student or a college student, please go as an adult and see all of the entertainment. And with America Fest, this used to be a small party, part of the Student Action Summit. It now has turned into its own conference because it's attracted country stars. Yeah. And it's a blast. You really have to enjoy it.
It's a massive, great event in Phoenix, Arizona, December 19th through the 22nd. And we will have that live coverage for you right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. But let's get to one of our other sponsors here, Patriot Addict. We just received another amazing offer from our sponsors there. They're giving 20% off of their Trump bullet glasses. So it's an amazing gift, of course. You see it right there. Patriot Addict Deals. Have you ever gone to their website? Because if you go on there, there's a million products for MAGA. It's awesome.
I honestly have to stay away from it because I bought the Trump Force 47 plane.
That's right. All right, so you have, the plane.
I have the plane. It's beautiful.
Is it awesome?
It's incredible.
You have to put that right here on the desk.
I need to bring it right here. It's when I move on down, and I'm in the middle of boxes right now. We're going to put this right on the desk so you can see it at home. It's really quite nice.
I love aviation, and Trump Force One's awesome. So, but also these products are great too. So patriotaddictdeals.com. You can get that glass right there. I think there's 20% off. That's right, 20% off if you use the RSBN code. It's RSBN20. So RSBN20, 20% off. A great sponsor here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. All right, let's move on to the former Florida Attorney General Pam Bondi, who is now being chosen for the U.S. Attorney General. So she, of course, will head up the Department of Justice. What a great pick there by President Trump.
This is very fair. I expect a large number of senators to support her And of course, Senator Fetterman out of Pennsylvania, maybe being the most vocal Democrat who really wants to work with President Trump, not only on tariffs and on China policy, but also speaking glowingly of Pam Bondi and, of course, his colleague, Senator Marco Rubio, who's up for the Secretary of State position. What's very neat about this approach to cleaning the Department of Justice is Pam Bondi's independent approach. She will, and has a history of this when she was the Florida Attorney General, letting the facts go where they will. Does not matter party, does not matter ideology. But if someone's broken the law and if that's to be pursued, really going into the lion's den and finding who needs to be held under equal justice. And that's President Trump's vision. And it shows you the restraint on his part, because we heard from his critics not only calling him Hitler and a fascist and all the ridiculous lies that they threw out there, but if anyone could be bitter about lawfare, it's President Trump. And he's the one who keeps saying we need to get past these political prosecutions, simply going after your political rival. It does not make sense. America's not about that. It's about letting the facts lead where they may, regardless of an R or a D next to your name. And I believe Pam Bondi is the best pick for that.
Definitely. If you're just joining us right now here on Right Side Broadcasting Network, Bobby McNeely, Matthew Alvarez, thank you so much for tuning in. We will be going to New York City shortly. Some great speakers tonight. It would be awesome to sit back and watch these speakers here on this Sunday night as, man, the news cycle is going to ramp up, isn't it, over the next weeks and months and years to come. It's
nonstop. And, of course, President Trump at the Army-Navy game yesterday, very historical. And I got goosebumps just that. Yeah, I studied music in college and in the opera department. To hear the chamber singers from the Army and the Navy coming together to sing such a beautiful national anthem, and to see those cadets at attention and their former and future president saluting in that moment. It's a special time for America, and we are so back. It's those traditional values that I think really came through at the ballot box this time around, and how special of a time to live in such a time as this, where we can choose to peacefully and patriotically transfer power simply by making a vote without any kind of weapon or guns being fired. We live in a beautiful country.
Exactly. And then in the RNC, huge credit to the RNC and many election integrity groups out there, as people had their eyes on everything when it came to this election. Right. Let's move on to the Secretary of Health and Human Services. Make America Healthy Again, RFK Jr. So a lot of people happy about that as well.
Very happy about that. And of course, he is one that is being ridiculed by some corporate media outlets. You might have heard this story that he had a personal attorney file an injunction regarding the FDA's overall look at the polio vaccine. And now there is a lot of fake news out there saying that he will ban the polio vaccine. That's not true. There's no history of Bobby Kennedy's work as an attorney challenging these different vaccines that he would want to ban anything like the polio vaccine. He said a number of times, we're not going that direction. What we will do is streamline the Department of Health and Human Services. Let's make sure that, transgender surgeries are not happening on minors. How about making sure that we know the origins of COVID and gain-of-function research? Perhaps we need to investigate people like Dr. Anthony Fauci and where that money was and is going, especially during the Biden administration. And again, whenever you have outsiders who have the experience to take this on, you're going to have this uniparty beast that is slowly dying off, that is making its last howls in its last few weeks here.
And if I recall, I read the Time magazine interview with President Trump recently, and they did talk about RFK Jr. and some of the vaccines within that interview. It's quite the long read, but good information there. And thanks to our COO, Grace Saldana, for passing that along a few weeks ago. Let's also talk about something that I think a lot of people are talking about, the drone situation. So we hear the Pentagon saying, well, that's not an Iranian mothership out there. And, they're just, everybody's saying and chiming in, who is it and what is it? Some say the U.S. government, all that kind of stuff. What drones are these? What are your thoughts just in general about it? We have no concrete evidence right here, so we're not going to report that. It's just a big talker right now in the country.
Well, here's the concern with the open border is that We really did not know who came through. It went unchecked. And you had situations where we've lost members of the military who will be brought back with back pay who did not take the vaccine. Well, we let migrants in who did not have to be vaccinated. And besides that, we had people coming from hundreds and hundreds of countries. This wasn't just Mexico per se. In fact, Mexico may be very low on the list of the total migrants. Of course, you have Central America, South America, some of these cities becoming safer than ever because even Venezuela emptied its prisons to go up the migrant path and to work with these coyotes to get people into the country and smuggling through labor and sex trafficking. It's been an awful time for our American border. In turn, who's coming in there? Are there Chinese spies? Are there Al-Qaeda terrorists? I'm sure people have gotten in who are not supposed to be here. And we've already seen the sad result of that with the Laken Riley case, which finally justice came to the family. I had watched that back on November 20th, and that was terrible to watch the victim impact statements of what these girls dealt with, who were like sisters to this lovely, beautiful student at the University of Georgia, and the guilt that they have, and seriously, the PTSD they have, because they now will think about going on an afternoon run. They were big avid joggers, and their friend was brutally murdered. So we now have a government who has not been honest and open with us in the Biden administration about so many things. So God only knows with these drones, but my concern is, are they looking for something that might have come up through our ports, through our southern border, because they have not been safe, and frankly, they have turned away from the advice of ICE and great professionals like Tom Homan who have dedicated their lives to this. Mr. Judson as well, who's going to be the ambassador to Chile now. They've completely disregarded what they wanted to put into place or even had in place during the first Trump administration.
Exactly. So we can look at the Chinese balloons. Remember those? That we didn't get a word from Biden or anybody until the whole country was talking about it. The whole world actually was talking about it. What's going on? And so now we're seeing a little bit of that round two, but not just one balloon, not two, but a bunch of sightings of these drones that are up there. So we'll follow that story here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. The Wellness Company, a great company to talk about.
I love it. And my tie is actually, I think, it's off to the side there, but we are, I match the little kit that we have.
One of the boxes.
One of the boxes that you may have seen on prior broadcasts, but we love this. MakeCareGreatAgain.com. Of course, code RSBN for 15% off. If you need ivermectin, hydrochloroquine, we have Dr. Peter McCullough and great doctors behind this company to bring you the truth, and they really put their entire careers on the line. If you saw the last 4 years, and gosh, hasn't that been the truth with so many people who have really been canceled? And wow, how we came back with the ultimate re-election of President Donald Trump and this resurrection of the MAGA movement. But get this contagion emergency kit, because I was traveling with it when we were on the road, literally doing millions of miles, maybe thousands, but we did a lot of miles. And it was wonderful to crisscross the country talking to the great American people at home and at these rallies. But this is something great to have in your pantry. It's nice and lightweight if you're on a hike, because it's flu season right now, and with everything going on, even Germany, they released more bat flu, the different viruses for vaccines to really inoculate more of Germany, and it was actually mandated. That's a story that no one really knows about. So it's good to have this, because currently we don't have the MAGA administration quite in place. We still have Joe Biden at the helm and his cronies. So you want to make sure you protect yourself and get this great contagion emergency kit to have at home.
Definitely. MakeCareGreatAgain.com, RSBN promo code. We'll get you $45 off. So that's pretty good. $45 off RSBN promo code. So you're saying you have a lot of mileage on your. So do you have any extra Delta points you can throw my way? Or
I'd be very happy to. We might have to take a trip at some point. And Hartsfield-Jackson, of course, there's direct flights to really anywhere in the world.
That's true.
It's a lovely airport if you can handle just the amount and the volume of millions of people going in there all day and every day. And a shout out to those employees, because they keep it so clean. I mean, it's really a great airport.
Yeah, the busiest airport on planet Earth. Quite the place there. I believe we're going to Birch Gold next. Birch Gold Group. All you do is text Trump to 989898. Actually, that's a beautiful looking ad there. Christmas silver giveaway. I can tell you more about that here in a second. So if you open a gold IRA with Birch Gold Group and you'll get free silver coins shipped directly to your home. So all you do is text Trump to 989898 once you purchase a product with Birch Gold Group. Up until December 20th, you'll get that offer of the free silver coins. And, you know, the BRICS nations we've talked about before, right. Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, and others, using their local currency instead of using our US dollar. So then, of course, that fluctuates. Our financial situation's terrible. It's always great to have gold, silver, and precious metals. Even with Maganomics, it will still be great to have that as a backup plan.
Well, and this is what's so exceptional about President Trump and his deal-making abilities. He's actually going back to the Monroe Doctrine, which really was preventing European aristocracies from meddling in young America's their trade routes, and especially their trading with other countries at that time. China, in the last 20 years, thanks to people like Joe Biden, brought the Chinese Communist government into the World Trade Organization. And they've become more financially powerful and influential throughout the world. And South America does the bulk of its trading with China because they're really, in a sense, slaves to the global market because China has really bullied them into that positioning. Using the Monroe Doctrine and laws that we have on the books, we will be able to really make the dollar strong and great again, and perhaps again trade with our Saudi partners when it comes to oil, energy, and again, drill baby drill. This country here, we have liquid gold under our feet, and as the great Elon Musk explains, it really will not affect the global warming over time. And he really had a very scientific position that he spoke of on that I really can't speak to quite like him because he's one of the smartest men out there. But we have a lot to not only take care of our environment, but take care of ourselves. We can do two in the same.
Exactly. Before we get to our next sponsor, if you're just joining us right now here on Right Side Broadcasting Network, I'm Matthew Alvarez alongside Bobby McNeely. We'll be going to New York soon. Some great speakers, as you see on the bottom of your screen. Steve Bannon, when he gets on that stage, he can let it go sometimes. It's going to be a great speech there. Nigel Farage, how about Reform UK? I mean, doing great things in the United Kingdom. Mm-hmm. Dan Scavino, the legend Dan Scavino, who has covered President Trump and obviously a good friend of President Trump since 2015 in the sense of the social media posts that he's done.
Right.
And all of the great videos. Corey Lewandowski, of course, working under the first Trump administration, back at it again here, coming up to do great things for the president. So that's all coming up. 7 o'clock will be the start time for that. PatriotAddict.com is one of our sponsors here. You can get 20% off of that item right there by using RSBN 20 for the promo code. And if you're just joining us, we were joking about the fact that Bobby purchased the Trump Force One kind of die-cast models, what's it called?
So it's the Trump Force 47. So it's really kind of a mix on his plane and also what he hopes to have with the new Air Force One. Of course, remember he had that design that he kept in the Oval Office that somewhat looked like Trump Force 47, and we'll see if that changes with the new Boeing agreement to really modernize that fleet of beautiful planes. And of course, it was really special being on the campaign trail, of course, because there were just moments that we had up close and personal time with Trump Force 47 and the fact that it would do flyovers, and it's really something to see a 757 come very, very close, right overhead, and really everyone got a kick out of it with the Top Gun theme, of course, being played.
We'll talk about that in just a second. We'll continue with this real quick. 20% off the Trump 45 class there. We're told just now that there's actually they're super limited. Since they're handmade and they're not sure how long they're going to last. So you can get 20% off of that class right there. All you do is use the promo code RSBN 20. So PatriotAddictDeals.com. Back to your point, Top Gun, awesome movie. The Maverick movie, awesome as well. My family's in town for the holidays. My mother-in-law, for the first time, saw Top Gun and Maverick. And she's like, wow, these were great movies. It was awesome, right?
It's classic Americana. I don't usually do this, but I went to the movie theaters 4 times for the sequel, and I got to do the 4D ride. Oh, that was
really
off the hook.
Wait, yeah. There's a movie theater and you do a 4D ride? What are you talking about?
Well, I mean, in Atlanta, Atlantic City is or Atlantic Station, I'm sorry.
Okay.
It would be Midtown, roughly. They actually have a 4D ride for
Top Gun
action,
Maverick thing?
Or just a 4D in general.
Oh, okay, I got
But certain films like that
Yeah.
would work with how it was filmed. So, for example, we were actually moving in the chair as if you're going up and doing the G's or the parts, not to spoil the movie, there is an accident during the movie, I have not seen the sequel, of birds actually coming into the engine. You feel kind of the flappingness in the wind, and it actually kind of startles you for a moment. And it was rather funny because someone actually had popcorn beforehand. Because, I mean, who always goes to a 4D movie with the ride and everything, and the popcorn was going everywhere.
I don't know, do I live under a rock? I never heard of a 4D movie.
This is the first time. I never experienced it until this, and it's not 3D in the sense of the 3D glasses or even an IMAX.
Yeah.
It's simply a ride that's mixed into, so you can feel what's actually happening in there and just feel the essence of maybe what a fighter pilot would. And it seems very real. I mean, I've been up in planes. I haven't been in a fighter jet myself, but I've been in high-speed planes, if you will, and wow, that was
sometimes they take journalists up in the Blue Angels. We should do something like that. That'd be kind of cool.
That's a pitch to the Blue Angels. If you're watching, we would love to do that. We will go on site for that. And actually, a very funny thing, Mr. James Corden, the comedian, the late night host, actually went up with Tom Cruise, who is a pilot, for about a 10-minute segment on his show, and that was rather funny because he never really flew before, and he started doing the dives, and it really bothered him. So
it's pretty cool stuff.
It's actually pretty funny.
A shout out to all of you guys in the Air Force out there, Army, Navy, Coast Guard, of course, Marines, and Space Force. Let's move on to some more cabinet picks. Brooke Rollins from the great state of Texas to serve as the 33rd United States Secretary of Agriculture. So currently, Rollins is the president and CEO of the America First Policy Institute. She's from Glen Rose, Texas. This according to Successful Farming, this magazine. She grew up on a family farm, participated in FFA, where she served as a state officer and 4-H. Rollins stayed involved with both of those organizations and has been hands-on in the show cattle careers of her 4 children. So the Rollins family, they live in Texas. So what a perfect pick. See, President Trump, he's a common sense guy. He's like, okay, well, that person would be perfect for this job.
And it will be interesting to watch where these agencies perhaps will leave Washington, D.C. and go out into the rest of America so they can live amongst fellow citizens. And certain agencies should be in certain places based on where they dominate, regionally, or where they're most affecting that corridor of America. And that will be good to see because it gets the bureaucrats out of just talking to each other on K Street and actually speaking to people and dining with people and going to the movies with them and church with them on Main Street. It makes it's common sense.
Exactly. And a shout out to the farmers out there as well. I remember doing some the Iowa caucus traveling, for President Trump, and a wonderful state there. Wonderful to see the amount of acreage, though. There's, I don't even remember the numbers, but it was a big number, of course, of farming that's in Iowa and throughout the country. So a big shout out to you guys. Our border czar, immigration border expert Tom Homan. I know Bobby was referring to Mr. Homan a little bit earlier. Is it Border 911, right? I mean, he's all about getting this job done, and he is going to get that job done under President Trump's watch.
With the Riley family, Lake and Riley, with the Nungary family, Tom Homan is tired of seeing brutal rapes and murders that have happened because of this open border policy. And those horrible crimes happen throughout the country, but the key thing about this is all preventable based on national policy. And of course, our foreign policy. He has worked for 6 presidents. Tom Homan is not an ideologue. He is the ultimate law enforcement officer and has dedicated his life to this. And a lot of these people, including the Homan family, have now been threatened. And a lot of that may have been from overseas, but also because of fake news outlets and because of lies that have been swirled out there in the stratosphere. Many people have been threatened because perceiving what they actually do believe, and people have taken things into their own hands, which that should never happen. Violence should never happen because of political discourse. Regardless, these are experts who are literally putting their lives on the line to help save America. And Tom really is a man I deeply respect because he's tired of seeing the horrible things he's seen over his career.
Exactly. We'll be getting to a number of cabinet picks, administrative picks in just a minute, and we're going to get to some sponsors here. It's the bottom of the hour, approaching the bottom of the hour. In about a half an hour, we'll be going to New York City. It's in Lower Manhattan where this great gala is going to take place. It's the New York Young Republican Club. Well, they're holding their 112th gala tonight, and you can see the speakers there on the screen. You'll be seeing them here live on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Thank you so much for joining us, and thank you to Preborn Ministries for sponsoring this broadcast. This Christmas, as we celebrate the gift of life, you have an opportunity to share that same gift with a mother and her baby. Imagine a young woman facing an unplanned pregnancy, feeling alone and unsure of what to do, searching online for hope. Enter the great people at Preborn Ministries. All you have to do is go to preborn.com/RSBN. You can actually sponsor a $28 towards ultrasounds, which we're told when the woman sees an ultrasound, she's 2 times more likely to choose life. So they will actually match that. There's a grant out there. So anything you do to help, I mean, this is a very popular group there, preborn.com/RSBN. Moving on to, I believe it's Birch Gold Group. Is that correct, guys? Okay, wellness company. We'll go to wellness, and then we'll go to Birch Gold Group in just a minute. You can see ivermectin, one of the great medications there. Hydroxychloroquine, Z-Pak. And you said you already have one of the kits.
I have one of the kits. I brought it along with me on the campaign trail, and it was nice to have that just in case anything got too serious with a viral or bacterial infection. Of course, lots going on. It's flu season, and there have been talk of the bird flu happening, and we've seen that in Germany with so much inoculation and actually mandated vaccines, a story that really has not been talked about in the Western world. So make sure you can take care of yourself at any given moment with these time-tested, great medications out there for you. MakeCareGreatAgain.com.
And then, of course, the CDC talking about this quad-demic. If you haven't heard of it, you can look it up. I mean, they're talking about RSV, they're talking about the flu, COVID, the common cold. So, I mean, we know how things went with the whole COVID thing back in the day. We're talking about how that all got started. We get that. But still, regardless, having medication that is going to really be helpful and really work is ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, Z-Pak, and more. So MakeCareGreatAgain.com, RSBN for that $45 off, 15% off. A great sponsor here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Birch Gold Group. Of course, you had that silver coin. You gave it to the man himself.
He really enjoyed it. He went, oh, wow. He really enjoyed it when he saw it. And it was a special gift to the President of the United States. And soon to be 47, we are just a few short days away. My goodness, 36 days until Inauguration Day. But a Christmas silver giveaway, a free silver American Eagles with a purchase of anything by December 20th in this great portfolio. I mean, wonderful patriots have endorsed the Birch Gold Group, whether that be Ron Paul or even Steve Bannon, who will be speaking tonight. And if you just text Trump to 989898, you could see your free gold guide and actually get that in the mail to really plan out how you can diversify your 401k or IRA, or even transfer that into precious gold, silver, and metals, just to make sure you're safe in these inflationary times. Because even with the great Trump policies that are just days away, we have to deal with what the Biden administration has done to harm this country. And the American dollar right now is sadly weak.
Exactly. So all you have to do is text Trump to 989898 for more information. You get a free info kit on gold, silver, precious metals as well. PatriotAddict.com. You see that Trump bullet glass right there. You can get 20% off by using the RSBN 20 promo code. So PatriotAddictDeals.com. I have a bunch of great products on that website, including this one right there. There are a limited quantity left on that product. And you can see the signature of the 45th and soon-to-be 47th president on the bottom of that glass. So PatriotAddictDeals.com, 20% off. RSBN 20 is that promo code. Let's move on now to the U.S. Ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee. Of course, you're looking on the right side of your screen there, or the left side of your screen, of New York City. We'll be going out there in just a bit. What a great pick. Talk about a down-to-earth guy that's going to get the job done, Mike Huckabee. An absolute slam dunk, and we all know Governor Huckabee from his tenure as, of course, governor of Arkansas, and now his successor, his lovely daughter, Sarah Huckabee Sanders, doing an amazing job in Arkansas, and the youngest governor
in America right now. So that's really exciting. But also, this is a man of great, deep biblical faith. He has really a deep love for the Jewish people and the Holy Land. And I think will work deeply with not only the Israeli government, but really all players in the area to make sure that it is free for Christians, Jews, and Arabs to all worship at their sites and even worship together and come to a better understanding. This is a gentleman who wants to put peace through strength into action. And it makes very clear to our enemies, especially the Iranian government, that enough is enough. We won't tolerate terrorism. People are free inherently, and they should be able to access their holiest of sites, regardless of their religious background.
President Trump spoke about this a lot in that Time magazine interview recently because he was questioned about it when it comes to the Middle East, when it comes to Ukraine and Russia, and others out there. And he simply said, I want peace and I want the killing to stop. You know,
right.
That is his stance, and that's a beautiful stance to have. Mm-hmm. And you know he's not a war president because he didn't start any new wars. He's not into any of that kind of stuff. So great to have a common sense leader in office once again. How about that Truth Social post that President Trump did recently showing all of the presidents, their names and the picture busts on all of them from George Washington down to President Trump, right? And it was just pretty cool to see his picture and then Biden and then his picture again. It's just wonderful to see that.
Joe Biden will be forever surrounded by Donald Trump's name in the history books. And what a great, truly a comeback. And I've been enjoying, whether it be True Social or different social media outlets and users putting together memes and collages of the pictures of, someone actually said too, from the felony photo in Atlanta, Georgia, all the way to working at McDonald's, to the garbage truck, and so many other iconic moments in this campaign, to then ringing the bell at the New York Stock Exchange the other day. If this is not proof that you can change your life in a year, you're not dreaming big enough.
Exactly. And I believe that was ALX on X or Truth Social as well. Shout out to everybody out there, you know, the Dilly Meme team, Carly Bonet, the real Toria Brooke, whoever is saying, you know what, let's bring to the forefront the narrative of truth here.
Right.
And they do it in such a way that is awesome. You have photos, you have videos, you have music videos. And this is a way to really grab the attention of people that are, 18 to 24 years old, no?
Well, and look at Barron Trump's advice to his father. You know, you really need to go on these podcasts, whether it's Theo Vaughn to Joe Rogan, and really everyone in between. The Undertaker, of course, President Trump going on his podcast. Towards the end of that campaign, if you opened your computer or looked at your phone, President Trump was everywhere and really communicating with the American people in these very personal conversations, very open conversations, talking about things like addiction and everything that, his wonderful brother Fred Trump went through as an alcoholic and how that affected a young Donald Trump's life and really his outlook on how he would work towards success and work for the betterment of society as a result of that. So President Trump is really uniquely an expert on so many things, and it's because he's such a great listener, and he surrounds himself with people who are subject matter experts. And it sounds silly, and even our far left commentary and critics even said this about me, but I thought it was rather funny. But I'll say it again. That's why President Trump is so precise at things. If you notice at McDonald's, he was learning how to do the job. He's obsessed with the minute and the meticulous nature of how to get a job done. And that's why he has one of the most successful businesses in the whole of human history.
Exactly. And he started out, with a small, we say small loan comparatively to the real estate moguls out there, but he could have taken that money and he could have just squandered it.
Right.
And then called it a day. Oh, I like that Lamborghini. I like that house. Okay, I've got a couple $100,000 left. No, what did he do? He made himself great, He could
have been a Hunter Biden, and he was not. No, he wanted to build on a great legacy from his father, from his grandfather, learning the real estate business, and he even told his dad, I'm going to Manhattan. We grew up in Queens. There's Manhattan. I'm going to dominate that part of town. And he did, and it's benefited countless people. And that's something I've been fortunate enough to enjoy some Trump golf or just visiting different properties. Of course, the Trump Hotel that is now a Waldorf Astoria, the old post office in Washington, D.C. Just the professionalism of the employees, really the enjoyment that they have working there, especially enjoying the Trump Tower in Chicago. I've never heard once was this idea of I don't like working here. Mm-hmm. Everyone was valued at that company.
Exactly. All right, we're going to have a couple more sponsors here in just a minute, but we do know, of course, America has voted for a majority of the country has voted for reform here in America. Elon Musk talking about that, and we're going to watch, of course, the promises made, promises kept. You know, mm-hmm. He made a lot of these 20 great promises that we know pretty well here at Right Side. Everything from sealing the border to defending the Constitution to securing elections and on. We're looking forward to seeing that happen, that reformation here in the country. All right, let's go to a number of our sponsors. We can start out with Preborn Ministries, prebornministries.com or preborn.com/RSBN for more information. This Christmas, as we celebrate the gift of life, you have an opportunity to share that same gift with a mother and her baby. If someone's searching online for hope, and that's where Preborn Ministries can step in. Preborn is, we're told, the largest pro-life organization in the country. They're leading the charge to end the atrocities of abortion. So every day they sponsor free ultrasounds for women on average save more than 200 babies a day, offering help and resources for up to 2 years after a baby is born. So for this Christmas, just $28, you can sponsor one ultrasound. And thanks to a special matching grant, your gift is doubled. So to donate, go to preborn.com/RSBN. That's preborn.com/RSBN. And I believe we have Birch Gold Group as well.
Birch Gold, a great way to hedge against inflation. And we have a Christmas silver giveaway. Of course, a free silver American Eagles with purchase by December 20th. And what a nice gift that would be, maybe to friends or family who are looking to diversify their 401k or IRA, put that into gold, silver, and precious metals. Such a beautiful way to deal with all the inflationary rates and a weakened American dollar thanks to the Biden regime. Text Trump to 989898. And this is a great group of people. Even President Trump, a huge fan, as we spoke of with that fight silver coin. He has one himself that I was able to present to him back in Aurora, Colorado in October. So he is a big fan himself. So text Trump to 989898. Get that free kit so you can find out how to diversify your assets and savings. And it's a good thing to look into.
All right, so it's the countdown to Inauguration Day, 36 days and counting. If you've been watching some of our Road to 47 episodes each week, we have one coming up on Wednesday. And then on top of that, not later in the week, Thursday through Sunday, AmFest 2024. I mean, we've got great speakers tonight in New York City. I mean, Dan Scavino, Corey Lewandowski, Nigel Farage, Steve Bannon. These are really good speakers. It's going to be great tonight. Wait until AmFest as well. That'll continue on. That's coming up on Thursday. That's going to be some great coverage.
And it's an annual event every December 19th through the 22nd. So get on out to Phoenix, Arizona, State 48 to enjoy the top of this conservative populist MAGA movement and some of the best speakers and perhaps newest cabinet members who will address everything that they will tackle that they've worked on, like Miss Brooke Rollins with AFPI and Linda McMahon, who they kept pushing those policy points, and that was so great about. It was really a 4-year campaign. And from the Policy Institute standpoint, they would go and put on different seminars about why these policies helped so many different Americans across our great nation.
Exactly. And if you can't get out to the Grand Canyon State in Arizona, you can watch it right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. We'll have 4 consecutive days of live coverage from AmFest, from Phoenix. We'll have our RSBN crew there giving us the live feed of the event, so it'll be great to see the amount of awesome speakers. So we have 36 days until the inauguration. We have 17 days until the new year, 10 days until Christmas and Hanukkah on December 25th, of course, other celebrations out there. But man, it's around the corner. And President Trump saying recently on Truth Social, the golden age has already begun. So wonderful to see that. Also, the Senate confirmation process for presidential appointees, will be following that as it happens. We're going to get back into a number of people here that we can discuss some of the cabinet picks and the administrative picks. Once again, thank you so much for joining us here on Right Side. I know a lot of you guys miss the rallies. I miss the rallies. I'm sure Bobby misses the rallies. Great times. But you know what's really awesome is at AmFest, he's going to be speaking in Phoenix. So it's going to be kind of like a rally. So
it's a little precursor to maybe the thank you tour that will happen.
Hopefully.
We'll see. It took the first term, that first year. I was at the first rally actually in Phoenix, Arizona, back when I was working for Turning Point USA. And that was a great kickoff to the thank you tour on a hot evening, August of 2017. But big primetime players came out. Then Vice President Mike Pence, and of course, Dr. Alveda King, Secretary Ben Carson, the Reverend Franklin Graham, who has been side by side praying for our nation and again, taking care of the wonderful people in Western North Carolina. And we thank you to his great ministries who really have been on the forefront, taking care of their fellow brethren in their time of need, unlike FEMA that really left Americans to be hungry and be cold and to lose their property and not know where to turn. So we thank the Reverend Franklin Graham and so many other great charities who work so hard, including Samaritan's Purse. That's his organization.
Exactly. And those of you out there, we the people that stepped up and filled that gap in Western North Carolina and Georgia and other parts of the country, that's what we do. We're Americans, and we're pretty awesome, let's be honest.
It's a good people.
Yeah, definitely good people. All right, so the wellness company, MakeCareGreatAgain.com. You can use the RSBN promo code. You're going to get, I think it's 15% off, and that's about $45 off of these kits. And if one of our producers can actually come in here to the studio and bring us one of the kits, that'd be great. They're actually over there. We can't kind of walk over there live, but we could show you the kits that have ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, a Z-Pack, and more. And we'll show you those kits in just a second. Now, you can get these at a good price. And of course, the RSBN promo code. Thank you
so much.
You've got this one here, and this is the one that matches Bobby's tie, of course. I joked with him on the way in. I said, man, you're going to have to hold that one there.
There we are.
But a great product. So you ordered yours, and then how long did it take to get there? You opened it up, nice packaging and everything.
Really just a couple of weeks, and nice packaging. Everything was there. And you can see how light it is. Just very easy to take on the road with you, keep in the pantry, or a backpack, even when you're out hiking, whatever it is that you're doing, keeping it close by just in case you start to get those sniffles and it's something more serious.
So MakeCareGreatAgain.com, RSBN is the promo code for 15% off. All right, we've been talking about getting back into the cabinet picks. Let's do it. The Secretary of the DOD, the Secretary of Defense, or the Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth. Having someone that served in the military, that has a lot of history there, doing great things for our country. A great pick again by President Trump.
And putting the American soldier first. And he is someone who has great experience to lead this organization. And he really is the one who is truly on the front lines right now, taking the invisible bullets of the uniparty, of people who want to drag his personal life into this, something he's been very open about, of past failures or relationships that did not work. But I thought it was really beautiful. Speaking to Megyn Kelly in an interview, he said that I have my two J's. It's Jenny and Jesus, his wife, and of course his Lord and Savior. And someone, when he was on Fox and Friends on the weekend, would always salute at the end and just said, make sure you go to church today, because of course the coverage on Saturday and Sunday. For someone to step out of a role in media, highly competitive, lots of fun. We have such a blast together to really bring you unbridled coverage of what's happening on the ground in America. To leave that to go and serve his fellow soldiers and making sure that no one's left behind on that battlefield, this is the best thing for the Pentagon possible, because sadly, as President Eisenhower, that great general who helped defeat the world, rid it of communism and fascism, warned us as he left the presidency, there is a military-industrial complex that is working against its own citizens, and we have seen that in the modern era. And Pete Hegseth and President Donald Trump will take this head on and put the American soldier first.
make our military great again. Bobby and I and others here at Right Side, we saw those rallies, as did you, we the people. President Trump would show those videos. Half of the, someone just, what were they saying? It's so funny. We just were getting told something totally different there for a second. Let's get back to it. So the videos, though, the Make the Military Great Again videos, showing the military of how it is now, right? The weakness of the leadership out there. And then we know that Pete Hegseth and others are going to make it great again. So looking forward to that. Let's move on to DOGE, Department of Government Efficiency. Elon Musk working in conjunction with the great American Vivek Ramaswamy, paving the way for President Trump's administration to dismantle government bureaucracy, slash excess regulations, cut wasteful expenditures, and restructure federal agencies essential to the Save America movement. This is a powerful group right there. Vivek, Elon, President Trump taking care of business.
And look how Elon Musk has taken on a public entity like Twitter, of course a private company, but how much that has influenced the thinking and shaping of a culture. And he did it by streamlining really what is at X now. He kept those really crucial, essential employees. And Vivek and Elon, with their business backgrounds, I think will be able to really make sure that the pork and the fat is trimmed from the federal government, and these jobs that people are simply making a paycheck and not doing much, they just ultimately have to go, because as Senator Rand Paul has talked about, really the greatest threat to our national security, other than this current administration, is the national debt. And we're paying more on the interest now than ever before. We're nearing $40 trillion of debt, and it's skyrocketed with Joe Biden. Under his administration, in 4 short years, if you take every other administration combined, they don't touch nearly what the Biden administration has spent.
Exactly. Next is Dan Scavino. Speaking tonight, he will return to the White House as an assistant to the president and deputy chief of staff. Scavino was a Trump campaign senior advisor and remains one of President Trump's longest serving and most trusted aides. Obviously, a lot of people, he's got millions of people that follow him on X and Truth Social, and gets always those great vantage points. He and Margot Martin as well, but it's pretty awesome to see that obviously he'll be continuing on there. Before we get to that next sponsor, we have about 10 minutes until the program will start in New York City. We were going to talk about, and we still can, Tulsi Gabbard, Doug Burgum, Linda McMahon. We can tackle that in just a second. PatriotAddictDeals.com. RSBN 20 is a promo code that you can use for the 45 Trump bullet glass right there, PatriotAddictDeals.com. We're told there's not many left, so if you'd like to get your hands on that, all you have to do is go to PatriotAddictDeals.com. Again, a lot of great products on that website, PatriotAddictDeals.com. All right, Bobby, your choice. Doug Burgum, Tulsi Gabbard, Linda McMahon. Who do you want to talk about first?
Oh, that's tough, because they're all three incredible people. But I think I'm most excited about Tulsi Gabbard serving in the DNI role, because this is someone who's been investigated by her own government simply for speaking out, again, on the military-industrial complex. She became an obsession of Hillary Clinton, of wanting to target her. And, of course, perhaps no one did it better. Tulsi Gabbard, as a 2020 candidate for president, as a Democrat, really calling out Kamala Harris's policies when she was a prosecutor, and how many people she put behind bars for low-level drug crimes in order to really ascend herself into national political talk and even state political talk. And of course, she went on to be Attorney General of the great state of California. But Tulsi Gabbard was really became the ire of Hillary Clinton and Kamala Harris, because she's a principled woman who, served in the military, has stood up for the country, is really one of the toughest and best of the best. And I think she'll get to the bottom of what's actually happening with our national intelligence programs.
Exactly. So the Director of National Intelligence, the Governor of North Dakota, Doug Burgum, will serve as the Secretary of the Interior, and the chairman of National Energy Council. You were talking about before, drill, baby, drill, right?
Right.
And I talked to the Secretary of State out of West Virginia the other day, Mac Warner, who was talking about the importance of clean, even coal, that kind of thing. So there's a lot of different energy out there that we can use. I know that Doug Burgum, of course, in North Dakota, a lot of land right up there to take care of, too, when it comes to the possibility of drill, baby, drill, even in that state. So that'll be great to see that. And let's talk about America First Policy Institute. Linda McMahon, the president of that, or the founder of the AFPI, a former administrator of the Small Business Administration. She'll be the United States Secretary of Education. President Trump wanting to bring it back to the states with everything there. So a lot to be cleaned up with our government.
Well, and specifically with Ms. McMahon and Kelly Loeffler, who will now be at the Small Business Administrator, likely with that Senate confirmation. These are two positions where President Trump is really asking them, let's really end this, bring it back to the states, or make it a lot smaller and steady, streamline it so it's not so bloated. In addition to DOGE, which is tasked with July 4th, 2026, a deadline for its full report and full recommendations, if things aren't even slashed by then, I'm sure they will be, on the 250th birthday of America. These next 18 months for these specific four people, that's Linda McMahon, Kelly Loeffler, Vivek Ramaswamy, and Elon Musk, really tasked with hitting the ground really fast, very quickly, and I have full confidence that the four of them can do that.
Exactly. All right, so before we talk about our next sponsor, Steve Bannon, Nigel Farage, Dan Scavino, Corey Lewandowski, we're going to talk about them after a commercial break in just a second. Of course, they're speaking tonight at the New York Young Republican Club Gala. They're in Lower Manhattan. We'll be talking about them in just a second. Before we go to commercial, let's talk about Preborn Ministries. So this Christmas, as we celebrate the gift of life, you have an opportunity to share that same gift with a mother and her baby. All you have to do is go to preborn.com/RSBN. Imagine if you are a young woman facing an unplanned pregnancy, feeling alone and unsure of what to do, searching online for hope. That's where Preborn Ministries steps in. Preborn is the largest pro-life organization in the country. They're leading the charge to end the atrocities of abortion. Every day, they sponsor free ultrasounds for women and, on average, save more than 200 babies a day, offering help and resources for up to 2 years after a baby is born. So this Christmas, for just $28, you can sponsor one ultrasound. And thanks to a special matching grant, your gift is doubled. So to donate, all you have to do is go to preborn.com/RSBN, a wonderful group there and a wonderful sponsor here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. For Bobby McNeely, I'm Matthew Alvarez. We'll see you on the other side of this commercial break.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
A large retail store just canceled a huge order, leaving us with a ton of extra MyPillows. But you know what? That's their loss. I'm going to make it your gain. For the first time ever, you get standard classic MyPillows for wholesale prices, only $14.88. I can't believe I'm even saying that. Only $14.88. But it gets even better. For a limited time, I'm going to offer my entire classic collection at wholesale prices. Upgrade to a queen-size MyPillow for just $18.88. King size, only $1 more. Get my body pillows for $29.88 and multi-use MyPillows for only $9.88. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on the screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of wholesale pricing for the first time ever on TV, including my standard size MyPillow, only $14.88. They've never been offered this low before. We have limited quantities at this price, so limit's going to be 10, and once they're gone, they're gone.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interviewed the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First news. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Welcome back to Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm Matthew Alvarez alongside
Bobby McNeely. It's a joy to be here with you, the Mr. Magnificent Matthew Alvarez. I haven't said that in about a month.
Yeah, you haven't said that. I've been going through the magnificent withdrawals. But, the brilliant Bobby McNeely here in studio, here in Alabama. Man, again, millions of miles, I feel like, traveled with you and, all of our hosts, for all of that campaign coverage. That was quite the time, wasn't it?
It was a special time, and like that Luke Bryan song for the country fans out there, I do believe most people are good. It was really interesting to talk to the American people about why they would stand in line in the heat or the cold, or bring family as well to go see a former president, but potentially the future president. And that came true on November 6th in the early morning hours, just after Election Day, where Donald Trump did really something very historical. Only one other person, Grover Cleveland, to serve 2 non-consecutive terms as President of the United States. An amazing campaign, as we've been recapping all of that and what's been really taking place in the last few weeks, whether it's been just the atrocious final movements of the Biden administration, or that Trump effect of having people like Prime Minister Trudeau, who really want to cooperate, even though politically don't really align with President Trump. Of course, he came down to visit him at Mar-a-Lago to talk about all of the tariffs and how we can work in congruence and continuity to make North America safe and strong. And President Trump already stopping a migrant caravan through the Mexican government because he said, look, if you continue to do this, tariffs, 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 they work.
Yeah, and it was going to be 25% tariffs, Mexico and Canada, a 10% additional with China. I mean, it was all these numbers thrown around, and right away, you have these leaders, these heads of states, these dignitaries calling President Trump and the team and being like, hey, let's back off of that. And then jokingly, President Trump on Truth Social saying that Justin Trudeau is the governor of the great state of Canada. How awesome was that? That's pretty fun to see, President Trump still speaking truth but using comedy. I mean, did he not do that during every speech too, right? He was always up there. He'd speak serious, but man, he would tell you a joke here too as well.
And it was that almost self-deprecating type of humor that was really beautiful on the campaign trail. And when we were in Green Bay, Wisconsin, when Brett Favre, the legend from the Green Bay Packers, came out to endorse President Trump, and then that was the same day as the garbage truck incident. An incredible rapid response team, and kudos to the communications team and people like Sidney Coons, just outstanding press leads for President Trump, who got that job done, and really at every request he may have had, or even the ideas that they had put forward to make a point. And of course, you saw the Trump Vance garbage truck and him in his orange vest leaning out the window saying, "This is in honor of Joe and Kamala." And it was that humor. And then he came out and gave the speech in that vest. It was a remarkable thing to experience and to watch. And again, the cherry on top, getting to speak to the American people in real time.
Exactly. And then, him serving fries at McDonald's, people going through the drive-thru and even offering the media some French fries and I was going to say a Frosty, but that's Wendy's, of course, but some ice cream. So it was great to watch. So many highlights. Those are some of the fun lights, but man, there were some epic moments, as you guys know, and a lot of you watched it right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. And if it wasn't for Birch Gold Group and other advertisers and donations here in the network, we wouldn't be able to bring you any live coverage. So thank God for these great patriots and sponsors. So all you have to do is text Trump to 989898 for more information on a gold, silver, and precious metals, tax-sheltered IRA, 401k, everything to hedge against inflation. Mm-hmm. It's always good, too, if you have a little bit of savings or a lot of savings, to diversify a bit.
Right. It's really essential because we have a situation where the debt is skyrocketing. We're near $40 trillion of that. We're mostly paying on our interests now, and it's made the Chinese Communist Party emboldened. Of course, the BRICS nations and Saudi Arabia trading with these other nations and not working with the American petrodollar that they have done really since the Nixon administration. So the best way to protect yourself against inflation is really to diversify all of your savings. And that could be directly through your 401k or IRA with the gold, silver, precious metals, and now the Christmas silver giveaway. If you make a purchase with this wonderful organization, you get this free silver American Eagles coin purchased by December 20th. Text Trump to 989898. And of course, if you're not sure about purchasing right now, get that free gold guide and you can find out what's best for you and your family.
And that's all you have to do is text Trump to 989898 to get that info kit on gold, silver, and precious metals. Birch Gold Group, 5 days left on that Christmas silver giveaway. 10 days until Christmas time, so looking forward to it. All right, so tonight in New York City and Lower Manhattan is the New York Young Republican Club Gala. You can see people starting to file in there, kind of a nice digs, as they say, there in New York City. And let's talk about the speakers tonight. We've got, let's go in the order of the screen there. You've got Steve Bannon, Nigel Farage, Dan Scavino, and Corey Lewandowski. Let's start with Steve Bannon. How awesome is Steve Bannon? He's got a great show, The War Room, and does great things for our country. And obviously a good friend of President Trump, did 4 months in jail,
right.
Is now out, but a great patriot for our land.
Just like Peter Navarro, literally a political prisoner of the Biden administration, but it emboldened them, and they were both honored, as they put it, to do time, to serve time for the American Constitution and for the freedom of speech. Really, in so many ways, Steve Bannon is the godfather of this populist MAGA movement. He's someone who has fought for these issues really throughout his whole career, whether that was producing in Hollywood or whether that was working on these tariff issues, and his partnership with President Trump. And again, really fighting for those founding documents, and an incredible podcast, War Room, that gets so much information out there. And he is really a prince of a man, a gentleman of the highest order, and excited to hear what he has to say tonight, especially when it comes to getting President Trump's nominees for the cabinet over that threshold. And Republican senators really need to respond to the mandate that the American people gave them, or perhaps face a primary. We're at that point now.
Exactly. So with Steve Bannon tonight, will we get Steve Bannon where he's direct and speaking like he does on his show, or are we going to get the Steve Bannon that has spoken, whether it's CPAC or AmFest, where he really lets really lets his hair down?
Right.
So we're going to see. We'll have it right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Nigel Farage, the of course Reform UK leader in Great Britain. If you watched any videos out there out of the UK, when he would do speeches, they'd have fireworks in there, and he'd be walking around, and just cool lighting. And I'm a little bit of a political nerd, so I'm looking at a lot of other countries and how they run things, right? And Nigel Farage, man, we need what he's doing as well. Reform UK is basically what we're trying to do here. Reform the United States for, the taxes are too high, the cost of everything's too high,
right.
The borders open, all of the issues that President Trump ran on, we're going to reform that to good, and that's what we're looking forward to.
And of course, with their parliamentary system there, multiple parties, the two largest being the Conservative and the Labor parties, but really, as Mr. Farage has explained, really the Conservatives many times are really not quite conservative, nor are they really looking out for the best interests of the United Kingdom. Hence, this Reform UK party has really been the populist wing that has emerged as a coalition, very similar to the American MAGA movement. So if you could think of that in the sense of the Conservatives in the UK being like the Republicans, and Labour being like the Tony Blair's, the Liberal Democrats of America, but really both of them very much a uniparty in the UK, as we've experienced with Republican and Democrat leadership in Washington, D.C., and President Trump really being the embodiment of blowing up that system. Of course, peacefully and patriotically, we like to explain ourselves here in case Liz Cheney is watching.
Exactly. And to your point, I mean, the United Kingdom, the people there want what we are about to have.
Right.
They want freedom. They want protection and safety and security. They want common sense leadership. We have it here in America through President Trump and through his team. But it's not looking very good right now in the UK when it comes to very serious situations, when it comes to censorship and putting people behind bars for saying certain things.
Right.
It's really, really bad. So Nigel Farage is, I have so much respect for him, but also the fact that he's here in the States, you know, sharing his vision here. And just, this is becoming such a global movement in the sense of, you've got the people that are all on Team Freedom, and then you got the few that are into the tyrannical crap that's out there.
Well, and Nigel Farage being a leader on fighting for Western civilization, I mean, really going back to 1265 and his love for the Magna Carta, which really, we could trace roots from our own American Revolution to that, the sense that there is dignity in each and every human life, and it's really bestowed upon them by their creator. And this also creates geopolitical issues, Matthew, because when you look at the last decade of the Free Scottish movement, there has been a movement. It was shot down by a referendum, but many in Scotland looking to be again an independent nation. How does that affect global security in the Western Hemisphere? Well, many of the UK bases actually sit in Scotland. So if you were to have, say, the Scots remove themselves, and then you have Northern Ireland perhaps reunifying with Ireland, there's a movement there to have reunification of those 6 counties and to make all 36 counties the Republic of Ireland once again. Then you would just have Wales and England as the United Kingdom instead of the 4 countries as it currently stands. Problem is, those northern waters over Scotland, many Russian ships came over that during the Cold War and post the Cold War. So you had this geopolitical tension and struggle in international waters. How would that affect that if they continue these high inflationary rates? Because a lot of the Scottish people are saying, we can't continue to help bail out London. It's too expensive. So what about us as a free and independent people? So you have these discussions happening, and Nigel Farage is really the man for the moment because he understands the history of it, very much like a historian and well-read as is President Trump on these issues. So it would be exciting to see him serve as Prime Minister for our friends across the pond.
It would be great if he gets that position. That would be awesome for the United Kingdom. Let's move on to Dan Scavino there. He'll be speaking tonight as well. I'm looking right now on Truth Social, 1.54 million followers just on Truth, let alone on X, I'm sure many millions as well. And thank God for Truth Social and X as well for Right Side Broadcasting Network. We have more than 1 million on both, which is pretty awesome. Let's be straight up. The latest post from Dan Scavino on Truth Social shows a picture of Leo DiCaprio in one of the movies. Is it The Great Gatsby?
The Great Gatsby.
So he's cheering like this, and he goes, "Cheers to all my haters. Be patient. So much more is coming." That right there. But also a great photo of President Trump at the Army-Navy game recently. Vice President-elect J.D. Vance and incoming Senate Majority Leader John Thune. Just a black and white photo that he took there. I mean, he has so much access, obviously, being a part of that team. A senior advisor, a former deputy chief of staff, director of social media, and assistant to the president and the Trump White House. So it would be great to, I've never heard a speech from Dan Scavino at length. I did see he posted something the other day back in 2016 when President Trump won. President Trump called him up and he said a couple of things, and that was about it, because it was just kind of like, congratulatory comments. Tonight it'll be interesting to hear a whole speech from his perspective, being so close to everything,
Right.
So
it's right, and this is someone who knows him so well. A deep friendship. He started out as his caddy. He gave him great business opportunities, and again, really has an eye for talent, as he did pick, Senator J.D. Vance, someone who really rounded out that MAGA movement and also passing the baton to a younger generation. Of course, President Trump, really Dan Scavino in a sense is almost like another son to him. I mean, he's really been on his right-hand side and has done amazing things with social media, quite a guru, and someone who can learn very quickly on the fly and has proven that time and again. So I am interested to see what he has to say tonight. It's
just wild. Social media, the information age, we are in an instant able to get a live feed or a picture or a video of exactly what's happening. And it's just pretty cool technology. I know we've had it for quite a few years, but it's just still pretty awesome stuff. Let's talk about Birch Gold Group.
Birch Gold Group, this is what you need to do right now if you haven't. Text Trump to 989898, and you'll have access to this beautiful organization that President Trump is very fond of himself. Of course, if you watch our broadcast during the campaign, the free Fight Silver coin, you can now have access to a Christmas silver giveaway and a free silver American Eagle with any purchase by December 20th. That is 5 short days away, really 4.5, give or take now, for Christmas gifts. But what a wonderful way to diversify your 401k or IRA into precious gold, metal, silvers, all these things that can really be your hedge against inflation.
Exactly. So all you have to do is text Trump to 989898. You'll get a free info kit. I did this once before, and you'll get a text, and then you could see the info kit, whether it's digitally on your phone. They'll also give you a call and not push you at all. It's just they want to help you out. So this is definitely a great group right there, the Birch Gold Group. Text Trump to 989898. Next up, Corey Lewandowski, who was the first campaign manager of President Trump's 2016 presidential campaign. So, of course, it's bringing back some of the greatness of the 2016 whole campaign as well back into the White House again. So, this is going to be pretty awesome to see. I mean, President Trump is picking so many great people around him, but at the end of the day, we want to see the country reformed, and that takes a bit of time. But President Trump on day one,
really
he's actually already started. Like I said earlier, he already said the golden age has already begun. I was thinking it's going to be when, January 20th and on when he can make these executive orders or these moves, but he's already commander-in-chief in my book, because look at what he's doing. Going to France the other day,
absolutely.
Right, with Macron.
Right, the Notre Dame visit, and you have even First Lady Jill Biden seeming to have a very warm conversation with their political rival, President Donald Trump. She did not have a warm conversation on Veterans Day with the first or second gentleman, Doug Imhoff, and the vice president. And that's sad to see, of course, but it's a little bit of we're flies on the wall of what might be the internal components of relationships in very public life. But you saw Notre Dame and that beautiful reopening of such an important cathedral in Western civilization. And they received actually the what's believed to be the crown of thorns that was resided there and was not harmed, thank God, when that fire did happen. But so many eyes in the room on President Trump, and you see the jockeying and the positioning. Look how he's brought Vladimir Putin and Vladimir Zelensky to the table, the respective leaders of Ukraine and Russia. And both of those leaders speaking peace, even with all of the mess that has been more drone and missile attacks,
right,
and more money being sent over by our own government into Ukraine in these final days of the Biden administration. But at least those two leaders saying we might see an end because President Trump is wanting that himself. So you see the world is changing for the better, slowly but surely.
It is. And I was just speaking about Emmanuel Macron out of France, of course, just lost a recent election there. But to your point about the beautiful cathedral and the beautiful mass there, and then also President Trump being there, how about him joking as well on Truth Social with the seat that was for Emmanuel Macron's wife was supposed to be right here next to him, and then Jill Biden over here. Did you see the one where he's posting about his Trump cologne and his perfume? President Trump posts this as Jill Biden has these mesmerizing eyes looking over at Trump. And then President Trump posts that. I mean, who is this guy? We know who he is, but it's just, isn't it wild?
Well, I think that's what's brought his marketing prowess really brought so much even to the first campaign,
right,
and especially now, 8 short years later. But that's actually speaking to people when we were out on the campaign trail. That's how a lot of people, they weren't very political before Donald Trump. They said, they watched The Apprentice, they saw this and that, but it was really the humor that was behind it to really make a message get out there and to reach a number of different people, because it is funny.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like it was with any other president, right? You have somebody that's a common sense guy, an outsider. He gets the job done, but you can laugh a little bit on the way.
Right, exactly.
And I think that's very healthy, of course, to make America laugh again,
Right, exactly.
All right, so we are here in Alabama. You're looking at New York City, of course. We'll be going there soon as the 112th Gala for the New York Young Republican Club is hosting that event in Lower Manhattan. Steve Bannon, Nigel Farage, Corey Lewandowski, Dan Scavino Jr. to be speaking at that event. We'll bring you that live coverage. And then later in the week, a few programming notes. On Wednesday, 11 a.m. Eastern, is the Road to 47 as we continue to count down the Road to 47, Inauguration Day. And then on Thursday through Sunday, AmFest 2024 coverage right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. All of the speakers, we'll have them for you. We'll have our crew out there getting us a live feed. And a lot of traveling. I still can't believe the amount of traveling this guy did towards the end of the campaign season there. But let's just re-rack and talk about November 5th real quick. And we were here in the studio alongside Christina Loren as well, and we had a number of people out in the field as well. But when you read that President Trump won the state of Georgia, and then when I talked about him winning the state of Pennsylvania, and then the presidency, right? There was an overwhelming feeling of what for you?
Really, in that moment, it was a sense of relief personally, because it was, again, the American people spoke peacefully and patriotically, and they really went out there and they voted early. And I actually had a unique perspective in Georgia specifically, because I actually had run for state representative at the time. I was not successful, but in Fulton and DeKalb County, along with several of my running mates, running in really blue areas. And part of turning out that Republican vote, we saw that early on. We were keeping up or defeating our opponents really up until Election Day in many of our cases in these blue areas, because that message from President Trump's campaign was, get out there and vote early, go get it done. Make it too big to rig. And that's what we saw in this election. It was an incredible, not only messaging, but the effectiveness of it. When people went to rallies in 2016 and 2020, roughly 20 to 30% of those folks nationwide ended up not voting, whether it be the primary or the general election. Staggering numbers. The campaign made sure this time, if you signed up for a ticket, you were geofenced, and it found out through Trump Force 47 and the campaign, how can you get utilized? And very simple things. Hey, you want to be a Trump Force captain? Go knock on 10 doors. And this is how you do it. Oh, did you vote yet? Those great follow-up questions. So to Michael Whatley and Laura Trump, an extraordinary job how they led the RNC, not only in election integrity and cleaning up voter rolls and hiring the best of the best attorneys, but a ground game that is perhaps unmatched in recent presidential history.
It's so true. It's so true. And I think on top of that, the situation that Americans were feeling day in and day out, and the extreme concerns that we had for our safety, for our constitutional rights, for the high price of everything. The safety aspect alone. I mean, President Trump is a law and order candidate, a law and order now president-elect. And we're just happy to see that these things are going to be taken care of, not only from one person, President Trump, but he's bringing this whole team around him to get the job done and make America first. And so we're just looking forward to that, and that peace through strength for the global situation, the foreign policy as well.
And I think the first people that may feel this relief almost within weeks are those in our big cities who have to live with this daily grind of, will I walk outside of my residence and will there be a stabbing? Is there a crime in my building? And this goes from New York City to Chicago, all the way to Aurora, Colorado, and really everywhere in between. And people are tired of it. They're tired of MS-13 and Tren de Aragua, who have really taken hold in Tennessee. I mean, so many people I know of from the Chicago area, as myself, have come down south for a better way of life. Many of that they've chosen Nashville or the surrounding areas, Chattanooga, Tennessee. It's a beautiful state, Tennessee, and them dealing with the high increase in crime from these gang outlets who are fearless, because many of them actually working with the Chinese Communist Party, and President Trump making it very clear to Premier Xi Jinping in China, actually invited him to the inauguration, but he said, the fentanyl stops, and this cooperation with Tren de Aragua is going to stop, or even Al-Qaeda. If you don't, tariffs, and perhaps other things.
Exactly.
And Xi Jinping only recognizes toughness and will respond to that out of respect for President Trump's ability to get the job done.
Exactly. And you're talking about some of the so-called exodus, maybe out of New York City, out of LA. We've been seeing that for the past several years.
Right.
And then some people from the north coming to the south, and maybe even south of the north. But the point is, President Trump, of course, how awesome, ran to be president of all of America. And regardless of what state, whether it is Minnesota to Florida, whether it's Georgia all the way to Washington State, at the end of the day, we want our states to be free again. We want our states to be safe again. There are people that love the Four Seasons, and they don't want to deal with the Florida heat or the Texas heat or whatever. The point is, it's just great that our whole union can be redeemed, restored, and reformed under DJT.
Exactly. And that's, really, I think buyer's remorse. You look at everything that even happened in 2020, put that aside for a moment. People looked and compared the two records, and rarely do they get an opportunity to really go backwards, but in the correct direction of just simply common sense. And I think at the end of the day, you had someone in the vice president who really wasn't transparent and really failed at her role as border czar. And they really tried to backtrack with the administration on that. President Biden had appointed her to being border czar. She did not go to the border and actually joked around with Lester Holt of NBC saying that, well, I haven't been to Europe, so what's your point?
Yeah. And
time and again failing major interviews where, whether it was Anderson Cooper on CNN or Brett Baer on Fox News, who, by the way, from a professional aspect, I believe that they really treated her with the utmost respect, not only being on time, but asking poignant questions to where she would either laugh them off or truly just did not know the subject matter. And that's ultimately why she did not go on Joe Rogan, because I believe Joe would have really pushed her on the marijuana issue and the fact that she put so many people behind bars without having access to a speedy trial as prosecutor in San Francisco. It's a dismal record, and the American people recognize that.
Yeah, President Trump in his Time magazine interview just saying, just out of the gate, it was the wrong choice for Kamala Harris to be part of it.
Right.
And also the fact that she's skirted every interview. She just didn't do a lot of them, right? So, but at the end of the day, though, this 2020 to 2024, this should actually be the end of President Trump's second administration for those of us that know what happened in 2020. But here we are for 4 more years. So it's going to be great, making America great again.
And I've talked to friends and family about this over the course of Thanksgiving and the last few weeks as we've digested what has happened in American history, which is unprecedented. I mean, this is the greatest modern American political comeback, bar none, especially with what President Trump was up against with the lawfare. And this all began, of course, with the Russia hoax, and it was a nonstop attack by the Uniparty. Chuck Schumer said it himself. The intelligence community has 6 ways from Sunday at going after you, and President Trump overcame this with persistence, with perseverance, with prayer, quite frankly, and turning to God, really being shielded in that moment to come back and make America great again. But how this is almost more bittersweet, almost more special that he was removed from office like he was, now to return like this and to right the wrongs. Just extraordinary. And I think even in turn maybe woke up even more minds. They have these coalitions of Bobby Kennedy Jr. to Tulsi Gabbard, and really people from all different backgrounds and ideologies coming together to save the country.
So many people, so many people of we the people, but of people that are known as well within that framework, saying, you know what, I'm not a Democrat anymore, I'm a Republican, or I'm a person that believes in common sense leadership. And so that's what we have through President Trump. And it's not, you're cutting through all the fake, right?
Right.
We know what the fake news is. We know what a fake politician is. We know when someone is being fake with us. We don't want that, and that's why we voted for President Trump, and that's why we are going to vote, hopefully, in 26 for great candidates as well, moving forward, and hopefully keep control of the House, the Senate, of course, the presidency, and make America great again. So if you're just joining us right now, it's almost the bottom of the hour, about 7:30 on the East Coast. I'm Matthew Alvarez, alongside Bobby McNeely, the brilliant Bobby McNeely. Joining us.
The magnificent Matthew Alvarez,
yes,
as always.
There we go. So now you know who we are.
Right.
All joking aside, looking forward to going live there to New York City to show you this great live event. And, Right Side Broadcasting, Bobby, as you know, I would believe is the king of live events, especially when it comes to politics since 2016 all the way through. I mean, live.
No one has done it better, especially from beginning, middle to the end of all these beautiful events. And now you can see if you're a fly on the wall watching these dashing and daring young Republicans come in to enjoy what is perhaps the most popular and famous of the young Republicans, especially this gala. 112 years of this, and people like Gavin Wax doing an amazing job to lead this group. And Gavin, a gentleman who I got to know a bit through national YR activities. He was always on the Trump train, and he deserves a lot of credit because when that was seemingly unpopular, or he had these voices of perhaps it should be someone else leading the party, it was people like Gavin who stuck with President Trump in Deep Blue, New York City, who stuck by Mayor Giuliani because they were willing to do the right thing and get to the bottom of what really happened in 2020. And now we are here at this point of, I mean, just a few years ago, people were completely canceled, including President Trump, from major social media platforms. It was almost as if this movement was temporarily frozen, and the empire definitely did strike back. But the Return of the Jedi underway.
Yes, and you sent me a meme the other day.
Right.
It's a pretty cool meme if you haven't seen it. Maybe we'll post it on our socials.
Right.
But
I'll be sure to do that myself.
Yeah, you should post it on. Yeah,
it basically takes the 7 episodes of Star Wars and post them along with modern presidents, and it really reflects what they stood for, I think. So.
Yeah. No, it's good stuff. Yeah. And I saw Gavin Wax in the Bronx in New York City, and he was. This is what's interesting. He's the leader of this group, the New York Young Republicans, who, again, if you're just joining us, that was the group on, I believe it was April 5th or 6th, 2023. So right when the lawfare started against President Trump in New York City, that was the group. He's the guy that said, let's have a rally in New York.
Right.
I mean, wait, what? In Manhattan? Yeah, well, that's what happened. And Right Side Broadcasting Network covered that. But and then I saw him in the Bronx, and he wasn't the guy that was on stage, wasn't the guy in the perfect suit. He was the guy wearing a T-shirt and jeans. I think his hat had a hat on backwards. I don't know. He just had his phone. He was taking videos of all the great people showing up in the Bronx for that amazing moment. And then I think the only other president that has ever stopped in the Bronx for a campaign speech was Ronald Reagan in 1980.
Wow.
So it was just quite a moment there. And a shout out to Lou Valentino, an interview with him coming up on Wednesday on the Road to 47 show as well, 11 a.m. Eastern. But it's awesome. It was awesome to see that. And speaking of New York, we're getting more people there packing the house in Lower Manhattan.
The dashing and daring young Republicans in New York City, their 112th gala, and who knows, maybe we can have another Republican mayor, and at least Eric Adams having met with Tom Homan and is willing to work, having been a former law enforcement officer himself, on really righting the wrongs taking place in the Big Apple. It's really, the crime has skyrocketed and has to stop.
Yeah, and everything's unfolding before our eyes, it seems like. You see Eric Adams, right? You think staunch blue Democrat, but then he's starting to open up towards, hey, we need to stop getting all the illegal immigrants here. We have to, take a meeting with Tom Homan, right? All of this stuff is literally before our eyes. Same thing happened with President Trump, going through lawfare, going through the attempted assassination, overcoming that, And with God's power and strength, I believe that this is going to be a great golden age. So we're hoping and praying. Let's go to the Wellness Company, a great sponsor here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. All you have to do is go to makecaregreatagain.com. RSBN is the promo code. $45 off of the kits. Let's show the kits again.
And it's actually matching my tie. If you're just tuning in, we've been talking about this. This beautiful blue kit and the black kit here. Contagion emergency kits and wellness kits for you. These great medications will make sure that, God forbid, you get a bad viral or bacterial infection, you can immediately tackle it with everything that is in here. These 8 medications, including ivermectin, hydrochloroquine, Z-Paks. It's nebulizers as well. It will make sure that you stay safe and your family stays safe. And you can see it can easily fit in the pantry, a backpack while you're traveling, or perhaps away from home as well. So make sure you go to makecaregreatagain.com. You're saving $45 with code RSBN. 15% off. So grab those today. Be prepared. Better be safe than sorry.
Exactly. All right, it is 7:32 Eastern Time. We're getting ready to go to New York City, Lower Manhattan, to hear from some great patriots. Steve Bannon, Nigel Farage out of the UK, the Reform Party UK. Also Corey Lewandowski and Dan Scavino Jr. They'll all be speaking at this 112th New York Young Republican Club Gala. The food there is probably going to be really good.
I'm expecting it to be because it's, I have not attended this myself, but I hear about it so much that maybe one of these days I'll just drop on in because it is one of the top parties amongst young Republican ranks, if not really the best. And you just look at that room, how the decor, the Christmas decor, and black tie recommended evening. So very fun for New York City residents and also people who travel from the outside to come to this event because it's the place to be seen and to network.
Exactly. If you're just joining us right now, Matthew Alvarez alongside Bobby McNeely here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. We were talking about a lot of the cabinet positions that President Trump, the nominees and the appointees. The first person we talked about was the great Kash Patel, who will be directing the FBI. That's going to be perfect for our country, isn't it? Absolutely perfect.
It really is because he's read through so much of these documents, all the JFK files, what happened during, Edgar's tenure as well. So J. Edgar Hoover. So you're going to have someone who really knows what he's doing. Of course, you have some outlets out there saying that, oh, he's so much of an outsider. Why would you have him? You look at his resume. This is the man for the job. And again, he was there on January 6th with President Trump. He watched President Trump authorize just 2 days prior on January 4th. And I've had the honor of interviewing Kash on a multitude of occasions regarding this one issue and why he was not asked to really testify before Liz Cheney and Benny Thompson's FAW committee because he was there on January 4th in the Oval Office when President Trump authorized National Guard troops to protect the Capitol. Nancy Pelosi, the Speaker of the House at the time, and Mayor Muriel Bowser of Washington, D.C. had to sign off on this because of our federalist system. We don't have a monarch. We do not have a king. We have a president of a constitutional republic, of course, if we can keep it. And it seems as if we can with the way we are headed. But to make a long story short there, Kash Patel has been in these rooms. He knows these issues. He's read through these documents. His resume is glowing, and I think he'll be really a great director for everyone in the FBI and for those who truly join the organization simply to defend their country.
Exactly. Benjamin Franklin, our great founder, saying, to keep the republic, if you could keep the republic, right?
Right, absolutely.
So
right off as they had given us the American Constitution outside of Liberty Hall. So my goodness gracious.
Yeah, I hear you.
So and I think we might have saved it this time for our votes this past election.
Yeah, I mean it was that right. Serious of a fork in the road that we are facing here in the country, as you guys know. The resume for Kash Patel is quite extensive. The Chief of Staff for the DOD. He was a Deputy Director of National Intelligence, Deputy Assistant to President Trump, and Director for Counterterrorism, Senior Director for Counterterrorism. The chief investigator for the Russiagate investigation under then Chairman Devin Nunes. Kash also exposed rampant illegal activity by those leading our agencies of law enforcement. He uncovered the unlawful actions of the FBI, DOJ to spy on the Trump campaign, among other accomplishments. So obviously a great pick there. We were talking about Pam Bondi. If you're just joining us right now, we'll just re-rack that real quick. We could also talk about RFK Jr. I mean, these are great picks that have been done by President Trump.
And again, it's all their background. They are subject matter experts in their field and will bring so much to this that, and may not 110% agree with President Trump on every single issue, but they clearly are people who have led organizations and have had outstanding careers, and really also they don't need the positions. They're not climbing into, oh, I want this or I want that. I'm coming here to serve the country at the pleasure of the president. And that's what's made President Trump so successful, not only as president, but in private business, is because he knows how to bring people into the room. And that's really the job of a CEO or a great leader, is how on a daily basis can I digest this crucial information and make core decisions that will make massive differences and for the betterment of not only their company, but perhaps society, as President Trump has done.
All right, let's pivot now to mainstream media. We see that there are some ratings with the Food Network beating out CNN.
Right.
You know, I mean, there's a lot of wild things going on out there. It seems like to me that people are going obviously away from mainstream, going more to conservative media. Do you think that the 98% of the fake news out there they're obviously scrambling, right? I mean, what are they going to do?
Well, you have a situation with Comcast likely to sell MSNBC, and that creates quite a vacuum there, and even Elon Musk joking that I might have to do that myself. He was I believe shared a French Renaissance photo and said, "Don't tempt me."
Yeah.
And Rachel Maddow was crying about that because they're losing a lot of money for Comcast.
And also the kitchen sink with the MSNBC sign up there,
but I think it's again. Because we have political commentary here, we're analysis and going through so many different things as analysts, as political commentators, and former journalists ourselves. But we don't hide where we stand on things. But we're also going to show you what's happening here. And at our Right Side Broadcasting, at RSBN, we're also going to hold any leadership their feet to the fire peacefully and patriotically in order to see that the MAGA agenda is fulfilled, of course. But what they present on some of these networks is, this is gospel truth, this is news, when really it's not only opinion. A lot of times it's an agenda that's happening, and people have caught on to it because they're like, that doesn't make any sense. It's X plus Y is not equaling Z in this situation. Mm-hmm. So that's why they've turned elsewhere and to bigger, better, smarter outlets.
Yeah, exactly. And so we, the people, and Right Side Broadcasting Network, of course, we're connected. We're on the same team as people that love common sense, love truth, love freedom, love God. It's pretty simple. It's all the stuff we were founded on. So it is common sense, and that's what we will continue to report here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. 7:39 p.m. Looking forward to going to New York City with you. We'll watch with you in Lower Manhattan. This is actually on Wall Street, near Wall Street. The address is actually on Wall Street there. So that's the New York Young Republican Club hosting the 112th Gala. Dan Scavino, Corey Lewandowski, Nigel Farage, and of course the great Steve Bannon to speak tonight. Should be quite awesome. So will be that AmFest coverage out of Phoenix, Arizona that you can see right here on Right Side. President Trump to take the stage in front of a packed house there in Arizona. And Bobby, I think the last time President Trump spoke in front of a crowd was November 5th at night when he won. Is that the last time?
Right, that was in West Palm Beach. And of course, he went over to the Palm Beach County Convention Center, a beautiful convention center, not far from Mar-a-Lago. But that was one of the rather larger groups that mirrored somewhat of a rally in and of itself. So President Trump getting back out there, and I think really, as we could see from the Army-Navy game yesterday, ready to take that oath of office once again.
Exactly. So you see the timing with President Trump. Obviously, all the speeches that we covered here at the network, we get used to hearing these speeches, and we see these rallies and these amazing moves and things that are taken care of in our country. Now all the cabinet picks have been selected, right? The administrative picks. There may be, a handful more, maybe hundreds more, because there are a lot of deputy secretaries and a lot of picks still to be had. But the point is the major picks are done. So now you see him shift into, okay, well, now I'm going to go to AmFest and that kind of thing. So more in the back into the groove of speeches. So it's going to be great to see that.
And in recent memory and history, this is one of the swiftest, quickest assembling of a cabinet that we've seen. Sometimes it can really drag out because, again, a number of different positions, but they have moved rather quickly, having really a core idea of how they want to structure this government. And something I'm very excited about, hearing that many of these federal agencies might not only be slowly transitioned towards the states and really removed from the federal bureaucracy, but also federal agencies going into the rest of America, real America, getting away from D.C. So instead of just talking to lobbyists on K Street, they can go to church and dine with neighbors on Main Street. And that's what we need, people who work in these bureaucracies to really, relate with and talk to the American people.
36 days away from President Trump taking the oath of office, becoming the 47th Commander-in-Chief, and back in 2017 saying this isn't merely a transfer of power from one administration to another or from one party to another. This is a transfer of power from Washington, D.C. back to you, the people, where it belongs. How awesome is that? So we're looking forward to hearing that speech in 2025, only 36 days away. What is it, 17 days until the New Year and 10 days to Christmas and Hanukkah. So it's going to be quite awesome.
This year has flown by. It's been an exciting one for the record books, and a time to reflect and be thankful for the many gifts that God has bestowed upon this great nation, including this movement, this Make America Great Again movement, which really embodies more than just this premier gentleman from New York City who came down the escalator with his lovely wife just about roughly a decade ago. It's turned into now really a movement of American citizens saying, I can serve my community in this way, shape, or form, and I'm going to do it in order to create prosperity for our posterity. That's what America is all about. And we're going to put words into action and replicate and enhance the great accomplishments of that first term.
Exactly. So now we have until 2028. And then, I think the MAGA movement is here to stay because I think we're so close to it right now because we're in the middle of it, right? It's 2024. President Trump just won. He's going to be inaugurated. We know what the 20 promises are that he has to the American people. Right. But do we really realize what just happened in the sense of, and I'm speaking to myself here indirectly, like the fact that after 28, MAGA is going to be around for good. This is not something that's going to go back to Republican, Rhino, and Democrats again. Like this is now the freedom candidate, the real deal, outsider person, and the people are onto it. And we've woken up more than ever before because for decades it was just this back deal, handshakes between Republicans and Democrats, and let's pretend that we're on different sides of the aisle, but they're all in the uniparty.
They really are.
So isn't that interesting that moving forward, this is really a huge thing that's happened for our country.
It is, and I think it was so essential in his pick for Vice President and Senator J.D. Vance. Someone so young, a young Republican himself at 40, who will take the oath of office to become our 50th Vice President, and talk about a passing of the baton in a generational sense, where he can really take on these issues so swiftly and with a vigor, maybe unlike anyone else. And we'll see what happens with 2028. But Vice President-elect J.D. Vance, perhaps in a very good position to run for president in 4 short years.
Yep. Let's stay in the now, though. I know that I brought it to that extent. It's funny. My wife and family, they like to plan so many years into the future. Like, well, we can do a visit then and a vacation then. I'm like, guys, today's Monday.
Yeah.
Stay right here.
Let's get the week done.
All right. And speaking of families, let's go to this great, awesome sponsor here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, Preborn Ministries. This Christmas, as we celebrate the gift of life, you have an opportunity to share that same gift with a mother and her baby. Imagine a young woman facing an unplanned pregnancy, feeling alone and unsure of what to do. Well, she's searching online for hope, and that's where Preborn Ministries steps in. Preborn is the largest pro-life organization in the country. They are leading the charge to end the atrocities of abortion. So every day, they sponsor free ultrasounds for women and on average, save more than 200 babies a day, offering help and resources for up to 2 years after a baby is born. So you probably know that when a woman sees her baby on an ultrasound, she is twice as likely to choose life. This Christmas, for just $28, you could sponsor 1 ultrasound, and thanks to a special matching grant, your gift is doubled. So to donate, all you have to do is go to preborn.com/RSBN. Donate to preborn.com/RSBN. It's a wonderful group there. Wonderful to see that happening.
Oh, it is, and that's the story of Christmas, that the fact that our Messiah, our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, there's no room at the inn, and he's literally in a feeding trough, and it's really a precursor to his ultimate ministry and taking it upon himself, that cross that then really ripped open the veil that heaven and earth could commune together, and that we as mere mortals, our souls could have the opportunity to remain with him in paradise as a result of him humbling himself and becoming fully human and fully God. It's an amazing story to really reflect on this Advent and Christmas season. Hope you get to do that with friends and family as we toast to great galas like this, the 112th New York Young Republican group. What a great group of people. And of course, we were mentioning the great work of Gavin Wax and others who really stood behind the MAGA movement when it was not the most popular thing to do, especially in a deep blue city like New York City. And what a time for us to celebrate and reflect on what truly matters and how we can now make a difference and put political rhetoric into action. And we're already seeing that on so many different levels.
Exactly. Much more to come right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. We have some great speakers. You see them at the bottom of your screen. Well, you're going to see them speak here soon in New York City. We'll be right back.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
A large retail store just canceled a huge order, leaving us with a ton of extra MyPillows. But you know what? That's their loss. I'm going to make it your gain. For the first time ever, you get standard classic MyPillows for wholesale prices, only $14.88. I can't believe I'm even saying that. Only $14.88. But it gets even better. For a limited time, I'm going to offer my entire classic collection at wholesale prices. Upgrade to a queen size MyPillow for just $18.88. King size only $1 more. Get my body pillows for $29.88 and multi-use MyPillows for only $9.88. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on the screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of wholesale pricing for the first time ever on TV, including my standard size MyPillow, only $14.88. They've never been offered this low before. We have limited quantities at this price, so limit's going to be 10, and once they're gone, they're gone.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First news. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Welcome back, and thanks again for joining us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network for our live coverage out of New York. I'm Matthew Alvarez.
And I'm Bobby McNeely, and we are here in Auburn, Alabama. As you can see on the split screen, the New York City Gala, this 112th Gala, the New York Young Republicans, an annual Christmas tradition, and really a wonderful organization, the largest and most popular Republican club really in the country.
Yeah, I mean, they were founded back in 1911, doing great things for the country, have stood by President Trump since day one, all the way through, and we're going to have a great event here tonight on a Sunday night, but still, at the end of the day, we know it's going to be a busy news cycle week, just as it has been since 9/11, if you really think about it. I mean, it's just constant news, it seems like. Tonight, we'll have Steve Bannon, Nigel Farage, Dan Scavino, and Corey Lewandowski speaking live right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network at 7:51 p.m. Eastern Time. Once again, I'm Matthew Alvarez alongside Bobby McNeely. And to that point there, if we want to talk about the fact that 24/7 news, man, it just goes. But now it's at a different level, I think, because people don't want to see the mainstream kind of lie anymore, and they want to see truth.
Right, and real analysis, and that's what we hope to bring to you here at Right Side Broadcasting. And whether it's the beginning of an event, the middle of an event, all the way up through the end, you get unbridled access. You'll actually see the speeches. There's no, oh, I'm just going to pop in here or pop in there. It's, we're going to show you everything and talk about it, analyze it, and see where you ultimately stand, the American people. while we were out there during the campaign and getting to speak to so many thousands of great American patriots who care so much about the future of the country.
And speaking of the future of the country, you guys want to know America First News. You want to see live events and live coverage. You have it right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. So moving forward, seeing our country be reformed, right? So Elon Musk, I keep talking about Elon saying that he said that the majority of the country has voted for major government reform. Well, I believe he actually has that even in his headline of his X page. He sees really what happened. It took him a minute, because at first he had Governor DeSantis on his X Spaces when Governor DeSantis announced that he was going to run for president. Well, then he realized after a number of things happened to President Trump that, no, that's the guy right there. He's the one that's standing for the country the way he is on a national level. And so we saw what happened. So President Trump obviously won the election, but and obviously Governor DeSantis is doing great things in the state of Florida, keeping it the free state of Florida. A lot of people love him there as well. So it's just great to have great America First patriots doing great things for our country.
Oh, it really is. It's really inspired really new candidates and people who in the past would not have got involved in politics if it were not for this MAGA populist movement that really has changed the face of Washington and the traditional Republican and Democrat establishments. It really has gone in there to work on behalf of the American people instead of a big bloated bureaucracy that we've seen with the deep state.
Exactly. So for those of you guys watching on your iPad or Microsoft Surface, if people still buy those, I guess they do. The Surfaces,
I've seen them out there.
Yeah, they're still out there, right?
They're out there.
But also laptops or on your screen, whatever. But if you have an extra phone and you want to go over to X real quick, if you want to follow Right Side Broadcasting Network, RSB Network, if you'd like to follow. And then on top of that, if you want to go to Elon Musk's page, 207.5 million followers. And again, the thing that he says at the top under his name is the people voted for major government reform. He doesn't even say the American people, even though he's most likely referring to that. But that's what it's about. It's about the people of the world that want freedom. And it's just wonderful to see someone that is the richest, most wealthy person on earth, a very brilliant person, to say something like that. I know it's common sense and pretty simple stuff, but, that's what we voted for.
And so much of this was the defense of Western civilization and really, again, normalizing what has been tradition and what has made this hemisphere so strong and so powerful under really American leadership, especially post World War II. And it was starting to slip away with the likes of people like Barack Obama and Joe Biden, who clearly had a globalist view of things. If you look at their career and what they accomplished or lack thereof, it was Joe Biden who brought the Chinese Communist Party as a senator into the World Trade Organization. It was enriching himself as Vice President of the United States. We now know that the laptop that Hunter had, that was real. That wasn't into government possession. And now he's been given an even broader pardon than Richard Nixon received from Gerald Ford. So this is clearly, you can argue the case, an organized crime family that got to the top and upper echelons of American government for themselves, to enrich themselves, and ultimately have left it in a really bad position and with many problems. With the person who can take this on is a proven leader in Donald Trump, who again is not taking a salary to do the job as he did last time. He has to take $1 per quarter legally per the Congress. But he always donates that to a cause in need. One of the biggest ones was restoring or helping restore a major section of the Gettysburg Cemetery in Pennsylvania. So, and of course, your neck of the woods, so very important for history.
Yeah, definitely. I was born in PA and toured that site there in Gettysburg. Quite the place. Let's look at the GOP platform that President Trump is promising to the American people. 20 promises, and this is that reform we're talking about. So let's just go through it real quick and talk about a few of the options here. Seal the border and stop the migrant invasion is number one. Number two, carry out the largest deportation operation in American history. President Trump talks about some of these specifics within the Time magazine interview. So if you want to check that out, there's some specifics in there. Why don't we talk about end inflation and make America affordable again? How about gas prices under $2? Please, let's have that happen, right?
And I believe that can happen within relatively a few short months here with the policies they do want to put in place, namely with drilling and going into ANWR again in Alaska. How about the pipeline, reinstating that? That's something that even Prime Minister and maybe soon to be Governor Trudeau really is hoping to have for the Canadian people. All joking aside, this is something that helps both Canadian energy manufacturers and producers and also American producers and manufacturers and many blue-collar workers across the board. Natural gas and oil needed as much as anything else that we're using in order to move to complete energy independence. In fact, being energy independent is a national security issue, and we'll see groceries come down as a result of that as well. We've seen eggs and bacon skyrocketing through the roof, and I think that's why a lot of people went and voted the way they did. At the end of the day, how do you feed a family of four as a middle-class earner in America right now? It's been very difficult for people.
Just had eggs and bacon with the family this morning. Went to the store. We were out of eggs, so I said, well, I'll go get some eggs and some bacon. And it was definitely pretty expensive. So we're looking forward to those prices going down. Number 4, to your point, make America the dominant energy producer in the world by far. Number 5, stop outsourcing and turn the United States into a manufacturing superpower. I remember in Savannah, Georgia, President Trump spoke about his plan, saying, I'm going to bring it down from 21 to 15% when it comes to business taxes for corporations and manufacturers if they produce and create products in the country and don't bring out, put the manufacturing plant out in Mexico or someplace. So that's always good to see. And let's talk about this, Bobby. Large tax cuts for workers, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime pay, and no tax on the Social Security benefits.
And this probably put Nevada over the top when you look at a state like that is so dependent upon not only tourism dollars, but the entertainment industry. And it's so service driven, not only in that city, but throughout the Silver State. So that was a huge thing that I think attracted really many blue-collar workers to the Republican Party, and even outgoing Senator Mitt Romney, who was the 2012 Republican candidate. How much of the party has changed from his tenure being at the top of the ticket to now. He actually said President Trump really deserves a lot of credit in an interview with Politico, stating that he's now opened it up to blue-collar workers and the working class, something that was traditionally reserved for Democrats in the modern age, and President Trump creating that big tent movement within the MAGA principle. So kudos to Senator Romney on his way out.
Yes, on his way out is the best part there. Number 7, defend our Constitution is number 7 out of 20. Our Bill of Rights and our fundamental freedoms, including freedom of speech, freedom of religion, and the right to keep and bear arms, need I say more.
Right, and we've seen with radical governments in the last 100 years, you can go back to Nazi Germany or communist USSR Russia. What was one of the first things they did other than remove speech rights and remove religion, making the state really the religion of the land? You did not have a right to own or bear any kind of weapon. And I think the proof is in the pudding as to why that Second Amendment protects the First. Elon Musk has spoken extensively on this and how important it is to keep and bear arms.
100%. Number 8, prevent World War III, restore peace in Europe and in the Middle East, and build a great Iron Dome missile defense shield over our entire country, all made in America. Need I say more again? I mean, these are great. It's like, sometimes a lot of people they want to hear themselves talk and they want to add on to things, and we're just two guys here that are saying, you know what, we love our jobs, we love God, we love our country, we love President Trump, and these are common sense promises, are they not?
They really are,
right?
It's really, and that's why it's the most comprehensive and applicable group of promises really since what Newt Gingrich did legislatively in 1994 with the Contract for America. I see this as that second contract, but from the executive branch, and a fulfillment that we know that these are not empty promises because they were done or at least attempted 4 short years ago. And with all the lawfare and the things that were thrown at President Trump while he was in office, was able to accomplish so much of this, even with serpents around him in his administration, who were, we found out later, working against him in the process. And now we don't have to worry about that as much because we've realized what happened just a few short years ago.
Exactly. If you're just joining us now, it is now past the top of the hour, 8:01 Eastern Time. We've been on the air since 5:45 Eastern, so if you missed some of our analysis and reporting, you can scrub back a little bit later, maybe after the great speakers take the stage there. We've talked everything from New Jersey drones and drones around the country to President Trump's great cabinet picks, and we're going through the 20 promises of the GOP for our nation moving forward. This is that reformation of the United States that we're looking to see happen. The golden age that President Trump that has said has already started. And of course, we talked about him going to France, the Army-Navy game. I mean, and then all the great picks. I mean, the transition process, to your point earlier, it has been hyperspeed since November 6th.
And they're putting in, people with extensive resume accomplishments and subject matter experts into these different positions. I mean, even John Radcliffe as CIA director will be outstanding to really find a way to reform the deep state intelligence agency to make sure it's really serving not only the American people, but the agents specifically, because one of the tragedies of this bloated government, whether it be Republican or Democrat administrations in the past, the outing of different people who shall remain nameless at this point, but people who have given up their lives to serve the country, and because they weren't necessarily politically in line with other people in the administration, they were outed as different espionage agents, or their clearance was revoked, and it put them in very compromising positions across the world.
Exactly. So we're going to dive into some more of the cabinet picks as well. We covered a number of them, but there's a whole list that we can get to here in a second. Let's get through the rest of these great promises to the American people. Once again, we'll be going to New York as soon as that starts there in Lower Manhattan with Steve Bannon, Dan Scavino, Corey Lewandowski, Nigel Farage for the New York Young Republican Club Gala there. Before we get to this list here, we do want to tell you about PatriotAddictDeals.com, a sponsor here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. If you'd like that Trump bullet glass, all you got to do is go to the website there and then use the RSBN 20 promo code for 20% off. You can have a beverage there. Maybe it's just a seltzer or sprinkling or water, right?
Or a nice rye whiskey. Either way, it's you got one of the neatest glasses in all of America. And trust me, I went to PatriotAddictDeals.com for that beautiful plane, and we'll display that in an upcoming broadcast because I have to bring that down to show y'all. But it's a special website, so go on it sparingly because you'll get excited with all the amazing deals.
Yeah, definitely. You get that debit card out and before you know it. But hey, it's a good thing if you got a couple extra bucks. So PatriotAddictDeals.com. The Trump bullet glass and other products there at that website. So let's get back to the back half of the 20 promises here, and then we'll go into some more of the cabinet picks that we have not talked about yet here on Right Side, at least in this broadcast. Number 9 is end the weaponization of government against the American people. Enter Kash Patel, FBI, going to do great as the director there. And we were talking about Tulsi Gabbard, the director of national intelligence, and others. Would you like to say anything about that? Or we can move on to number 10 as well, if you like.
Well, many falling victim to the deep state and intelligence operations against them because they simply spoke out about people from Hillary Clinton to the current vice president, and were really challenging them on issues, and then they were either spied on or perhaps went to jail for their political speech. That's Peter Navarro, Steve Bannon, who's speaking tonight, having served 4 months and really stating that he was proud to do so in order to defend the American Constitution, would do it all over again.
Exactly. Number 10, stop the migrant crime epidemic, demolish the foreign drug cartels, crush gang violence, and lock up violent offenders. That reminds me of Operation Aurora. And
God willing, it will make New York City and our beautiful cities at least safer in a few short weeks, because ICE and the Border Patrol, incredible professionals in our law enforcement agencies that will get this job done and make sure that criminal migrants who are really causing havoc across the country, whether it be MS-13, Tren de Aragua, or what happened sadly with a Venezuelan migrant who murdered Laken Riley, who was on a jog outside the University of Georgia. And we might have watched that. I watched the victim impact statements back on November 20th. It was just heartbreaking to see what the family and friends have gone through. And these girls who lived with her who are suffering from PTSD as avid joggers, who really cannot go out in the afternoon without thinking about it because their friend was taken from them. And their lives will never be the same as a result. That should not happen in America. This is simply preventable crime. And Tom Homan and President Trump having really a tough job right off the bat, but these are, again, professionals who know how to take care of it.
The Secretary of DHS, Department of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, as well, in that mix. So a lot of work to be done, but President Trump's up for the task, obviously. All right, let's move on to number 11, rebuild our cities, including Washington, D.C., making them safe, clean, and beautiful, again, to your point. Number 12, strengthen and modernize our military, making it, without question, the strongest and most powerful in the world. Enter Pete Hegseth at the DOD, so looking forward to seeing all that happen.
Right, and I think it's time now that, to many people's points, the Republican elected officials in the Senate must recognize the mandate given to them by the American people and really to push through these nominees. These are extraordinary people. They are ready to bring great reforms to our federal government and are really here to serve. They're not looking to take this on as a stepping stone or a branch into another piece of their career. And Pete's a great example of that, giving up a major show that people would love to be on, the Fox and Friends weekend, really talking on so many different topics and what he's really passionate about, the military and God in America and even reforming our schools. He's talked a lot about these issues and putting the American family first. And now you again have this deep state really going after his personal life and shortcomings that he's been very open about and honest about, and talks about his wife Jenny, his 2 J's, Jenny and Jesus, and how that has changed his life for the better. And this will be a gentleman who will reform the Pentagon from the inside out and put the American soldier first and really take on the military-industrial complex. So he's perhaps the most exciting of all the picks.
Well, it's interesting because we know that President Trump is the common sense president, and he is picking common sense people to run all of these departments. Pretty cool stuff. Number 13, keep the U.S. dollar as the world's reserve currency. Fight for and protect Social Security and Medicare with no cuts, including no changes to the retirement age. Number 15, cancel the electric vehicle mandate and cut costly and burdensome regulations. Number 16, cut federal funding for any school pushing critical race theory, radical gender ideology, and other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content on our children. We see the crowds at all of the rallies would be cheering, standing up when President Trump would say that. They'd also cheer when he'd say to keep men out of women's sports.
Absolutely, and again, the common sense approach to things, but look at people's lives. Riley Gaines has led on this issue, and now it's become a safety issue. You've seen with San Jose State and the volleyball tournament out on the West Coast, and so many things happening as we've gathered around for Thanksgiving celebrations and now coming upon Hanukkah and Christmas in just a few short days here. But the San Jose State team having to deal with so many issues there with men playing volleyball, and it becomes a safety issue when men on average can spike a ball at 20 miles per hour, hit it harder than women, and we've had broken facial bones, we've had different issues where it's sideline players, we've had other teams having to forfeit and losing out on their scholarships ultimately, and why they're there in the first place to get a degree in order to go on and take the world in whatever they'd like to do. But they do that through sport, and a lot of times this is a dream and what you work your entire life to do up until that point, and it's just simply unfair to women to have that happen.
I remember President Trump saying, can you believe, and I'm paraphrasing here, can you believe we're even talking about this as a political
remarkable
issue, right? Number 18, deport pro-Hamas radicals and make our college campuses safe and patriotic again. Amen. Number 19, when I say that too, I'm thinking about the North Carolina students, where they held up the American flag when there were some protesters, agitators wanting to rip down Old Glory, and these students said, not on my watch, and they stood under the flag as it was raining, and what a powerful moment that was too.
That was really remarkable, and they were honored at Fox News does a Patriot Awards, their Courage Awards, and what a great group of men who stood up and said, enough is enough. And we've been seeing that again with, this Trump effect, right? That I'm going to stand up for my community, and I'm not going to be belittled, and I'm going to protect women. I'm going to protect great symbols like our American flag, which people have fought and died over, and I'm not going to have it ridiculed or humiliated on my college campus that, my parents or I'm paying to attend to go to school here, and good on them and good on the fraternity system that really teaches these core values to young men and women throughout the country.
And then those students from UNC Chapel Hill also highlighted at the Republican National Convention, if
Right.
you remember. That was awesome. Real quick side note, can you believe that Bill Belichick is going to be the head coach of the North Carolina Tar Heels? Well, didn't see that one.
Yeah,
coming.
I really, I thought too, a sports segment, just a sideline, no pun intended, but I thought he might have gone to the Atlanta Falcons or gone the pro route again, but, there's an attraction to the college sport right now and how much of an influence it is on American society, and perhaps Coach Belichick looking to really build up a great group of men from the Tar Heels, and what a program that could go in the opposite direction to get better. And with his expertise, perhaps they could do that in the ACC.
All right, pulling Bobby in from the sports zone back over to the news here.
Right.
I'm kidding, I threw you in there, but whatever. All right, so number 19, this one's super important. Obviously, all 20 are important, but number 19, secure our elections, including same-day voting, voter ID, paper ballots, and proof of citizenship.
Right.
It seems like President Trump will look at these 20, and he's going to be like, how many can we get done right now?
Exactly, and it's as quickly as possible, and that's why I think you have a much better, much more productive and safer country come July 4th of 2026, our 250th birthday. But I've really thought about this and with different attorneys, and perhaps we can have them on the show in time, but you look at motor voter, you look at the Clinton administration, they nationalized elections in the sense of if you move to another state, which we have recently, all of a sudden you get, do you want to change your voter registration? And in some cases, like California, have tried to move that automatically through the Secretary of State's office. There could be somewhat, even though the Secretaries of State and the county clerks run elections, as it should be in our federalist system, should there be some form of a national voter ID? And I think that we'll look at this in this administration, some kind of ability to say, look, you simply need to be a resident in order to get this done and not cause so much confusion on the day of or even during the process of the election. It seems like common sense.
Common sense. Again, secure our elections, including same-day voting, voter ID, paper ballots, and proof of citizenship. And finally, number 20, unite our country by bringing it to new and record levels of success. And that is what President Trump got started, and we were doing that during the first administration.
Right.
And then, of course, the left-wing leadership went wild with hoaxes and impeachment, all that stuff. But now, we have another opportunity to continue on and get all of the job finished because President Trump knows exactly what needs to be done now.
Really does, and it's going to be driven through manufacturing and new partnerships between public and private entities, and even talking on 15, canceling the electric vehicle mandate, cut the costly, burdensome regulations that take place. I don't know if you've seen these commercials, but a number of the EV Hummers and different trucks that can actually do the crab walks and such.
Yeah.
There's such a low APR on them now that you could save an average of $17,000 if you're buying now. Right now, it's a good time to buy a car or even lease. But because of this, again, the Trump effect and not forcing the EV mandates, and because not a lot of people are buying EV anyway, great deals are happening because of the free market. Oh, maybe I'll consider this because it's not the mandates are leaving; they're gone. So, again, common sense.
Exactly. 8:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Thanks so much for watching here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. As soon as the gala gets started, we will be throwing it out there live to see and hear from some great speakers. Let's go over them real quick again. Steve Bannon, Nigel Farage, Dan Scavino Jr., and Corey Lewandowski. Looking forward to hearing from all of them tonight. It's going to be quite awesome.
These are really the fabric of this movement. They have been there since day one. They have helped President Trump craft these great policies and this new promise to America that, of course, the GOP adopted back in July in Milwaukee, Wisconsin at their convention. And this is the backdrop of dashing and daring young Republicans who are celebrating their 112th gala, the New York Young Republican Club, really a great organization.
Exactly. They've been around since 1911. Again, if you're just joining us, they were the ones that right after April 4th, 2023 in New York City, that was that first day of lawfare against President Trump. And President Trump said, this is a dark day in America. That was a powerful time there. It was. You remember, everybody was in New York City, the media, everybody was there.
Right.
But then the New York Young Republican Club said, let's have a rally in New York. And it was like 2 or 3 days later. So this group, obviously on Team Freedom, on Team We the People, and on Team Trump. So we'll be going to New York here in just a minute. For those of you that have been watching since 5:45 Eastern, you guys are rock stars. It's pretty awesome to have people that would stay the whole time. But for those of you that just joined us, thanks so much for joining us here. We're going to have a lot of coverage coming up this coming up week. On Wednesday, the Road to 47 show, 11 a.m. Eastern. And then on Thursday through Sunday, AmFest 2024, Phoenix, Arizona. So I think between the speakers here tonight, Bobby, and all of those speakers, plus President Trump, that's a lot of great conservative rock stars we're about to see.
Oh, right. And you will get your fill by Christmas. And then, of course, we will then be roughly less than a month until he is sworn in as the 47th President of the United States.
Yeah, so we'll have some inauguration coverage, of course, here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Look forward to bringing that to you here live, as it's 8:18 Eastern right now on Right Side. Those of you who would like to follow Right Side Broadcasting Network on Truth Social, it's at RSBN, or on X, it's at RSB Network. If you'd like to follow us on Rumble, you see the channel there as well. A lot of you are watching on Rumble as well. If you'd like to donate to Right Side Broadcasting Network, all you do is text RSBN to 801-801. For all the lights, cameras, and all the traveling. I mean, we have a crew that's in New York. For this coverage tonight, we'll have a crew in Phoenix, Arizona for 4 days coming up. So a lot ahead, and we'll be covering here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Bobby, for those people that are just joining us, last time Bobby was in the studio was November 5th, and he said he was the first person with Right Side Broadcasting Network to call a state for President Trump from Right Side Broadcasting Network calling a state, and it was the state of Georgia. What was that like for you, Bobby?
A beautiful peach state. It really was special, being there the last 3 years, and this last cycle myself, I was a candidate for state representative, and that was a really unique position to be in, not only running, but also covering this incredible election over the course of the last few months. And a special moment for me because Atlanta has been home the last 3 years, and it's really become my adopted home state, and I love it dearly. So that was just a really poignant, special moment for me to be able to bring that to you, the American people, and also that we were first. In a lot of regard, we beat a lot of people in the process of calling it out. And it's not about being first, it's about being right and getting that information to you to decipher, but to bring that to you in the respected amount of time as well. I think there's a duty amongst media to not only get it accurate, but to get it out there so you know who your leaders are. It's important to know that the night of.
and also, more than 5 million people, and some of you that are watching tonight were watching that night, and it was quite awesome to have that kind of sizable crowd. And I believe great things to come with more sizable audiences. But the point is that it was the connection that Right Side Broadcasting Network since 2015 has had with you, the American viewer. And that's the connection that's real. It's grassroots. It's the David versus Goliath situation. It's people that just really love the nation and love we the people. So
right.
That, for you guys to see that on November 5th, and for us to have the opportunity to bring that to you was quite awesome. So thank you again for watching. For those of you that did on November 5th, if you missed any of that, you can go back on YouTube, or you can go on Rumble if you'd like to rewatch some of the broadcasts. But quite awesome to see that come to fruition. All right, so looking like more people there in New York City, Lower Manhattan, getting ready for this gala to start. And again, great speakers tonight. And we were talking about this a couple times. I brought it up where Steve Bannon, he either does a speech, it's very, stoic, or it's a very charismatic and, so we'll see what happens. Which speech will it be? We'll see tonight in New York City.
He is, and someone who, again, was a political prisoner who literally did time for speaking out and seeking the truth, same as Peter Navarro, same as Roger Stone. These are people who have fought for not only their belief system, but really put themselves out on the line to make a major difference in policy, not only in Washington, but throughout the country. And they are brave souls who are not backing down.
Exactly. It would be kind of fun to be in that room there, I'll be honest, Bobby.
Oh, it's looking quite nice, very dapper. Black tie recommended, and some dashing and daring young Republicans who are ready to make their city better and ready to usher in the golden era of President Trump and his leadership, and in its entirety, really the MAGA movement that has made such a wonderful difference in our United States.
Exactly. That event happening in Lower Manhattan tonight, live right now, 8:22 p.m. You're taking that live look. We've been here since 5:45 Eastern, and we will be seeing the event start, I believe, at any moment, because the event was technically to start at 7 p.m. But guess what? As soon as the speakers start, we'll be going there live to listen in on this coverage. And then, again, AmFest is going to be awesome. 4 days of coverage right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. So very cool stuff. All right, speaking of New York City, real quick, Bobby, did you hear that there's a baseball player, last name Soto? He has signed a $765 million contract over 15 years for the New York Mets. We could talk about that for 10 seconds real quick, because I'm astonished at that number.
That team over in Queens, they want to make a difference over at Citi Field where they play now. And I think it's a good move on their part. It's a lot of money, and it's record in the world of sports as well. So baseball really... wow, there's a lot of money involved in that organization.
Yeah,
no question.
Definitely. And so we do see that President Trump wants to make America wealthy again. We want the prices to go down. We want the gas prices to go back, maybe even lower than what they were, right? During his first administration. So if we're going to drill, baby, drill, as President Trump talked about, if we're going to have our own energy just here in America, that drastically lowers the cost of fuel and energy.
Right. And you see how these 20 promises all work together cohesively to make a massive difference for the American consumer.
So we're looking forward to this live coverage here. It's 8:24 Eastern as we get ready to go and hear from Steve Bannon, Nigel Farage, Dan Scavino, and Corey Lewandowski at that 112th event there, the New York Young Republican Club Gala in the Empire State. All right, so we know, again, 7 o'clock was the start time. We're getting a little bit late on that, but that's all right. We know that, again, when President Trump was first facing this lawfare, this was the group that stepped in. So this is, it takes a lot, to live in New York City and to be a straight-up MAGA conservative, Trump-supporting, Constitution-loving, God-fearing human being. Because having lived in New York City in my prior career, in the sense of mainstream media, you know what I mean? It was still a fun city and all, but man, I wouldn't want to live there now with all what's going on,
Right.
But what's happening now is to make New York great again through law and order, through Tom Homan meeting with the mayor, through that safety. Once the safety gets back, then hey, cool, live in New York. You feel all right.
It helps everything across the board to remove Trende Aragua, MS-13, and criminal migrants who have really wreaked havoc and quite frankly are not afraid of law and order. They want to do their bidding and really control turf battles and wars throughout these great cities. And in turn, you bring back the splendor of the cities, the greatness of them. It helps everyone across the board. And for those residents who either don't want to leave or really who have to live there for work or whatever it might be, it's still the fashion capital of the world, the economic capital. And again, if you can make it there, you can make it anywhere, as President Trump has proven time and again.
Yes, and then also, with the Frank Sinatra, as we mentioned earlier, the best is yet to come. President Trump would say that in various speeches, and that was, I think, a song I played. I think it was that night when President Trump won, November 5th. I just played, who doesn't like a little bit of Frank Sinatra, right?
Of course.
So anyway, So looking forward to hopefully some live musical performances here tonight too. It'd be kind of cool. But again, we're live here, approaching the bottom of the hour, 8:30, as we await these great speakers to take the stage. Again, Nigel Farage, he heads up the Reform UK party in the United Kingdom. Pretty awesome to see that. And especially with what's going on there in the United Kingdom. I mean, the people there, again, want freedom of speech. They want to be free, but right now there really aren't. And that's tough.
Right, and you have situations where even the mayor of London has threatened American citizens that they will be detained if they come over to London and cause a ruckus. And I don't know why we would necessarily do that. We respect our friends over on the other side of the pond, but he's named people in the MAGA movement that they would take into custody, and that's really egregious and also unprecedented considering the relationship between our two lands, and that it's been very peaceful and a great cooperation, especially in the last give or take 150 years. It didn't start off so well, right? During that revolution of ours, but we are a common people from a common, not only Western background, but of course biblical background. If you look at it, of course, many of the people who came to the American colonies fleeing religious persecution, ultimately seeking religious liberty, but so much of our lands cooperate in so many different ways, especially with geopolitical security and traditionally the practice of capitalism. But you have a Marxist movement there and a deep state, a uniparty that Nigel Farage is really taking on bravely with Reform UK, and I hope to see them gain some seats in the parliament, and ultimately be wonderful to see him become prime minister, because I haven't met a prime minister yet. So if that did happen, I've spoken to Mr. Farage on a couple of occasions at CPACs and such, and I could say, well, he wasn't prime minister then, but I got to meet one.
Yeah. So. I never met a prime minister either, but I was an intern at a network years ago, and it was in D.C., and Tony Blair and George Bush were in the East Room of the White House.
Oh, wow.
So I saw that whole process, but you look at it now and it's like, cool, but no, we want common sense outsider guys now.
Right, exactly.
I'd rather be a common sense outsider type of person because that's who we are, right?
Right.
So that's what we resonate with. So it was cool to see all that. But anyway, so they're telling us about mypillow.com right now, so why don't we tell you about it? All you have to do is go to mypillow.com and then use the /RSBN for some great discounts there, up to 80% off. Mike Lindell said there was... I think there's more than 2,000 products that are available at mypillow.com. So it's pretty cool stuff.
He is a master marketer, mypillow.com. It's the best go-to for so many of your needs. I've really enjoyed the MyPillows for many years now. And you can see there just the incredible deals on standards, queens, and kings. You can dial 800-836-7566. Of course, up to 80% off of everything. He always has a great deal going on.
We shouldn't ask the director and producer to bring us all of the goods that we have here in the studio. They're in the other studio, so we'll, if they do bring it in, maybe we'll show you some. But there's so many products that are great at mypillow.com. As you guys know, many of you have maybe the slippers or the slides or the sheets and all that kind of stuff, but pillows are great as well. So mypillow.com, RSBN for up to 80% off of everything. The 60th presidential inauguration is scheduled for, of course, January 20th, 2025. The swearing-in ceremony, 12 p.m. Eastern. The president-elect and vice president-elect will take the oath of office at the U.S. Capitol, of course, located at the east end of the National Mall. And then we're looking at a number of inaugural balls that will happen as well. Those would be quite awesome to go to. The grand celebrations marking the beginning of a new presidential term after a glimpse into the nation's rich history and cultural diversity. And there's just so many great things about to happen here in this country. So we're looking forward to it, and we're looking forward to sending it out there to New York City to hear from these great speakers tonight, because it's the narrative, it's the truth, it's the information that is all about common sense and freedom that we're looking to have. We want to keep that going, and these are the kind of guys that'll do it.
Well, and these are the gentlemen who really are the backbone of this MAGA populist movement, who have really helped President Trump from day one to craft not only a winning message, but policies that will make sense in the long run for an America to be independent and free and prosperous for generations to come.
Exactly. 8:30. Bottom of the hour right now as we await the event to start there. I remember President Trump saying something in at the RNC. What a powerful speech that was, right? When he came back and he said the RNC must go on, this after J13, right? And he said, together we will lead America to new heights of greatness like the world has never seen before. Under our leadership, the United States will be respected again. No nation will question our power. No enemy will doubt our might. Our borders will be totally secure. Our economy will soar. We will return law and order to our streets, patriotism to our schools, and importantly, we will restore peace, stability, and harmony all throughout the world. And then you see all of the Make America Free Again, Make
Absolutely.
America Strong Again, Safe Again, Proud Again. I mean, this is really what it's all about.
Oh, it is, and I can't remember a time, perhaps since Ronald Reagan, where you've had such a selfless leader who has really done something much bigger than himself, sitting at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. I mean, he's a remarkable character in the American ethos and our story as a country, and a man who really was self-made in so many ways. Yeah, sure had an advantage or two, but built an incredible company that has dominated not only in real estate, but in the also in the hotel business and in golf courses. Of course, all the different side projects from different casinos to food and drink, and really being out in the entertainment world. And again, the tallest building on the Las Vegas Strip, that is a Donald Trump hotel for you. And he's brought that prowess into government that was sorely needed at this time in American history. Just common sense and really an injection of the private industry that would take away powers from this behemoth that we now know as the deep state. He really pulled that curtain back and showed people, wow, I mean, if you recall in his first term, I loved how much he would speak to the media, and I'm sure he will again. You wake up 5, 6 in the morning, he'd already do 2 or 3 interviews, but he always said, I knew it was bad, I didn't know it was this bad. And he would always refer to that. Yeah. And it's, we now know, I mean, the way his family has been targeted, the way he's been targeted, and what he had to overcome with fake impeachments to assassination attempts to people who really were climbing on his back as he kept progressing through that deep swamp. I mean, a remarkable character in our American history, and we're going to see 4 more years of this. So we are blessed.
We are blessed, and President Trump has quite the job ahead of him. But he knows he knows what to do. He does, and if he has anything where he needs to ask someone else, well, he's got a great group of people around him.
Exactly.
You know, not everybody's an expert maybe at one of these things, but we know he's picking on the experts to run and to help these departments out. So. In that Time magazine interview, the reporter asked President Trump, have you decided yet whether you're going to pardon all of the J6 defendants? President Trump answered yes. The reporter said, you're going to do all of them? ? President Trump said, I'm going to do case by case, and if they were nonviolent, I think they've been greatly punished. And the answer is, I will be doing that. Yeah, I'm going to look if there's some that really were out of control. Last question there from the reporter about J6. So you will not include those who committed violent acts? ? The president says, well, we're going to look at each individual case, and we're going to do it very quickly. And it's going to start in the first hour that I get into office, and a vast majority of them should not be in jail. So that from President Trump in Time magazine. If you've missed any of the Time magazine article, go ahead and check it out. A very extensive insight onto some of the things moving forward for President Trump, as you see a lot of activity there in that conference hall in Lower Manhattan. We'll be going there live as soon as the speakers start. Again, Steve Bannon, Nigel Farage, Corey Lewandowski, Dan Scavino Jr., all speaking, I believe, back to back to back to back. So we're looking forward to that right here on RSBN. All right, so we went over the GOP platform. We talked about a lot of cabinet picks, but not all of them. So let's go into those real quick. Just want to look into, how about Howard Lutnick, the U.S. Secretary of Commerce?
Absolutely.
We've got Brooke Rollins, who we talked about. Carolyn Levitt will be the White House press secretary. How awesome is that?
The youngest.
Yeah.
Which is
yeah, so that's
fantastic.
It is.
And she was such a warrior on the campaign trail, and will continue to be. I think she's the perfect person for that role because she knows how to handle this media and will be such a refreshing difference from Karine Jean-Pierre. I had done some communications for a mayor up in Anchorage, Alaska, and in those roles, you really have to set aside your own personal ego in the process. And I could speak very highly of even people from President Obama's administration, Josh Earnest and Robert Gibbs, who really represented the president well. Perhaps didn't agree on everything that they had to present to the podium, but at least would take what he wanted put out to the press and to the media and have somewhat of that rapport. This has been so different in this administration from recent times.
All right, let's go to New York City right now. We'll see you in a minute.
Keep the music going, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 112th New York Young Republican Gala. My name, in case you didn't catch it, is Raheem Kassam. And my pronouns are Trump 2024, bitches! You know, this club truly, truly is amazing, and I have been so bloody nervous to stand on this stage tonight, and everybody I've spoken to has said, Raheem, you're amongst friends tonight. And I thought to myself, do you know what? Actually, that's true. Actually, it really doesn't matter if I bugger this all up because I get to be in a room with all of you guys tonight, and that is the single most important thing, I think, that we are in this room together, that we are in this moment together, and that so many people in this room played such a magnificent role in re-electing the rightful 45th, 46th, and 47th President of the United States of America. By the way, I got Jack Posobiec sitting right in front of me. Jack, everybody, Jack Posobiec, you need to take a look at this. Jack Posobiec dressed like the little drummer boy over here. But also, ladies and gentlemen, a little birdie tells me it's Jack Posobiec's birthday today. Which means it's the one evening of the year that Tanya has to do any work. Woo. It's promo code POSO all night, baby. You know, this club, I remember when Gavin and the entire team took over this club, and feels like so long ago, and it basically had about 40 members. And today, much like Vish Bora's trousers, it's bursting at the seams. 1,600 members, I think, as of the last count. Pretty amazing, pretty amazing. And so it falls upon me to welcome you all on behalf of the magnificent host committee for tonight. Mr. Joshua E. Eisen, Mr. Stephen K. Bannon, Mr. Mark Frank, Mr. and Mrs. Daniel and Judith Miramont, Mr. Preston A. Para, Mr. Terry Schilling, Dr. Miklos Santo, Mrs. Patricia B. Terwillinger, and Mr. Jonathan R. Turco. And a great big shout out as well to our friends at the Center of Fundamental Rights today in the room. We thank all of the donors and all of the sponsors. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for being here. A lot of people say that after this last election, we are going to move towards a spirit of unity. And along those lines, I heard that even Chris Christie tried to get in here tonight. Well, then he found out the price of a plate. And if you know Chris Christie, he needs about 3 or 4 plates. So Chris Christie couldn't make it here tonight. And I am sorry, I must apologize if you were standing in long queues outside, but the good news is he heard about the long lines and Hunter Biden has turned up. Jack says he got that one, so we're happy. We're happy. You know, I'm so honored to be a part of this club and just, you know, serve on the advisory board, as I know so many of you in the audience have lent to over the years. To see it flourish, to watch the new talent coming through, it really is amazing. And one of the brand new talents this year who really stood out with her Make America Hot Again event just a couple of weeks ago. And it was hosted alongside the great ladies at the Conservateur. They're in here somewhere, you can hear them. But Francesca Massi as well just did an amazing job hosting that event. And I don't know if you saw that Francesca went viral. She's in the Daily Mail and the New York Post, and she sent me a text message. She said, Raheem, I don't understand, like, what's going on here? Why am I going so viral? I said, think of a couple of reasons. My apologies to Francesca's parents who are in the room. You know, we have the great Matt and Ginger Gates in the room with us tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Where's Matt? Matt, there you are. Matt, no matter what, you will always be Attorney General of my heart, okay? That's all that matters, okay? We're very excited for you and your new One American News show. We hear that Vish Burra is shipping out to San Diego to help you produce that show. And it's great. It's great for Vish. So he got very excited when he heard about the topless beaches, because Vish has been working on his titties for a while, so I told people they were going to get it tonight. You know, I make no apology for this. Ladies and gentlemen, the achievements of the club always stun me. Every year, we run the Tunnel to Towers 5K. We raise tens of thousands of dollars for that magnificent charity. And I want to give a shout out especially to my good friend Jude Sumfun, who's in the room, who runs that philanthropic committee. Jude, where are you? It's dark in here, Jude. You'll have to forgive me. Jude, I took Jude for a curry after the run one day, and I fed him a fresh green chili. And he said, oh, it's too hot, it's too hot. He says, Raheem, have I gone pale? I said, Jude, there's no chance of it. Don't worry about it. This club is at the epicenter, ladies and gentlemen, of this city. Its cultural scene, its social scene, its charitable scene, its political scene. And so many of the people who have been involved in this club for so very long have gone on to do such magnificent things. Richard Nixon, President Richard Nixon was a member of this club, ladies and gentlemen. But the most important members to me are in this room today. I want you all to give yourselves a great big round of applause for everything that has been achieved, not just in making New York great again, but in making America great again, ladies and gentlemen. Now, you will probably notice the jokes I wrote and the jokes I didn't write tonight, because mine are the dirty ones. And some of the introductions have to be a little more PG for the evening. So on that note, I want to welcome up to the stage somebody who I'm told is so Greek that he can track his ancestral lineage all the way back to when his ancestors were defeated by the Maccabees. And you have to understand that my good friend Alex Zick wrote that joke. And if you know anything about Alex Zick, of course Alex Zick would write a Maccabees joke. But Stefano Forte has served as the club's sharp-tongued and even sharper-dressed Queen's Caucus chairman. As one of the club's newest and most rapidly growing caucuses, he has overseen the outdoing of the Queen's GOP in both electoral success and vigor. He currently serves as the executive director of the 1776 Project PAC and formerly served as campaign manager for Councilman Vicky Palladino in 2023, where he led the charge to secure a 20-point victory in a district with an 8-1 Democrat-Republican registration advantage. The most important note, however, I'm told, about Stefano, I was always going to butcher it, is the fact that he is now the fiancé, and I'll read it from this sheet, to the, quote, world's prettiest girl. Becky, you're going to make him a very happy man. Ladies and gentlemen, for your Pledge of Allegiance, please welcome to the stage Stefano Forte.
Everybody, please rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Always a little bit awkward for a couple of us in the room at that point, because of course all of the Americans have their hands on their hearts and recite it out loud, and of course Nigel Farage and I just sort of stand there going, right, okay, yep, that's fine. Sounds very good to us. Thank you very much. You know, ladies and gentlemen, I actually thought I saw CNN's Caitlin Collins walk into the room earlier. Turns out it was actually Scott Pressler, so... Oh, goodness me, I'm going to get in trouble for some of these. Well, what's really not right is I thought I saw Brian Stelter walk into the room earlier. Turns out it was a side of potatoes. It's better than if you see Jeffrey Toobin walking into the room. But actually, that turned out just to be a homeless guy wanking in the back alley, so... All right, probably about enough of me right now. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, of course, is another awkward moment for Mr. Farage and myself. That would be your national anthem, ladies and gentlemen. And I want to welcome to the stage for that an operatic tenor and artistic director, founder of the New York Vocal Arts Academy. I've got it written here for me as notes, a gay Mexican German Jew who owns a beautiful townhouse in Harlem that he hosts parties and salons at. He's making the arts great again, ladies and gentlemen. Emilio holds graduate degrees in law and music, a 17-year-long career. Dr. Pons has performed over 30 roles in many of the world's leading opera houses, concert halls, and festivals. He's a polyglot, an openly defiant and staunch conservative intellectual, a member of the European Cultural Parliament, an associate member of the New York Young Republican Club. Led by his passion for pedagogy for over a decade now, he founded the Sanct here in USA. Many successful singers have studied with him, including Trump's very own tenor, Christopher Macchio. Alongside Dr. Pons is Brent Morden, our gala chairman for the evening, ladies and gentlemen. He's the founder of the New York Young Republican Club's Arts Caucus, a Queens native, a music director, composer, vocalist, and more than anything, somebody who keeps coming up to me tonight and going, Raheem, don't worry about it, you got it, I can believe in you. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Emilio Pons and Brent Morden to the stage. so proudly we hailed in the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? Deeply, deeply offensive to me, of course. You know, Nigel and I often actually talk about the fact that Americans wear their patriotism on their sleeves so much more than we do at home. And I got to tell you guys, one of the things that, you know, when I moved here in 2016, one of the things that kept me here is that spirit that you just showed just now. The fact that you are proud of your nation, the fact that you fight for your nation, the fact that you actually think about what it is to be a sovereign nation at all, I think is the thing that unites so many of us in this room tonight. And so in amongst all of the jokes and all of the revelry and I'm sure all of the drunkenness that will take us late into the evening, I want us to remember that and actually remember what puts us all in this room together. I know some of us have our little spats between ourselves from now and then. If anybody follows my Twitter feed, you know I've basically fought with every single person in this room at some point. But we are a family. We are a family. And we need to remember that as the deep state, as the administrative state, as the, quite frankly, satanic powers that have been for so very long in Washington, D.C., try to bear down on us. We have to remember that we stick together, we work together, we can call upon each other. And I think, you know, making America great again was not ever just a political statement of intent, but it was also a spiritual statement of intent, ladies and gentlemen. And speaking of spiritual statements of intent, I now want to welcome to the stage the only based reverend, I think out of 20 that were approached to do the invocation tonight, who agreed that this was a room that he wanted to preside over. A native Southern Californian, Father Josiah Trenum attended the Westminster Seminary in California, receiving his master's in divinity in 1992 while studying under some of the most influential teachers in the Reformed tradition. In 1993, he was ordained to the holy priesthood by the Orthodox Church, and in 2004, he was awarded a PhD in theology from the University of Durham in England. Quite a good one, if you don't know. Father Josiah has published numerous articles and 2 books and is the founder of Patristic Nectar Publications, a non-profit ministry. His homilies are entitled The Arena Podcasts, and they are available on Patristic Nectar Publications, on Apple Podcasts, on Spotify, and on Google Podcasts. Nice little plug there. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would please give a warm welcome to Father Josiah Trenham.
When I was waiting in the line, Raheem asked me to hear his confession in anticipation. I told him we don't do that, but I thought he was joking. He was not. And Alex, very bad joke about the Maccabees. Very bad joke. It's an honor to be here and to make this invocation, and I intend to invoke the blessing of Almighty God upon this evening. But you have to stop jabbing for me to do it. You're very good parishioners. You're very good parishioners. 5 years ago, you had your heart, I know, in your hands as you watched the great Cathedral of Notre Dame burn. We watched that incredible Gothic 12th century cathedral that has stood for 9 centuries as a witness to the glory of God and to the saving work of Jesus in the world. We saw it go up. I was so happy to watch the rededication last weekend and to see President Trump there. It was a great blessing. But I think that this horrible 5 years was a symbol. The fire, the burning of the cathedral, its decimation, and its rebuilding to the cost of $1 billion. Over 1,000 artisans invested themselves, volunteered their work to rebuild Notre Dame. Dear ones, our precious America is on fire. Much of it has been burned to the ground. It's not what it was. We have to rebuild it. We stood for the Pledge of Allegiance, for the national anthem, and I would like you also, please stand and join me in prayer. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Master, Lord our God, source of life and immortality, author of all created things, both visible and invisible, who has placed all seasons and years in thy power and dost direct all things by thy most wise and all gracious providence. We give thanks to thee, Heavenly Father, for thy long-suffering patience, for enduring our waywardness as a nation, for not giving to us what we deserve, but heeding instead the humble prayers of thy bishops and priests and all thy faithful people, as we have supplicated thee, asking most sincerely for grace, for forgiveness, and for a new day of national renewal. We thank thee for pouring out upon our nation in these recent times, especially upon our young people, a thirst for faith, for a redigging the ancient wells of belief and religion that have inspired and guided our people through the vast majority of our glorious history, but have been stopped up with the filth of secularism and woke apostasy in these last decades. As the great patriarchs of old redug the wells of Abraham, so inspire this generation to recover our national virtues. Stretch forth thy right hand from heaven, O Lord God, and bless our new President Donald. Guard and protect him from assassination and from every harm of body and soul. Inspire him with paternal love for all Americans, and let him feel thy nearness at his right side. Bless our First Lady, Melania, and all the Trump children and grandchildren. Enable, O Lord, President Trump to successfully coagulate his cabinet and to successfully accomplish the vision for our great nation that he won such a definitive mandate for. Bless, O Lord, our Senate, our House, and the judiciary. Inspire with wisdom and humility all those who labor in public service on the national, state, county, and municipal levels. Protect, O Lord, and bless the police, firefighters, and emergency workers of our land. Bless all of our nation's doctors and nurses and all who work for the health of the bodies of our people. Sustain and inspire our nation's clergymen who watch over and nourish our souls. Make us all zealots for the glory of thy name and for the teaching of the faith once delivered to the saints, which upholds the entire universe. Visit, O Lord, with repentance, all the tyrants who emerged in public life during COVID and trampled upon our sacred liberties, violating our national constitution, O Lord. May we never see them in public service again in our land. Please, Savior, let there be no new crops of censors, devious oligarchs, and warmongers. Be mindful, O Lord, of the people here present, and have mercy upon them according to the multitude of thy mercy. Fill their treasuries with every good thing. Maintain their marriage bonds in peace and concord. Rear our infants. Guide our young people. And uphold thy mighty right hand all of our teachers and counselors who educate them every day. Support our old folks. Be near the elderly. Encourage the faint-hearted and the lonely. Collect the scattered and bring them into our embrace in our parishes and homes. Deliver thy holy church and this our beloved country from every evil assault. Calm the nations. Give peace to the world. Bring to an end the wars in Ukraine, Gaza, Lebanon, and Syria. Grant that we might, as one people, turn attention to our inner man, to our faith, virtue, and character as the bedrock of our cultural life. Nail us all to the fear of thee, O Lord God. And as we partake of this meal and this evening together, bless our food and drink. Grant to us the ultimate MAGA. Make America God-fearing again, so that America can be great again, to the glory of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
He just told me I got a clean bill of health. I'm totally fine. I can make all the jokes I want to tonight. He's going to forgive me. We got it. That is music to my ears, ladies and gentlemen. You know, I will shout some people out over the course of this evening, but if you don't hear from me, frankly, consider it another blessing. I want to go back to my good buddy Alex Zick over there. Alex, Shmuley as I call him, for explicitly racist reasons. Shmuley, Manchester United beat Man City today. We got some United fans in the house. You know, Alex Zick is such a great man, and he is such a great lawyer. And if you ever doubt the latter, just check his Instagram story, because he likes to post reviews of his own law practice there. And let me tell you, he posts the best reviews. He only gets the best reviews. Shmuley is the one guy I know who, as a lawyer, was not interested in the Daniel Penny case until he heard his surname. We can do it. We're allowed to do it. Rob Smith is here, ladies and gentlemen. Rob Smith, straight from a tennis and ceviche course. The Fleckers viewers will get that one. And Natalie Winters is in the house, ladies and gentlemen. Or as she likes to be called, Nazi Barbie. She's Nazi Barbie. I remember the first time I met Natalie Winters, young, aspiring journalist in Washington, D.C., and we're in a cab, and she turns to me and she goes, yeah, I really want to do some reporting. And I said, okay, that's great. What's your beat? You know, like, what are you covering? Are you covering the border? Are you covering immigration? Are you covering Congress? I said, what's your beat? Natalie, what were you, 18 years old or something at the time? 17 years old, maybe? She goes, oh, I don't know. I really like Taylor Swift. Actual true story, ladies and gentlemen. Right now, I want to bring your attention to the fact that there are so many elected representatives in this room tonight. I am going to miss some out, I'm sure. But I've seen so many already tonight. Will Timmons is here. Congressman Will Timmons is here, ladies and gentlemen. I want to make sure that we pay homage to everyone who's made the great trip to be with us tonight. Mike Collins is here, ladies and gentlemen. And he brought his mullet with him. It's a beautiful mullet. We love it, Mike. And there are so many, just honestly, wonderful guests in the room. Boris Epstein is here tonight, ladies and gentlemen. None of what happened in the last year could have happened without Boris. Everybody knows it. Boris is the best. Make sure you take a lot of selfies with him. He loves that. There are some other honorees tonight, but you've had the roast master so far, or at least attempted. But I want to introduce you now, ladies and gentlemen, to your Toastmaster for the evening. Somebody who I think has just become a wonderful friend of mine in recent months and years. We've supported all along the way. Is newly elected to this incoming Congress. He's so brand new that when he came to my restaurant in D.C. a couple of weeks ago, they didn't even recognize him and they turned him away. And I said, that simply will not do. Ladies and gentlemen, please, the next star of Capitol Hill, give a warm welcome to our brilliant friend, Congressman-elect Brandon Gale, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Raheem. It's great to be here all the way from North Texas. There we go, in the home in New York of the great patriot Daniel Penny. I don't know about y'all, but I think we need a lot more Daniel Pennies in this country because we have far too many Jordan Neelys. Thank you guys for having us here, and my beautiful wife, Danielle, sitting over at table 27. By the way, pregnant with our second child. Whenever I think about what this last election meant, I can't help but think about what the left has done to us over the past 4 years. Facilitating the largest human trafficking operation in the world on our southern border, running our economy into the ground, driving inflation up, going after our children, flooding our schools with pornography, critical race theory, and fentanyl, trying to force us to believe that boys are girls and girls are boys, and that censorship is a good thing, and that Hamas terrorists are actually the good guys. And I bring all this up because we're up against an ideological foe who's animated by support for the mass proliferation of transgenderism and infanticide. And over the next few months, we're going to hear a lot of talk about unity and reconciliation and bipartisanship. And I don't know about y'all, but I have no interest in bipartisanship after what they've done to our country. If Democrats want to vote for our bills, then they can do that. But there are bills because we have a mandate now. They don't. And that's because this election was about watching the country that we grew up in get taken away from us. Politics has gotten down to almost a more basic, almost a primal level. We're watching as our country, as our home is being taken from us right now. I was giving an interview the other day, and I was asked, how do we in Congress, how can we define success? And I said, I think we can actually define success numerically in Congress by the number of illegal aliens that we deport over the next 2 years. Because we're going to take our country back once and for all. And I'm proud to be here. Thank you, Gavin, for hosting this. And I'd like to end by raising a toast, not only to taking this country back, but to the man who is leading our party, who survived 2 assassination attempts, a weaponized federal government, and a weaponized media, the man who saved the Republican Party, in my opinion, and the man who is going to save this country once again, to President Donald Trump. Cheers.
Me again. I know the food is coming out right now, so while it does, I also just want to take a moment to thank all of the great team who pulled this event together, all of the wonderful staff at Cipriani, and make sure you tip your weight as well. They're working very hard tonight, ladies and gentlemen, so just give them a round of applause, please. Thank you. You know, Mitch McConnell. You know Mitch McConnell? Well, Mitch McConnell calls me up and he goes, hey, you think I can speak tonight? I said, you know what, dude, I really don't think you can. Some people got that. Where's Maureen Bannon in the house tonight? Maureen Bannon is in the house, ladies and gentlemen. Maureen, the first time I met Maureen, she fell up a flight of steps and bruised her ankle, which gives her something in common with Nancy Pelosi. Yeah, it's a tough one. Ladies and gentlemen, the next speaker of the evening is somebody who I am just tickled pink every day to call one of my best friends. He is genuinely a political powerhouse, not just here in New York City, but really genuinely around all of America and indeed in Europe too. They chant his name in El Salvador. He is the president of this club, and he has worked so very hard, not just to make tonight what it is, ladies and gentlemen, but to get the wins that they have got in New York City, to help President Trump over the line nationwide, to do the honorable thing and knock Chelsea up, and now they have their first baby? We love Gavin Wax, ladies and gentlemen, and I want to make sure we give a great, big New York City welcome to the president of this club, Mr. Gavin Wax.
Well, I hope everybody at the New York Young Republicans Club is doing well and having a good time tonight. It's a very special group. Gavin Wax is incredible, and you have Nigel Farage speaking, and Lewandowski and Steve Bannon. You can't do better than that. No matter where you go, you're not going to do better than those three. But I just want to congratulate you on the great success. Gavin has been amazing. He's an amazing leader. He's an amazing young guy with a big future. And it's really an honor to just be giving this little bit of a salutation. But I feel I have to do that because you've been so good to me. We had a big victory, a victory like I guess they said 129 years. It's the most consequential in 129 years. That's not bad. I wish it were a little bit longer than that, maybe 180, 190 years, but you can't win everything. But we'll take that. And I just want to say that I couldn't have done it without you. You did such an unbelievable job, long beyond New York, all over the country. The word got out what you were doing, and I appreciate it. So to Gavin and to everybody gathered, I wish you a lot of luck, a lot of good health, and we're going to have 4 tremendous years together. We're going to work very closely together, and we're going to have 4 great years. We're going to make America great again. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we had a little bit of a run of show issue, but it's great to be here tonight, and I'm honored to welcome all of our guests and dignitaries to our 112th Annual Gala. And before I begin tonight's remarks, I just want to apologize. I've been fighting, trying to lose my voice. So if I do lose my voice through this speech, you could just cover your eyes and imagine you're hearing RFK Jr. give a speech about seed oils. Well, let's see if I can make it through. On a serious note, this year, Americans have faced a paradigm shift at the local, state, and federal levels. A recent story that weighed considerably on the hearts and minds of New Yorkers in particular is the trial of Mr. Daniel Penny, demonstrating the consequential nature of this societal transition. Daniel Penny received widespread praise from right-wing commentators and activists for subduing a violent delinquent on a crowded subway car. But just 4 years ago, even elected Republicans would have been haranguing pitifully about the plight of criminals, offering crocodile tears about so-called racial injustice, and throwing law enforcement under the bus, striving to placate low-grade quasi-socialists whom the post-Obama era's acolytes deemed the new American ruling class. But damn, thankfully, times have changed. On the right, all but the most pathetic figures now accept that Penny is in fact a hero. And even many Democrats in this very city now accept that Daniel Penny did the right thing. Because ordinary citizens must be ready to stand up for law and order to maintain a free society. And Daniel Penny became the folk hero that we need in a post-constitutional America besieged by existential internal threats. And Penny's example reminds us that we do not have to accept and live with the criminality, the degradation, the subversion, the depravity, and the evil in our society. Penny received about as fair of a trial as he could have gotten in New York City, even though the judge and the prosecutors, including that scumbag Alvin Bragg and his pathetic anti-American underling, colluded against him in a craven effort to destroy a young man's life for sins he could never own. But thankfully, the jury, a Manhattan jury, thankfully did not buy their nonsense. 4 years ago, standing up to this sort of ideology would have been unthinkable, but something has changed. And to that end, I want to give a special shout out to club member, Mr. Thomas Kniff, Daniel Penny's lawyer, who is with us tonight. He's a fantastic man, a veteran, a Marine, and we are honored to have him as a member of our organization. And we initially supported him in his run for the Manhattan District Attorney race against the aforementioned scumbag Alvin Bragg. But I want to make it clear that this club was one of the first organizations to both donate our financial resources and to fundraise for Daniel Penny's legal defense. And we did not waver in our unequivocal support for him, despite many other Republican groups in this city and state staying on the sidelines and hedging their bets. But now it is more important than ever, after years of endless propaganda pushing low IQ woke ideology, that the American people have woken up. They've gotten wise to the scam. And each of us owe President Donald J. Trump a tremendous debt of gratitude for shepherding us through this civilizational battle. Because despite facing constant media attacks, political prosecution, and even bullets, President Trump relented and emerged more focused and stronger than ever on his one goal of indisputable victory. And it was President Trump's example that gave us hope and strength to keep us fighting throughout our struggles, as we struggled against the Marxist agenda in our day-to-day lives. Together, decent, God-fearing, forgotten men and women, and our champion, President Donald J. Trump, broke the entire corrupt system that seemingly had our culture and our nation in a death grip just a few years ago. And we must remember those voices on the right who stated that Donald Trump could not have won this election. They argued baselessly that the charges levied against Trump, the media-fueled animus, and the growing polarization of our country meant that we should run away from the fight and elect a so-called traditional Republican who was less controversial, had less mean tweets, and would spew the traditional GOP pablum about nonsense. Exactly. Boy, were they wrong. These voices on the right were not just wrong, they were spectacularly wrong. President Trump went beyond being the most electable candidate in generations for the Republican Party. He shattered barriers that few dreamed surmountable. He won every single battleground state. He won the popular vote. He received more Latino votes than any Republican in history. He won more black votes than any Republican in 48 years. He even dominated the Muslim vote in a place like Dearborn, Michigan. And through his incredible podcast, Blitz, spearheaded by a friend of the club and a member of our board of advisors, Alex Brucewitz, more than half of all men under 30 voted for Trump in an previously unfathomable rate. This organization was instrumental in leading the charge to grow President Trump's coalition. In fact, the idea of a Trump rally in the South Bronx was forged right here, in this very room, 1 year ago today at our 111th Annual Gala. I think it was right over here. That historic rally, which many people thought would be impossible to pull off, brought out almost 20,000 people from one of the bluest areas in one of the bluest cities in the entire country to hear President Trump speak. No other president has been able to successfully visit the South Bronx to such acclaim and fanfare. Bush couldn't do it, Reagan couldn't do it, Carter couldn't do it, but President Trump did it, and he did it bigly. With the help of our friends at the Bodega Association and the National Supermarket Association, our club distributed nearly 15,000 pieces of bilingual flyers promoting the South Bronx rally across the entire Bronx. We also ran ads promoting this rally across electronic billboards. And despite all the torrential rain, the condemnations, the pathetic left-wing protests, that rally went off without a hitch. You see, I'm losing the voice. Our volunteers even managed to register hundreds of new Republican voters in the Bronx, building on our citywide efforts to grow the Republican Party through voter registration drives. But even before the Bronx rally, this club worked to bring President Trump uptown, to Harlem, to the Bodega where Jose Alba worked. Jose Alba, as you may remember, was a man who the corrupt slimebag district attorney, Alvin Bragg, targeted and prosecuted for defending himself against a violent thug. President Trump visited that bodega to discuss the rampant crime wave impacting our city. And he was received by massive crowds in Harlem, cheering him, hanging from their fire escapes to see him, and pouring onto the streets to wave at him. No Republican could have received a welcome like that in Harlem, only President Trump. And to that end, I want to thank our Hispanic Caucus Chairman, Argelio Rodriguez, and our Black Caucus Chairman, Adam Solis, who were instrumental in organizing both of those stops. In addition, I want to thank club member and minority leader of the City Council, Joseph Borelli, for pushing through the city's bureaucracy to secure the permits needed for the Trump rally at Crotona Park. But beyond the urban vote and the minority vote, President Trump has also won one of the highest percentages of union households of any Republican in a generation, solidifying the Republican Party's shift towards being the party of the working man and the working woman. And to that end, I am thankful and happy our good friends at the Steamfitters Union came out with their bold endorsement of President Donald J. Trump, making it one of the first, if not the only, trade union endorsements of President Trump this cycle. And this club was proud to have launched our labor caucus in conjunction with the Steamfitters and worked to secure that endorsement. And I want to give a shout out to their business manager, Bobby Bartels Jr., who worked at the Wallman Ice Skating Rink as a young man. Thank you, Brian. And President Brian Kearney, who are both here in the audience tonight. The Republican Party under President Trump is now the party of the American worker. Now, for all the efforts that we engaged in as a club, they were certainly not in vain. In fact, some of the largest shifts towards President Trump happened right here in New York City. Every borough of this city shifted by double digits towards President Trump. The Bronx shifted almost 22 points to the right, one of the most significant shifts of any single county in the entire country. In Queens, President Trump's home borough and my home borough, it also shifted 22 points to the right. And even here, give it up for Queens. And even here, oh, you degenerates. And even here in Manhattan, the borough shifted almost 11 points to the right. And because of these monumental gains in New York City, President Trump had the highest percentage of any Republican in the Empire State in over 36 years. So it was fitting that one of the last rallies of President Trump's campaign took place not too far from here, in the beating heart of New York City at Madison Square Garden. And I want to personally thank the over 200 volunteers of this club who worked tirelessly to ensure the success of that amazing event. Thank you all. Now, every Republican who's wanted to moderate himself, to echo politically correct platitudes in a dumb attempt to pander or waffle on key principles to gain votes has been permanently disgraced and discredited. Those of us on the populist right, we have been vindicated. We have said for nearly a decade we must emulate President Trump. We must project strength and confidence, and we must never back down for a fight. And we must double down on our values boldly and without reservation. This is the blueprint for Republican success. It is the strain of republicanism forged by President Trump and refined right here at the New York Young Republican Club. And now there is only one path forward for Republican success, and it is through Trumpism. And the momentum behind our movement must not be squandered. Republican representatives and senators in Washington, D.C., you must know that you will not just be primaried if you refuse to hold up President Trump's democratically mandated agenda. They will be scorned. They will be humiliated. They will be permanently disgraced in the eyes of their own constituents. And they must wear the scarlet letter for the rest of their days for their transgressions against the MAGA movement and President Donald J. Trump. And listen, this is not just hot air from aggrieved grassroots Republicans. This is who have frankly been very loud but mostly ineffectual noise since the rise of the Tea Party movement. A new day has dawned in America. Because now we have Elon Musk on our side, who represents the equivalent of 7 George Soroses working on behalf of the populist MAGA right. Elon Musk has modernized the infrastructure behind the Republican Party. We are no longer running 20th century campaigns dictated by greed of crony consultants and the laziness of paycheck-driven operatives. We are on the cutting edge, running ballot harvesting operations that are on par with the Democrats. With Elon behind us, Republican senators should be terrified to go against any one of President Trump's excellent nominees. Tulsi Gabbard, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., Kash Patel, Petey Hegseth, all of them must be and will be confirmed. And Monica Crowley, of course, we cannot forget. Any rhino senator who fails to deliver on this should know that they will be electorally devastated in 2026 and beyond. And I was beyond proud of the work of this club's campaign committee, which helped make over 100,000 phone calls targeting swing state voters this cycle. The club was the second largest phone banking team for President Trump in the country. And this club also spearheaded and led a 100-person deployment to Bucks County, Pennsylvania, where we made over 10,000 voter contacts 1 week before Election Day. For these efforts, I want to thank our campaign's chairman, Mario Nicoletto, for the fantastic work of spearheading these initiatives. My voice is gone. I also want to recognize our Law Committee Chairman, Phil Leggio, who oversaw dozens of young lawyers who volunteered their time to monitor polling places during both early voting and Election Day to ensure fair and transparent elections. So in conclusion, before I have a stroke, the state of this 1,600-person club is very strong, and this 113-year institution has never been more robust. We have the highest membership number in decades, thanks to the great work of membership chairwoman Kari Newman and recruitment chairwoman Gianna Prignano. And this gala is a testament to our club's success. To that end, I must give a special thanks to my entire executive committee and board of governors, but specifically to our gala chairman, Brent Morden, who has worked hard to put on and make this event the success that it is. I would also like to recognize 3 members of the Board of Governors who will depart from this club's leadership at the conclusion of their term. Firstly, our Executive Secretary, Vish Burra, my longtime friend and colleague, who helped take this club from where it was in the pits 5 years ago and turned it into the organization it is today. I also want to thank our corresponding secretary, Alana Marcus, who has served this club, thank you, Alana, who has served this club with distinction for 5 years, and her amazing boyfriend, Jude Sumfun, our philanthropy chairman. You have all been instrumental parts of this organization and will be missed. Now the future of MAGA is being forged in this very room before our very eyes. All the strife and heartache we experienced over the past 4 years was more than worth it. The MAGA movement now has total dominance over the Republican Party. We have proven the doubters wrong. They stand on the wrong side of history, nullified, broken, and irrelevant. And we stand on the right side of history, battle-tested, valiant, and ready to dominate. And over the next 4 years, we will make our enemies afraid again. We will seek and gain our retribution by making this country prosperous, safe, and strong again. And we will make America greater than it ever has been before for all the future generations of Americans. So thank you all. God bless you. And God bless my vocal cords. I appreciate it.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct honor to introduce you to a truly remarkable artist, Zoltán Maga. You may remember him from last year when he serenaded President Trump with extraordinary violin skills. Today he returns by popular demand, bringing his unparalleled talent back to this stage. Zoltán has captivated audiences in nearly 100 countries across 5 continents. His performances have enchanted royalty, heads of state, and music lovers alike, gracing the stages of iconic venues such as Carnegie Hall, Lincoln Center, the Walt Disney Concert Hall, and the Vatican. And yes, his real surname is actually Maga. And indeed, he is one of the greatest violinists in the world. Only the best for President Trump, and only the best for you all tonight. It's the perfect name for a true maestro. Please join me in welcoming the incomparable Zoltán Maga, accompanied by the talented Rudolf Sene on the piano, all the way from Budapest in Hungary.
Ladies and gentlemen, the first dinner break has concluded. Please take your seats and welcome back to the stage tonight's Master of Ceremonies, Raheem Kassam.
Doing my own music in my head at this point. Ladies and gentlemen, I just got to try some of the food, and I gotta tell you, it's magnificent. Now I know why Gavin came here about 18 times to do tastings on the run-up to this gala. Absolutely phenomenal, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so we have reached a portion of the evening that I particularly enjoy, ladies and gentlemen, but we are gonna have to move it along quite quickly. So I wanna welcome up to the stage, all in one go here, our lovely ladies from the New York Young Republican Club and the honorees for this evening. Let's start with Claire Walsh and the Honorable Mike Collins, Liz Rue and the Honorable Monica Crowley, Francesca Massey and the Honorable Joseph Borelli, Becky Oliveira and the Honorable David Carr, Michaela Carey and John Shields Wilson, Carrie Newman and Michael Zembrecki, and Gianna Prignano and Kevin Smith. Welcome to the stage.
Hello, MAGA Patriots. On behalf of the New York Young Republican Club, I am honored to present the Alan W. Dulles Award to Representative Michael A. Collins, Jr.
On behalf of the New York Young Republican Club, I am honored to present the Richard M. Nixon Award to the Honorable Monica E. Crowley.
On behalf of the New York Young Republican Club, I am honored to present the Herbert Brunel Award to City Council Minority Leader Joseph C. Borelli. On behalf of the New York Young Republican Club, I am honored to present the Theodore Roosevelt Jr. Award to City Council Member David M. Carr.
On behalf of the New York Young Republican Club, I am pleased to present the John Marshall Harlan II Award to my good friend, John Shields Wilson V. On behalf of the New York Young Republican Club, I am honored to present the Stanley M. Isaacs Award to Michael J. Zimbricki.
On behalf of the New York Young Republican Club, I am honored to present the Nelson A. Rockefeller Award to Kevin W. Smith.
Ladies and gentlemen, please once again give it up for all the honorees and award winners tonight. Okay, listen up. Listen up. I know you're all very excited. I know you all want to take pictures. I know you all want to network, Mr. Gates. But it would be very, very helpful, and it will speed the program along if you all return to your seats and sit your asses down. Ladies and gentlemen, coming to the stage now is just another one of my favorite people in the whole wide world. I call him Shmuley. Everybody knows him as the greatest lawyer New York has ever seen. He is, I don't know, I would like to say like a brother to me. He might tell you that he's more of a father figure to me. But ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Alex Zeke. I do it right that time?
I only have one word response to that introduction. Deport. I just love being roasted by the guy who's not a citizen in the room. Granted, Raheem must have forgotten about his immigration status, but I did not. Conveniently, we have a border czar who actually deports people. Ideally, he would have been in this room tonight. But that's okay. We could have streamlined the conversation. Raheem, Federal Plaza is right up the block, brother, so be careful what you say after this. I should just submit a policy proposal that anything talking smack is a deportable offense. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Y'all look beautiful out there. As a father of 3 wonderful girls, I understand the joys and challenges of raising a family. But tonight, we're here to honor a man who's taken this challenge to a whole new level. Terry R. Schilling, with his 7 children, is not only keeping the birth rate up, but he's also setting a remarkable example of dedication and service. That's a lot of baby books, Terry. It's a lot of baby books. You and your wife must be getting fantastic tax credits. I bet they're making a killing. You're in competition with my rabbi. He has 10. I'll introduce you after. You guys can compare notes. And with President Trump back in the White House, let's go! Those tax credits are only gonna get better. it is my great pleasure to introduce Terry R. Schilling as the recipient of the Thomas E. Dewey Award. This prestigious award is bestowed upon an individual whose exemplary service in government best embodies the spirit and dedication of the Republican Party. Thomas E. Dewey, a distinguished lawyer, a prosecutor, and politician, served as the 47th governor of New York and played a pivotal role in shaping the Republican Party's history. Terry Schilling, much like Dewey, has shown an unwavering commitment to his principles and to the betterment of our society. As the president of the American Principles Project, Terry has tirelessly advocated for family values and conservative principles, making a significant impact on our political landscape. He's also a proud Lincoln Fellow at the Claremont Institute and a cancer survivor, demonstrating incredible resilience and strength in both his professional and personal life. His work in defending the family unit and promoting policies that support parents and children is truly commendable. Terry's dedication to his own family with his 7 children is a testament to his beliefs. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in congratulating Terry R. Schilling, a true champion of family and conservative values, as he receives the Thomas E. Dewey Award.
Thank you, Jack. I will stop wearing my children's shoes. Listen, I was planning to get up here and give Raheem Kassam a big thank you, but I'm kind of mad at him tonight because, as you know, I have 7 children, and there's a reason for that, and it's because my wife hasn't known what causes it. But before the dinner tonight, Raheem told my wife what causes it, and so now I'm screwed. I was planning on going for number 8. So, Raheem, if there's no more Schillings in the lineage, it's you. Listen, I'm just a simple guy who stood up with people like Paula Scanlon, who's here tonight, and said men shouldn't be in girls' sports, who said that kids shouldn't get sex changes, and who said that people shouldn't talk to other people's kids about sex. And President Trump listened to that. He saw these ads. We spent $18 million, but Republicans spent over $215 million attacking the left on their trans insanity. And so this is such a cool award. Thomas Dewey was such a hero. I'm a huge fan of the Dewey Decimal System. And God bless you all. Thank you all. We love New York. New York is punk rock. We love punk rock. We love Gavin. Gavin, you had your first. I'm so proud of you. Congratulations. Where's Chelsea? Congratulations, you guys. Your first is really important. I have 7. It's not a race, but I'm winning. God bless you all. Love you, New York. Thank you.
Once again for Terry Schilling, ladies and gentlemen. I noticed a good friend of mine is in the audience here. Andrew Giuliani is here. Where's Andrew? Andrew Giuliani is just a magnificent man. He's right there. Andrew, we love you. We love your family. I would tell you to send our best to your dad, but the state of Georgia would try to confiscate it. So it's great to have you here, man. Love seeing you. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back to the stage, Mr. Zoltán Maga.
Ladies and gentlemen, our second dinner break has concluded. Please take your seats and welcome back to the stage our Master of Ceremonies, Raheem Kassam.
Well, busy old night. And we're still waiting for the main events, ladies and gentlemen. Are you ready? No, that's rubbish. Are you ready for your main speakers tonight, ladies and gentlemen? Just before we do that, I think we have another video that came straight out of Mar-a-Lago today. I wonder if we have that ready for you, ladies and gentlemen, because this is brand new, just got sent in, and I want to make sure that everybody pays attention to the screens right now, because we have another very special video from Mar-a-Lago.
I hope everyone's having a great time, because you're going to hear some fantastic speakers tonight. You have Dan Scavino and Steve Bannon and Corey Lewandowski and Nigel Farage, who's taking over Europe, it looks like. And you have some fantastic people, and Gavin Wax has done an incredible job with the New York Young Republicans. They've really taken them to a level that you can't believe. They really helped me too. I want to tell you, we almost won New York, but you helped me far and beyond New York, much beyond New York, actually. And as you know, we won all swing states, 7 swing states, and we won them in a landslide. We won the popular vote in a landslide. We won sort of everything in a landslide, and I attribute a lot of it to the people in the room tonight. So I just hope you're having a fantastic time. I wish I could be with you, but I'm doing a couple of other things. You probably heard about that, but I'll be with you most likely next year. I do want to say this, though. Gavin Wax, you are fantastic. Keep up the good work. What a great group of people. And we will be together. We'll be together soon, and we'll be together a lot. In the meantime, I'm going to go out and make America great again. You're going to be very happy with the job performance. I will not let you down. You didn't let me down. I won't let you down. Enjoy these great speakers. Good night.
Isn't he amazing? Not 1 but 2 videos for the club tonight, and maybe that won't be the last of it, ladies and gentlemen. But let me bring up on stage right now our wonderful new speakers chairwoman. Please welcome to the stage my good friend, Ashley McCoskey.
Good evening. It is an honor and a privilege to serve as the Speaker's Chair for the New York Young Republican Club. I'd like to extend a special thanks to Gavin Wax, our incredible president, and our incredible Board of Governors to make tonight possible. New York City is the best city in the world. It's where I began my career in politics 9 years ago in 2015, working at Trump Tower with a small but a driven team of about 10 people, many who are here with us tonight. Among that remarkable group was a true leader, our fearless campaign manager, Corey Lewandowski. Corey is a battle-tested strategist, an unwavering loyalist, and a key figure in the success of President Donald J. Trump's 2016 campaign. From the earliest days of the campaign, Corey was one of the first to embrace and amplify President Trump's bold vision to make America great again. His unmatched dedication and sharp political instincts not only defied conventional wisdom, but helped reshape the political landscape forever. Tonight, Corey is being recognized with the club's most prestigious honor, the Philip J. McCook Award. This award is named after one of the club's founders and first presidents, Philip J. McCook. In 1930, McCook was appointed by then Governor of New York, FDR, to preside over the Ewald-Healy job-buying inquiry, which ultimately led to the famed Seabury investigation. The investigation exposed corruption in Tammany Hall and shed light on the pervasive influence of the Democratic machine in New York City. Nearly 90 years later, the fight against corruption continues, and Corey Lewandowski has been at the forefront of the battle. His relentless dedication to preserving the values that make America great embodies the very spirit of this award. The Philip J. McCook Award is given to leaders who exemplify the ideals of liberty, individual responsibility, and service to the Republican Party. Corey's contributions to our nation and to the conservative movement and the vision of President Trump make him more than worthy recipient. So without further ado, please join me in welcoming a patriot, a fighter, and a loyal champion of President Trump's mission, my friend, Corey Lewandowski.
Well, thank you very much. You know, Ashley and, hey, shut up! Thank you very much. Good. So, guys, I just want to start by recognizing the people who are given this award prior to me. My great friend Monica Crowley has received this award, thank you. But some true luminaries. President Eisenhower received the award. President Hoover received the award. The great Jackie Robinson received this award. So to be here this evening, to be in such humble company, is something that's very special to me. You know, let me start by first and foremost thanking all of you who made tonight special. From President Trump and his leadership, to the members of this great committee who put this incredible event together, to all the speakers, and of course Raheem and so many others. So thank you for giving me the distinct privilege to be here this evening. I want to thank my family, who very rarely comes, but they're here at table 95, my 4 children and my wife. Thank you very much. You know, my journey started with President Trump about 10 years ago in January of 2015, when they told us the greatest team ever assembled was running for president in 2016. Whether it was senators or congressmen or leaders from around the globe, they told us that Donald Trump had no chance before he came down that beautiful golden escalator. And then within 3 weeks of coming down that escalator, he was in first place and never looked back. And what he did in 2015 and 2016 was truly historic. But what he accomplished just a few short weeks ago was even more historic. And as much as I am sad that he didn't have the last 4 years in the White House, I am hopeful and optimistic of what the next 4 years will bring for this country. In the next 4 years, I can assure you of a few things. Donald Trump will fulfill his promise to close the border and make America safe again. He will fulfill his promise to deport illegal aliens who are in this country illegally. He will make sure that the 13,099 convicted murderers who are here and the 18,000 rapists and the 425,000 criminals no longer have a welcome mat. And my friend Tom Homan has said, if you're an illegal alien, you better have eyes in the back of your head, because we're coming for you. Because that's what we will do to make America safe again. President Trump has also said he will pass tax reform so that there is no tax on Social Security, on tips, or on overtime. A promise that he has made and we will fulfill over the next year. You know, this is the greatest country the world has ever known. But we are on the precipice. And I really believe if Vice President Harris would have been the president, we would have lost this great nation. We are on the precipice of returning this country to the greatness which she once held. Our allies around the world will once again respect us, and our enemies around the world will once again fear us, because they understand that the leadership of Donald John Trump is not just being the leader of the United States. but as the leader of the free world. So let me say, in the short time that we have, I'm so excited about the choices that Donald Trump has made. Who loves Kash Patel in this room? Who thinks that Kash Patel should hold those criminals accountable for what they've done to us? What about Pam Bondi? Don't we love President's pick of Pam Bondi? The federal government under the Biden administration has been weaponized to go after American citizens with their badges and their guns because of our political beliefs. Well, let me tell you something, my friends. Reckoning is coming. And there will be retribution. And there will be accountability. And that accountability will be to the highest levels. Who is so happy that Christopher Wray resigned? That guy is a bad dude. Bad guy. And it is time to put proven leadership back into those positions to make sure that Lady Liberty puts her blindfold back on and make sure that we don't go after people because of their political beliefs. But that said, any individual who exceeded their authority under the Biden administration will be held accountable under the Trump administration. My faith in this great country is stronger than ever. And so I will ask you, because some say I'm a fighter. I think Jerry Nadler thinks that. I don't know. I mean, that fat bastard. I mean, remember that testimony? But let me tell you something. I think what we're going to do, guys, is we're going to go fight for our ideals, fight for America, and fight for Donald Trump. So that's why I ask of you tonight, in the time that we have together, I just ask you, over the next 4 years, to do everything you possibly can to make sure that Donald Trump and the Trump agenda is successful. Because if he's successful, then we as a nation are successful, and we as a world will be successful. So I believe America's best days are still in front of her, and only with your help and dedication will Donald Trump be successful. We'll be able to drain the swamp and make America great again. Thank you very much, guys.
Corey Lewandowski, ladies and gentlemen. Pretty amazing man, actually. Indefatigable, I think, as George Galloway said of Saddam Hussein. Another indefatigable man is coming to the stage now. At just 27 years old, Alex Brucewitz is the CEO of X Strategies, a board member of the New York Young Republicans, a key Trump campaign advisor. And Alex, you'll probably know, is perhaps most notable for his innovative podcast strategy that played a pivotal role in returning President Donald J. Trump to the White House. Please welcome me, please join me twice. Join me in welcoming Mr. Alex Brucewitz.
How we doing, New York? I'd like to thank Raheem Kassam for the nice introduction, and he made me sound much cooler than I actually am. But I think it's because of the accent. That's a very nice accent, Raheem. But it's a great pleasure to be back speaking with you all tonight. And thank you to Gavin Wax for all of the great work you have done. And to the entire New York Young Republicans Club for your unwavering patriotism and loyalty to President Donald J. Trump. When I spoke here last, it was the winter of 2022, right as the Republican primary was intensifying. It was a Republican primary that I had a lot of fun battling the online trolls with Gavin Wax and Raheem Kassam. and a lot of you great patriots in this room. But I gave a speech on the importance of standing by the side of the man who revitalized the Republican Party and sacrificed so much to save our country. And as I look around this room, I just want to acknowledge the fact that the New York Young Republicans Club was the very first youth organization in America to endorse President Donald J. Trump for 2024. And also, as I look around this room, I see so many patriots who truly understand the importance of loyalty. I see Matt Gaetz. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Matt Gaetz. I see Jack Posobiec, who's not actually there right now. I don't actually see him, but I feel his presence. And I see Monica Crowley and Terry Schilling. And backstage is Steve Bannon. So many patriots who understand the importance of loyalty. But there's someone else in this room who perhaps understands it better than anyone. Our next speaker started working for President Trump at just 16 years old as a caddy. This man was with President Trump as he built his business empire, as he was the biggest star on television. And when he was first sworn into the Oval Office on January 20th, 2017, he stood with him during his highs. But loyalty isn't tested in the good times. It is proven in the tough times. And this man stood with President Trump through the toughest of times. He stood with him through frivolous impeachments, to a rigged election, to a sham. Oh no, I'm forgetting my words. But a sham impeachment.
Yeah. Well, ladies and gentlemen, don't worry, Alex is okay. Just it's a little bit warm up here under the lights. It's okay. Happens to the best of us. Probably happened to me in a minute. But now they've cleared it down there, so I'll have a soft landing. What a wonderful lectern we have up here now. Alex will be all right. We'll take good care of him. Don't worry. We got the only the finest medics in the room, ladies and gentlemen. If everyone could take their seats and relax, it's totally fine. It's nothing we haven't seen before. Absolutely. I will give you a few moments just to recompose yourselves, and then we will continue on with the program. And now I can do sort of a little dance up here, maybe. You know, got the space to do it. keep you all entertained. What are we going to do? All right, let's get back to our seats. Enjoy your drinks. We'll keep going in just a moment, all right, once they get this lectern replaced. Thank you.
Okay, we are live here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Of course, that was Alex Brucewitz, a great patriot that loves President Trump, loves our country, speaking there at the New York Young Republican Club Gala in New York City. You know, obviously frightening times to see something like that happen. Not sure of the details at this point, other than they have medics there to help with Alex, and also they're getting a new podium for the remaining speakers. If they're going to continue on here, we're just going to kind of roll with it. As you're watching, we're watching here. I'm Matthew Alvarez alongside Bobby McNeely.
Always a pleasure to be with you. Fine patriots at home, and of course our best well wishes and prayers for Alex. And yeah, who knows? No speculation at this time, but just want him to get better, of course, because sometimes you get, it was a little warm up there, as you saw with some speakers, but a wonderful evening otherwise with some incredible awards. As Corey Lewandowski mentioned, some great names who have won these high honors from this club over the years, from President Eisenhower and also Thomas Dewey, all his remarkable work in New York State, the Empire State. Of course, the late great Jackie Robinson, who broke the color barrier and desegregated baseball and led to so many greats that have taken advantage of the game throughout the years and showcased their talent. So this is really a special American celebration tonight.
Exactly. So we have a number of other speakers still to take the stage there, including Steve Bannon, who will be the keynote speaker. And then we have Dan Scavino Jr., the great social media guru of politics.
Right.
And then the great Nigel Farage, of course, the leader of the Reform UK party, will be speaking tonight. If you're just joining us right now, it's 10:30 on the East Coast. Thanks so much for watching. Some great musical performances there in New York City as well. This is in Lower Manhattan. A great group, as we mentioned earlier before this the speeches started. This is the group that was there right on the heels of the first lawfare incident against President Trump in April of 2023. They held a rally in New York City. These guys are big supporters of the MAGA movement.
Well, in President Trump's video, really honoring the leadership, and especially Gavin Wax, who spoke earlier tonight and has led this wonderful movement throughout New York City. And they almost did win the Empire State ultimately. And even Gavin's comments, too. I mean, big swings to the right, especially in the Bronx specifically, over 22 points in President Trump's direction. So clearly, as our friend over at Fox, Laura Ingraham, has talked about, this is a 50-state solution to all of these problems, right? Because the MAGA populist movement really, it appeals to everyone, especially people living in big blue cities that have really failed them, especially when it comes to not only economic opportunities, but safety and really quality of life and their living situations. I mean, again, President Trump wants to make our cities great again, and we could do that starting with Operation Aurora.
Exactly, and so many awesome events over the campaign trail in New York City, Madison Square Garden twice, I believe, and then the Bronx, of course. Let's go back to New York City right now.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I was just backstage with Alex. He's fine. His knee's locked. This happens. Hopefully it doesn't happen to me while I'm up here, but we're definitely praying for him, and he's going to be okay, and he is a fighter. We love him so much, and so thank you for everyone. But guys, we still have some epic speeches to go. We have an epic night ahead of us, so if everyone wants to go ahead and come back and take your seats, the next speaker is someone who I've been so excited to actually get to sit and hear from. Dan Scavino. I don't know if there is anyone who has fought harder for President Donald Trump longer and been more loyal than this next speaker. I'm not going to lie to you. This is a horrible thing to say to this room, but I was Lindsey Graham's finance director in 2016 in the presidential race. And Dan Scavino is who opened my eyes to Donald Trump, because I was told, oh, you have to hate Trump. I started following Dan Scavino. I'm like, wait a minute. This Donald Trump guy sounds incredible. Dan Scavino is who brought me into the MAGA movement. He's who brought all of us into this next stratosphere. And so if everyone could join me in please welcoming Dan Scavino to come up here, get the next award, and give us some great remarks.
Hello, New York. How's everybody doing? All right, Alex is backstage. He's okay. That's a tough act to follow, but we're going to go on with the evening, okay? So everybody sit down, relax. Let's have a lovely evening. My name is Dan Scavino. I've been where is Gavin Wax? Gavin Wax, thank you. New York Young Republican Club, thank you for everything you have done to get Donald John Trump elected to be the 47th President of the United States of America. What a journey it has been. I started with him 30 years ago at a golf club, working as a caddy, then a general manager, then a manager, a restaurant manager. It's been the journey of a lifetime. We started back in 15, 16. Steve Bannon is actually backstage. I talked to him in the green room for a couple of minutes. He's going to be coming up, I think, in about 20 minutes to a half hour, and he's going to be bringing some fire. So be ready for Steve. Everybody get ready. But I want to thank everybody for their support along this journey. You know, President Trump often told me, especially over the last 10 years, you're so lucky I took you on this journey. Thank you, sir. No matter where we were, we'd be at rallies, we'd be going all over the country. Everybody having a good time? Awesome. Get served a subpoena. FBI shows up. U.S. Marshals show up. Sir, Dan, you're so lucky that I took you on this journey. But the coolest moment was when we were wrapping down the campaign here in 2024. This is after being with him for 10 years. When we left the White House, many said we were politically dead. Game over. No chance. But everybody in this room stood up and supported Team Trump and Donald J. Trump. We felt it when we were in the Bronx. We felt it when we were in Madison Square Garden. We felt it throughout the country. Everything you guys have done, you're the reason I'm going back to the White House with the president in 35 days. So thank you. It's definitely been, without question, the journey of a lifetime. And I can't, again, thank you. I can't believe this room. We're in New York City with 1,000 American patriots having a good time. Everybody having a great time. You know, I have a ton of stories that I could... Oh, wait, I have to take this. Hang on. I always have to be on standby. Hey, sir. Hello? Hey, sir. Should I take the call from the 45th and 47th President of the United States? President Trump, I'm here at the New York Young Republicans Club in New York City. Hello, everybody hears you.
Very good, Dan. Thank you very much. And I know that Alex is going to be fine. Hello, everybody. I know Alex is going to be fine because he's a tough son of a gun. There's no doubt about that. So I want to say hello to Alex because he's a very special guy. And I want to congratulate Dan Scavino and Steve Bannon, Corey Lewandowski, and Nigel Farage. These are great people. I don't know, you must have some terrific crowd to get those people to speak. And in particular, I want to congratulate Gavin Wax, who's been a friend of mine from the beginning. And I just want to thank everybody for being there. We had a tremendous election. We won the popular vote by millions, and we won the states, the swing states. We won everything, and it was a great day, and it's going to be a great 4 years, and you're going to all be a part of it. I want to thank everybody, and I'll tell you what Alex has done and what all of you have done with that party is just incredible. You know, we almost won New York without spending too much time there. We almost won. We were just a little bit short, and I'm sure in 4 years, perhaps somebody else is going to have to be worrying about that, but we'll help you out. In 4 years, you'll see what happens. It's turning Republican. New York is turning Republican. So I just want to say thank you very much, everybody, for the support. The election was the biggest, they say, in 129 years, the most consequential election. That's what even the fake news media is saying. So I just want to thank everybody for being so supportive. You will not regret it. We're going to make America great again. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
President Trump, have a great evening. We love you. On behalf of everybody here, we love you and have a great night. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you.
All right. I'll talk to you in a bit. I mean, how do I even top that? So what he said is we are going to make America great again. You cannot top President Trump. I was going to speak about Butler, Pennsylvania. I had a couple of stories that I wanted to share with you all behind the scenes with President Trump. But I'm not going to top the president himself actually calling. And I had to take the call. We're going 24/7 with regards to everything we're doing with communications on all the social media platforms. But on behalf of President Trump, on behalf of the Trump family, and on behalf of Team Trump, we thank everybody in this room. You are great American patriots, okay? We need you to continue, and as President Trump said in Butler, Pennsylvania, when he stood up and raised that fist, what did he say? We're going to fight. Let's make America great again. Love you all, and we'll see you soon. Thank you.
Well, I think tonight has taught us a thing or two about being prepared for any circumstances, ladies and gentlemen. And one man who really taught me to be prepared for anything was a man I used to work for back in London, a man called Nigel Farage. And I used to work for him back when we were campaigning in 2015 in the UK general election. And one night I remember we went back after a long day's campaigning at the pub, and Nigel decided that he wanted something to have for dinner. And I said, well, look, I don't know what's in the campaign apartment, Nigel. I think there might be some leftover Chinese from last night or something. And he looks at me and he goes, leftover Chinese? Not eating that. And he says, look, you have to be ready for any given situation. And he unlocks the door, goes outside into the street, much to his security's chagrin, and he goes into the boot, the trunk, I should say, of his car. And he pulls out a cooler bag. And he brings the cooler bag inside and he puts it on the kitchen table and he unzips it and he pulls out 2 fresh lobsters. And I said to him, Nigel, what are you doing carrying around 2 fresh lobsters in your car after a long day's campaigning? And he just turned to me, started shoveling lobster into his mouth. And he goes, chap's got to have lobsters. And I think that is a lesson for all of us in here tonight, is that if being prepared is having lobsters, then we all should have a couple of lobsters. I want to welcome up to the stage now somebody who has just been integral to the growth of this club to make the great introduction for one of the greatest men and the next Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, ladies and gentlemen. But before that, give a warm welcome to Mr. Nathan Berger.
Thank you, sir. Well, thank you, Raheem. Thank you, everyone. It's an honor to introduce Mr. Nigel Farage, a stalwart defender of liberty from a nation so poorly acquainted with it. The magnitude of Britain's decline under its post-war leadership cannot be overstated. The UK has become a shadow of its glorious imperial past. Successive British governments, from both the Labour and Conservative parties, infected with hatred for their heritage, have forgotten the virtue of empire and the valor of conquest. From dominating and civilizing a quarter of the world to being pillaged by its former colonial subjects on its tenuous remaining territory, Britain has ceased to be a model and is now a warning. Mr. Farage is the lone fighter who realized a tremendous dream, returning to Britain its rightful sovereignty. The conservative governments that followed Brexit squandered that opportunity. They could never figure out how to defend an island from invader-filled ships. I'll give them some advice. Sink the ships. There's plenty of room at the bottom of the channel for the last chance armada. Mr. Farage is now in Westminster after a decorated career in the European Parliament. He's fighting for his constituency, all Britons, and really all liberty-minded Westerners. In a country where free speech is a qualified right, and the police focus more on ex-posts containing hate speech than on so-called Asian grooming gangs, it's hard to stand up and keep fighting. Britain is lucky to have Mr. Farage's attention now focused on its domestic affairs. Where he fixes his eye, results soon follow. Americans are also lucky to have Mr. Farage's attention on our nation. He's an ardent defender and a strong friend of President Donald J. Trump. It's my great privilege to present him the John Foster Dulles Award and to welcome him to the stage.
Good evening, New York! Well, it's great to be back on Wall Street. I started my career working for Drexel Burnham Lambert of Wall Street fame back in 1982. And all of my adult life, when I had a proper job before politics, I worked for American companies, and I believe that the gap across the Atlantic in many ways is narrower now than it ever was. You may be bigger than us, you may be stronger than us, but I promise you we are your best allies and best friends in the world. Of that there is no doubt. And what a joy to have a president coming in on January 20th that understands that link and connection. Now, people often ask me, what is the art of public speaking? What do you need to do to get a crowd on your side? And I always say, never begin with an apology. Never begin with an apology. But I must apologize because this time last year I let you down. I was supposed to be the speaker, but I went off to do the biggest reality TV show in the UK. I went off and spent a month in the Australian jungle, living with snakes and poisonous spiders. It was a bit like being in the European Parliament, really. But it just goes to show that because you've done reality TV does not stop you becoming a successful politician. I was honored on November the 5th to be in the room at Mar-a-Lago. And I was the only Brit in the room to watch those results coming in, to see Corrie's optimism. He knew within 15 minutes it was over. And Trump was there just as cool as a cucumber. And I wanted to say tonight that in a world that moves at 100 miles an hour, a world with 24/7 media, a world with social media, I get the excitement, the energy, the buzz that this landslide victory has given. And yet, I wonder whether you, his biggest supporters, have actually taken time to really take stock of what this achievement's all about. This guy, and I know what it's like being in the front line. I know what it's like to be demonized by the media. I know what it's like to be physically attacked. I know what it's like to live with that fear. This man is without doubt the bravest man I've ever met, the noblest man I've ever met, the most principled man I've ever met. You should feel honored that this man is about to become your 47th president. Honored, thrilled. And just think how brave he's been. I spoke to him on the phone the day after the second assassination attempt. I couldn't believe how cool he was. And in this campaign, you've seen the real Donald Trump. You've seen the human being. You've seen the sense of humor. You've seen the sense of love, of family, of community, of country. And I am just so excited for what Elon and Vivek are going to do when they take the knife to the establishment that stops enterprise, that takes away liberty, that destroys freedom. Now look, in 2016, with the Brexit result, I think we gave a gift to America, a gift that helped Trump with his campaign. And now I think the favor's been returned. Now I think Trump winning is going to help us change our politics in the United Kingdom. And whether you believe it or not, I am already the odds-on bookmakers' favorite to be the next British Prime Minister. And boy, we need to do it because we're in more trouble than you are. We've got huge problems, although one of them we have got rid of. One of our major problems that was causing huge distress in our nation, we've now sent to you. His name is Prince Harry, and he's yours for keeps. We don't want him back. All over the Western world, there is a realization that the globalist model doesn't work. That big government, big banks, and big business are not the road to freedom and economic security. We've got to give the little guy and the little woman a chance to build their businesses. We've got to control our borders, or we let people in that actually hate our culture and want to destroy it. And it's happening in Britain, and it's happened in Italy, and it's happened in Hungary, and it's happening in Poland, and in France. The Fifth Republic is about to fall, and Marine Le Pen will become the next president of France. Of that I have no doubt. But the truth is that without America, the Western world has no leadership. Without America, everything we've built over 2,000 years, based on Judeo-Christian culture, which is at the heart of everything that we are and we believe in, without America, if America falls, the whole of the West falls. And we hand the whole thing over to those that would do us harm. I'm talking, of course, about the real enemy, China. Or should I say, China? I think that's right, isn't it? So, boy, we need America more now than we've ever needed America. We now thank all of you who've done the amazing work you've done. This august institution that has been here before, since before the First World War, you now give us hope. You now give us inspiration. I now believe, for the first time in a decade, that we can now save Western civilization. We can save our countries, save our culture, give a future to our kids and grandkids that I thought had been stolen from them. And for that, we have Donald J. Trump to thank, and all of you that backed him. And I promise you, I am truly, truly grateful. And given that coming up is the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence, isn't it great that that'll fall during Donald Trump's presidency? And if I'm allowed, if as a nasty Brit, I'm allowed to come to those celebrations, and you won't throw bread rolls at me for being an oppressive Brit. I'll come along and celebrate American independence because you were the first Brexit and you've made it the most successful country in the world. Thank you very much indeed.
Well, the evening is getting along, but I know you're all waiting for our one final speaker here tonight as well, and we've got a great person to introduce him here too. I just want to let you all know I just went backstage. I talked to our friend Alex Brucewitz, and you know what he said to me? He goes, "Did I at least look cool?" I said, "Alex, you used gravity like I see nobody use gravity before in their lives." But he's recuperating back there, so give him a big cheer so we'll hear you. Alex, we love you. I just want to make very clear that I do not speak off teleprompters. This is for the next speaker up here. And he is, I don't know, probably one of my favorite people in the entire world. He has taught me so many things about troublemaking that I didn't think I needed to learn. But ladies and gentlemen, a man who has helped build this club from the ground up, a man who has worked the hard slog in Washington, D.C. as I think, you know, probably the number 1 or number 2 fixer on Capitol Hill. He's a dangerous man. He's a popular man. He's a ladies' man. Welcome to the stage, Mr. Vish Murra.
Thank you so much. All right, here we go. How we feeling tonight? Oh, come on, we're in New York. I gotta hear it. How we feeling tonight? All right, listen, real quick. Our next speaker will not come out and speak unless everybody is in their seats. So I need everyone in their seats, and I won't bring them out unless I see all y'all sitting. So let's go. I'm having those bars shut down just so I can get your attention. Everyone get seated. Please find your way to your seats. The final keynote speaker of the night is about to grace us with his presence. I love all you too, ladies. All you ladies, I love you. Everyone get in their seats, please, for our final speaker of the night. I know that this is my last night with some of you and my last night this year with all of you. As Gavin said, perhaps my departure marks the end of an era with my tenure here at the club. But in a certain way, that's true, okay? Yes, this is the end of an era. But I like to think that this is also a bright beginning for those who are younger, more energetic, more idealistic, to rise up and earn their stripes. That's how these endings should be framed, as the beginning of something new. Always. There are people who had the temerity to declare that we are all living in the end of history. Let tonight be the night that we look back at them and say, no, it is the end of your history, and it is the beginning of a new era and a new dawn for those who fought for it. A new dawn, a golden age for America, as our president tweeted just the other day. And those people who fought for it are here with us tonight. Our next and final speaker is one of those fighters. Someone who is very dear to this club here. He's seen our growth since day one of the revival under Gavin Wax and myself, and was the keynote speaker at our 107th Annual Gala in 2019, before the pandemic, before the world changed forever. Since then, I would personally go on to see him through pivotal moments in his life. helping him produce his show, The War Room, helping him expose the crimes on the Hunter Biden laptop from hell. Crimes that Hunter has now been pardoned for. I guess he really did do them. I watched as reports came in when our next speaker was raided on a boat and hauled off to jail in August of 2020. I personally walked him to prison earlier this year during the height of presidential election activity. And did he waver? Did he retreat? Did he lay down his arms? Did he give up? This is what I always admired about him. A friend, sure. A leader, yes. A visionary, of course. For me, though, he's a teacher and a mentor who taught me so much of what I know today and what I've rode to my own personal successes. So when they turn my mentor, my teacher, into a political prisoner, an enemy of the state, I thought to myself, what would he tell me right now as I stand on the outside? The answer is that he himself had told me a long time ago. I'll never forget. He looked me dead in the eye one day and told me, we might be enemies of the state, but they are the enemies of the people. And never forget it. And with that, the mission continued all the way through November 5th to today. And sure enough, it's still not over. It never will be. And I think that that's what I love most about our next speaker. I know that he, just like me, when push comes to shove, just like Nathan Hale, whose statue sits right in front of City Hall, that our regret when the time comes for judgment is that we have but one life to give for this nation that we love so much. And with that, please help me introduce our next speaker, the Honey Badger, our commander, the mystic of MAGA, Stephen K. Bannon. God bless you.
Yo, are you guys drunk enough already? I love batting cleanup at 11 o'clock at night. Hold it, hang on. There are more convicts and more thugs here than in Danbury. And I'm just talking about club members. Thank you very much, thank you. Look, 1 year ago, at this very table, I think the table is right there, Gavin Wax turned to then President Donald Trump, because Trump won 2020, did he not? Was Trump the true president or not? I can't hear you. Gavin Wax sat right there with the President of the United States and he says, guess what? We want to have you come to South Bronx. We're going to have a huge rally, okay? That was on Inauguration Day this year. It'll be 400 days since that happened. And what did the New York Young Republicans Club do? When he was falsely charged and had all these false made-up trials by Letitia James and Alvin Bragg, that entire group of Marxists up there, what did the club do? What did you guys do? You got the street to show up. It wasn't congressmen and elected officials from Washington, D.C. You turned out the boroughs. You turned out the Bronx. You turned out Queens. You turned out Brooklyn. You turned out Staten Island, right? Everything you folks did showed the coalition that was going to win in November, on November 5. Remember when you went up and did the bodega runs, right? Remember when you went and saw the construction workers up there? Later to go to the barbershop? You then had the massive rally in South Bronx. that led up, you had the thing, and then to lead up to Madison Square Garden. Madison Square Garden could not have been done in 2016 or 2020. This is what this club has done. This club is from the streets of the boroughs. We're not going to win this. We're not going to take down this system in the CEO suites. We're going to do it from the streets. The people are rising up, and that's why they back Trump. And Gavin Wax told him, he said, Mr. President, if you would come back, I will turn out 15,000 people in South Bronx, right? That shocked this country. No place else in the country did this. We had rallies, you had turnout, you had ground game, but what you did here in New York was exceptional. You actually showed that this coalition is multi-ethnic, multiracial, right? It only depends on you are populist or nationalist. The New York Republicans won't do it. The New York conservatives won't do it. They want to have some debating society. You're not going to debate this away. You're going to take this back from the streets. And that's what the New York Young Republicans are. You know why? You know why? You guys have the same quality Donald Trump has. You know what that is? Swagger, right? Swagger. You're going to spit in their eye and tell them they're wrong. 400 days when Gavin Wax did that, Donald John Trump is going to raise his hand on a King James Bible and take the oath of office. His third victory in his second term. And the Viceroy, Mike Davis, tells me, since it doesn't actually say consecutive, that, I don't know, maybe we do it again in 28. Are you guys down for that? Trump 28? Come on, man. Do you guys have the fight in you? Are you going to take this back? I don't think so. Are you going to take it back? Do you know what the fight? Do you think the vested interest in this city? This is the capital, the financial capital of the world. You think they're just going to sit there and go, oh, this is lovely? You got Raheem Kassam and Vish Burra. You got guys from the Bronx and Queens, right? You got guys from Brooklyn and Staten Island. And we give a damn about you. They don't give a damn about you. They think you're garbage. They think you're trash. They think you're deplorables. And you proved them wrong. Okay, so we won. What are we going to do about it? You put together a coalition that has the left talking every night about, oh, we're going to be populist. We're now going to be populist. Oh, I want to be populist, right? It doesn't come that easy. You guys have been working. I've been to the club when you had these small gatherings. Look at this tonight. And look at what you've done in the boroughs. Look what you've done. That's populism. That's populist nationalism. That's the winning ticket to get 2/3 of the people in this country, African Americans, Hispanics, Asians, all of it. And not just, and come from New York and spread throughout the country. If you go back and look at the other two presidents that are level of President Trump, George Washington and Abraham Lincoln. Washington, New York was key. It was key in the revolution, correct? It was the key that picked the lock for the Hudson Valley. It was where his first inaugural was. It's where he gave the farewell address a couple of hundred yards from this building to his officers down at Francis Tavern. This New York was absolutely critical. If you look at Lincoln in Gettysburg, where were they coming? They were coming to Harrisburg and they were headed to New York. You had the great riots afterwards. New York was absolutely central to the financing of the Civil War and actually to the prosecution of the Civil War. And let me tell you one thing. When President Trump takes the oath of office, you're going to have three things. You've got a war going on in the Eurasian landmass that's out of control with 1.7 million people dead in Ukraine, right? When he said from the beginning, no war with Putin, at the beginning, they would have never done it against Trump. Putin would have. And President Trump's the only one who can bring peace. Number one, you have the 15 million illegal alien invaders here on Biden's watch. They all have to go. In fact, your own mayor, Eric Adams, now agrees with this, doesn't he? Eric Adams came out on Friday and said, hey, after one meeting with Tom Homan, it said there are 500,000 children here that are supposed to be with their sponsors that are missing, right? Eric Adams. I think he's actually Q, isn't he? Is it Eric Adams? Is Eric Adams QAnon? Poor Mayor Adams. Poor Mayor Adams. As soon as he said it won a sanctuary city, hey, Southern District came for him, right? Mike Davis, the viceroy, is going to clean that up. As hard as the Third World War is to stop, and that's going to be President Trump's negotiation in the Middle East and with the Russians in Ukraine, as hard as it's going to be to start to deport 15 million people, started with the criminals, right? The hardest is going to be the third part of it. So 400 days from when Gavin Wax told the president, you come here to the South Bronx, you'll change politics forever. That's 400 days to Inauguration Day. If you take from today, 400 days in the future is the first anniversary of Trump's first year of his second term, January 20th of 2026. The national debt on that day, and if you don't trust me, pull your phone out and go to the debt clock. The national debt will be $40 trillion. $40 trillion. Regardless of what President Trump and DOGE does right now, those numbers are almost baked in. And at $40 trillion, the game changes. As Nigel Farage said after Liz Truss was thrown out of office by the bond vigilantes, Nigel told me, he says, Steve, more governments have been turfed out by the bond market than by howitzers. Right here in this city, the financial capital of the world is going to determine the success of Donald Trump's presidency. That President Trump's got to get, and he will, get a grip on the out-of-control debt, the out-of-control spending. Elon Musk will be a part of this, right? And I hate to say it, you're going to have populist tax cuts on no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. To make up that gap, I hate to say this, I know you got a bunch of still Republican Orthodox folks out here, you're going to have to raise taxes on the wealthy. Hey, both parties got us into this. Only the populist nationalists can get it out. But you know what? The neoliberal neocons are going to have to pay for what happened, right? We didn't get in this jam. Do you understand at $40 trillion, at $1.5 trillion of interest expense, what that takes away from the country? This hole that we have dug is unbelievable. And only President Trump can get us out. Now, I do want to say one thing to the Biden regime. The Biden regime every day is working against the country and President Trump. They're exacerbating the problems in Ukraine. They're exacerbating the problems in Syria and the Middle East. They're exacerbating the problems with the Chinese Communist Party. They've shipped all our ammo out. And hey, I don't know, are they the guys that got the drones over New Jersey? Everything they're doing on the border, they're trying to get more people in here through CPB-1. They're still trying to get illegal aliens into the country. And last but not least, pal, we don't need another rate cut. And we don't need the games that Janet Yellen's playing right now with the balance sheet. What they're trying to do is to cripple President Trump in the opening days of his administration. This has to be fought every single day. Biden, you failed the exam. It's now time to put your pencil down. He's only going to be successful if you have his back. The fights in Washington have already started. You see where they passed the NDAA with $900 billion. You see where they're talking about 1 or 2 reconciliations. That's all to hide more federal spending. President Trump's going to come up, and he's going to need you to have his back. The fights are going to have Capitol Hill with the Republican Party. Look right now at his nominations, right? Pete Hegseth has to get approved. Tulsi Gabbard has to get approved. Bobby Kennedy has to get approved. Kristi Noem. Kash Patel has to be approved. Head of the FBI. President Trump took a bullet to the head and 4 months later won a landslide. He gets to have the team he wants. And I don't give a damn what Mitch McConnell's got to say about it. I don't care what Joni Ernst has to say about it. Okay? I don't care what Adam, give us advice and then give us your consent. The great Matt Gaetz, we should have never allowed that to happen. That's one of the greatest young warriors in our movement. It's one of the greatest young warriors in this country. It's unacceptable that we let pencil necks that have destroyed this country like Mitch McConnell tell us who's going to be the Attorney General of the United States. Where's your fight? You know this. They're not going to sit there and give you anything, nothing. Right now, the New York Republican Club and the Conservative Club, you know, walking around the bow ties. They want to have some debate, some high tea somewhere. This is going to be won in the Bronx, in Brooklyn, in Queens, and Staten Island, up from the streets, led by you. And by leaders like Kash and Gavin Wax and Raheem and the rest of the leadership. This is not a tea party. This is not some social event. This is a fight for our country and a fight to the end. President Trump committed all of this. Remember, when he went back to Mar-a-Lago in January 2021, I can count the people that were with him. You got Dan Scavino, you got Corey Lewandowski, you got Boris Epstein, right? Boris, stand up. Boris, stand up. You got Monica Crowley, Ambassador Crowley. Think of the odds. Think of the odds of the legal. It was 1 billion to 1, right? No big law firms to work for him. What Boris put together in the 10,000 decisions you have to make every day to make it right. And it was you guys having average citizens show up outside the courtroom when they had Rachel Maddow and all these people cackling every day. And you could see average Americans, and Boris and the team coming up there with one brilliant legal strategy after the other. I know it's brilliant because George Stephanopoulos is paying $15 million and apologizing. Boris, I will never know how you pulled that off, and I don't know if I want to ask. The country's in the balance. Okay, we won on November 5th, in the work of the grassroots, the canvassing you guys did. You went to Pennsylvania, knocking on doors. It's extraordinary. But that's not the fight. The fight is we won. We have all 3 branches of government. And most importantly, we have the executive branch right now that we can deconstruct the administrative state with brilliant people like Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy. And we got Kash Patel and Boris's legal team at the Justice Department to take on the deep state. No mercy for them. No mercy. None. Everybody's around President Trump. What do they always say when they get around him? You got to moderate. You got to be nice so we can get the mythical suburban woman, right? Right? You're not going to get her, and we don't care. You've got working class and middle class people. You have blacks, Hispanics, Asians, whites, all of it. That's what won a base election that showed you what populism in this country can do. He doesn't need the mythical, Taylor Swift, low propensity, low information voter from Brown University. Boris will tell you, Mike Davis will tell you, Matt Gaetz will tell you, the fight is going to start on November 20th. I mean, it's already here now. And we have to be relentless. There has to be not retribution. President Trump looks at retribution of turning this around, getting the economy growing again, jobs for everybody, to redo the economy of 2018 and 2019, okay? Because President Trump is leader of all the people. He's president of the United States. He's got a kind heart and a big soul. But that's not us, right? We want retribution. And we're going to get retribution. You have to. It's not personal. It's not personal. Think of what they did to this country. Think of what the corporate CEOs did with the DEI programs. And think of the debanking and cut it off of credit cards. Think of how they tried to destroy every person in this audience. If you stepped up and said, remember we used to have this at other places and we'd have police barricades and the left was out there and the media was goading them on, right? Because you know why? They never in a million years thought we'd be back in power. And they need to learn what populist nationalist power is on the receiving end. I mean investigations, trials, and then incarceration. And I'm just talking about the media. Should the media, Mike, where's the viceroy? Should the media be included in the vast criminal conspiracy against President Trump and his followers? Should Andrew Weissman on MSNBC and Rachel Maddow and all of them, we want all your emails, all your text messages, everything you did, you colluded in a conspiracy with Merrick Garland, Matthew Colangelo, Lisa Monaco, and Jack Smith. This is not me saying it. Benny Thompson's on TV saying, give a committee a pardon. Lock them up and throw away the key. In the White House right now, with the world on fire, they're spending the time on blanket preemptive pardons. Blanket preemptive pardons. Here's the good news, folks. Here's the good news. We've got these rats cornered. If they give the pardons, the Democratic Party is finished. Amy Klobuchar and those people are telling you that. If they give, we dare you to give blanket preemptive pardons to anybody. If it happens, the Democratic Party is over. And if it doesn't happen, you're all going to prison. That's what the Chinese call a win-win, right? The fight starting January 20th is the real fight. It's going to be determined in this city. The bond market is going to determine whether we're successful or not. The global capital markets are going to look at President Trump's plan, and if they turfed out Liz Truss, they just turfed out the French government, they're not going to turf out Trump, but we need to have his back. And the people to do it are right in this room. Are you guys up for this fight? Are you tough enough for this fight? You know, I always feel like it's the borough's prom night when I come to these things. Monica Crowley's laughing right there. Monica, knock it off, you Upper East Side types. Not cool. I want to thank you guys, first off, for staying at least somewhat sober this late in the evening. You guys are fighters. You guys are fighters, and we're going to need a fight more than we've ever had before. Each and every one of you have changed the direction of this country by showing that populism is inclusive and showing that we want unity. Unity comes from victory. We are not going to have any unity with radical Democrats. We are not going to have any unity with globalists. We are only interested in one thing, and that is total and complete victory. To quote Napoleon when he talked to his marshals of France, when you set out to take Vienna, take Vienna!
Testing. Oh, we're back. We are back, ladies and gentlemen. And listen, that may have been the end of the speeches for tonight, but I want to bring somebody special up on stage to close this down for you. And then we still do have the after party in this room. And then we still do have another after party over at Stout. So you are all welcome. Make sure we, as Steve would always say, plumb new depths tonight, ladies and gentlemen. To close out the evening, I want to bring onto stage Miklos Santhal, a lawyer and political analyst who has been the Director General of the Center of Fundamental Rights, the largest conservative think tank in Hungary. He has been a member of the board of Central European Press and Media Foundation. He is a member of the board of advisors at the New York Young Republican Club. He's the main organizer of CPAC Hungary, and in March 2021, the President of Hungary awarded him the Knight's Cross of the Order of Merit of Hungary. He is a married father of 2 daughters and a son. Please welcome to the stage, Miklos Santhal.
Dear friends, dear fellow patriots, from America and Europe. It's always a pleasure and an honor to speak after Steve Bannon, but it's always very hard to have the closing remarks. But we do have a saying in Hungary: praising ourselves is so important that it cannot be left to others. So as a co-host hereby, I would like to thank and congratulate the New York Young Republican Club for this wonderful event. I really feel myself at home, Hungary, the island of freedom in Europe. Celebrating together with true patriots who do stand up for our most cherished values, God, homeland, and the family, that's a real Christmas gift for me. So I have come with the greetings and words of warm congratulations of the populist, nationalist, Trumpist, Hungarian far-right, at least according to the New York Times. And you know what? It's okay. Yes, we are the far-right, because so far we are so right. And I do hear all is well here in the US. The 20th of January next year will be an international holiday for all true conservatives around the globe. Donald J. Trump's and the Republicans' landslide victory was a remarkable triumph, and you, my friends, had a lot to do with it. And Gavin, where are you? Your job is to bring the red wave to the Empire State. But even in these wonderful times, let us recall that this great victory of common sense came in the 11th hour of our civilization. The cult of woke has infiltrated all of our institutions, from Hollywood to our public schools, and this has created the multidimensional crisis of the West that we must now confront. A civilization that does not celebrate its own heroes cannot hope to be strong on the world stage. The future belongs to those who teach their children good manner and normality, and not those who infect their minds with gender propaganda or critical race theory. We need a cultural sea change on both sides of the Atlantic if we are to win this battle for the hearts and the minds of our people. And fortunately, here is the good news. You now have strong allies in Europe. A new party family called Patriots has emerged on the old continent with the leadership of the Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban. I know that you New Yorkers, you do have the Jets and the Giants, but yes, Viktor Orban is to politics what Tom Brady was to football. As quarterbacks, both of them are leaders of the offense. Dear friends, with Trump's success in the US and the emergence of right-wing populist forces in Europe, the age of patriots has begun. We have nothing else to do, just to save the soul of the West, to stop migration, stop gender insanity, and to stop the war. In order to achieve this, I do raise my glass without season's greetings and happy holidays, but with Merry Christmas, you all. Let's have a secure, a politically incorrect, but peaceful 2025. As we do say in Hungary, we are not right, but we will be proven right. Thank you very much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you can all go upstairs. The bars have reopened, and we've heard that you like a bit of that. So please feel free to join us upstairs for some cocktails, and then, of course, over at Stout for the after party. I want to now call the New York Young Republican Board to the stage for our annual picture session. Please come up on stage, all the board members to the stage. Gavin Wax to the stage, Nate Berger to the stage, Vish Bura to the stage, Francesca Massi to the stage. Do not make me name every single one of you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Good night. Merry Christmas!
Quite the event there in New York City tonight, hearing from some great patriots. Just want to update you on Alex Brucewitz as well. Jack Posobiec on X posting he just talked to Alex backstage. He's getting checked out by medical after having a brief fainting spell on stage. All levels are normal. The only thing that Alex asked Jack was, did it look cool? And then Jack finally said here, he'll be just fine. So that's an update on the great Alex Brucewitz, a great patriot of our country. Of course, we heard from Steve Bannon just moments ago, Nigel Farage, Dan Scavino Jr., and Corey Lewandowski. Quite the night there, Bobby.
Very powerful, and they all were lauding and celebrating the fact of the New York Young Republican Club, how they got out there not only in their own boroughs. Of course, Gavin Wax, the great leader, as you could see up on that stage taking a group photo there. They moved the Bronx 22-plus points in and of itself in New York City, but then also going into Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, throughout Pennsylvania, the Commonwealth, to help out Scott Pressler in his efforts. This is really an amazing club who not only makes the phone calls, raises the money, but also knocks the doors and hits the pavements. Really good people, and really the movement would be nothing without this specific organization. So congratulations, 112 years, and hopefully 112 more galas in the future, the New York Young Republican Club.
Exactly, and then so in April of 2023, of course, this was the club that was there that had a rally right at the beginning of the lawfare against President Trump. But we know President Trump has overcame that, and we are with him as we move forward here in this country. The number of sponsors to thank here on Right Side Broadcasting Network before we share with you a couple programming notes. First is Birch Gold Group. All you have to do is text Trump to 989898 for more information on gold, silver, precious metals. You know, those BRICS nations that are out there trying to devalue the U.S. dollar, cause all these problems financially. Well, at the end of the day, we need Maganomics, and we also always good to have gold, silver, and precious metals as a backup plan there too. So Text Trump to 989898.
And while you're taking care of your financial health, make sure you're taking care of your health during flu season. If you woke up this morning with a sniffle, scratch in the throat, I know I got a little bit of a head cold when I was traveling on all those planes during campaign season, you're going to want the medical emergency kit from the Wellness Company. Of course, makecaregreatagain.com. Of course, my tie matches this beautiful kit here. It's also in black as well, but ivermectin, hydrochloroquine, so many great nebulizers and other medications to protect you against the bacterias and viral infections. This is designed by patriots like Dr. Peter McCullough. Each kit comes with 8 prescribed medications. Yes, 8 that will protect you from strep throat, pneumonia, sinus infections, vomiting, UTIs, and much more. So this is something that easily can be held in the pantry, in your backpack. You should travel with it if you can do so. And $45 off, 15% off with code RSBN. Save now, makecaregreatagain.com. Use our promo code, easy to remember, RSBN.
$45 off, not bad there for the Wellness Company. Let's move on to one of our other sponsors, a new sponsor here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, and a great sponsor, preborn.com. So this is Preborn Ministries. So this Christmas, as we celebrate the gift of life, you have an opportunity to share that same gift with a mother and her baby. So you could actually sponsor an ultrasound. It's $28, but if you go to preborn.com/RSBN, it'll be something that'll be great for someone that may be considering different options when she has her baby. It says on the script here that, you know, when you have an ultrasound, women are twice as likely to keep the baby after watching that ultrasound. So it's a pro-life organization. Great stuff there. Sponsor an ultrasound. Go to preborn.com/RSBN.
And we could not do this here at Right Side Broadcasting with you, the amazing viewers, throughout campaign season. And now as we go into the new horizon of the new media, conservative media, the independent media, if you will, whatever you want to call it, we want to share the truth with you and bring you stories and access to great things like tonight's coverage of the New York Young Republican Club's gala. Where else can you get that other than actually purchasing a ticket and traveling there? So welcome to Right Side Broadcasting, which was your 2024 election headquarters, and may I add, election integrity headquarters, as we brought you comprehensive coverage of President Donald Trump's amazing comeback victory, only the second person in United States history to serve 2 non-consecutive terms as president. But stay tuned, because there's going to be so much more as we roll out the new year right here in Auburn, Alabama, a beautiful town. And hit that notification button for anything. We're across all social medias. We do wonderful work with Rumble, but also Facebook, X, YouTube, wherever you're at. True Social does some amazing streaming of the new media. So check that out. But for exclusive updates straight to your inbox, go to rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. And if you love our mission and our content, we'd be honored to have your support financially. You can go to rsbnetwork.com/donate. Every contribution, big or small, makes a massive difference when we're up against the oligarchy and big corporate media funded by the bad guys, quite frankly, and in some cases. But turn to your independent journalists here at Right Side Broadcasting. Thank you for supporting us. And you can also text RSBN to 801-801 to stay connected. And of course, we have an app as well if you'd like to choose that direction.
Yeah, so all you have to do to donate is texting RSBN to 801-801. One of our other sponsors tonight, PatriotAddictDeals.com. PatriotAddictDeals.com. You can use the RSBN 20 promo code for 20% off that product right there, the Trump Bullet Glass. A lot of great products on PatriotAddictDeals.com. This one, we're told, is running out of stock at this point, so only a few left. So PatriotAddictDeals.com. Let's switch over to the great MyPillow with Mike Lindell.
Mr. Mike Lindell, our good friend and amazing sponsor, who is always highlighting and marketing just the best of deals. And of course, you can get 2-pack multi-use MyPillows, just $25 right now. Same with those sandals. Beach towels, also $25. The 6-pack towel set, also $25. So amazing offers coming in for the My Mattress topper for the college students you might have in the family as well. I mean, we're about through one semester right now. Maybe they're back home with you already. Auburn's getting a little bit more empty as we prepare to celebrate Christmas and Hanukkah in the coming days. But you know how awful those dorm beds can be, so it's important to take care of those members of the family as well as they're studying hard for their future. But the MyPillow topper comes in every bed size. You can put it right on top of your current mattress. And believe me, you will feel the difference. I'm a big subscriber to the pillows themselves. And look at this classic collection you can see on your screen for standards, queens, kings as well. MyPillow.com, 800-836-7566. 80% off everything. A great Christmas present and stocking stuffers from the great Mike Lindell from Minnesota. Maybe he'll run for governor. I'm trying to convince him to do that. We'll see what happens.
We'll see. We'll see. Also, more than 2,000 products on that mypillow.com. And also, if you use the RSBN promo code, you get free shipping. That's pretty cool stuff right there. So, all right, those are our sponsors for this broadcast. Programming note, our Road to 47 show airs on this coming Wednesday at 11 a.m. We'll also have our RSBN economic report this week. And then on Thursday through Sunday, AmFest 2024, Phoenix, Arizona. Great speakers there, including the great one himself, President Donald Trump, will be the keynote in Phoenix. So, for Bobby McNeely, I'm Matthew Alvarez, and for all of us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, thanks for staying up with us late tonight on this Sunday. We'll see you soon.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
A large retail store just canceled a huge order, leaving us with a ton of extra MyPillows. But you know what? That's their loss. I'm going to make it your gain. For the first time ever, you get standard classic MyPillows for wholesale prices, only $14.88. I can't believe I'm even saying that. Only $14.88. But it gets even better. For a limited time, I'm going to offer my entire classic collection at wholesale prices. Upgrade to a queen size MyPillow for just $18.88. King size only $1 more. Get my body pillows for $29.88 and multi-use MyPillows for only $9.88. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on the screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of wholesale pricing for the first time ever on TV, including my standard size MyPillow, only $14.88. They've never been offered this low before. We have limited quantities at this price, so limit's going to be 10, and once they're gone, they're gone.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed, so join us and be part of the right side of history.